This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. This confession. Killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people. This is a confession. I killed those people.
Okay, the thing is, if there is no gap between the stool, there will be no fun. And we are not. We are not. I mean, we are not gonna talk you about
Killed those people.
when someone says I'm late for something, men actually automatically think about their period.
Oh!
Killed those people.
Yo!
Ho ho ho! Ho 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 ho!
Oh, ho, ho, ho. When are we gonna submit Santa Claus?
Specifically the Santa Claus 2. Like, not the first one. I recommend the second one.
Actually, I'd prefer if you skip the first one altogether and only watched the third one.
It's the machete order, but you just watch the third Santa Claus movie.
Yeah, and then you love it.
And then you're
forever.
done.
Yeah, that's it.
And then you got it. Listen, they literally go back in time to the
All
first
you
movie.
need is Jack Frost, baby.
Well, like, the entire first movie is contained in the third movie, so
That's true. So
you
why
really
even
do.
bother watching the first movie?
And I think that they do a much better job in the third one, if I'm being honest.
I think they really bring it home. You know,
I think they really honor the characters in the third one.
they really grasped the magic in that one.
They understood what it took to make a good movie.
Exactly.
They're like,
Jerry.
Jerry!
Oh, so okay, you can hear me.
Yes,
We can hear
welcome to the party. That's
I
so
hope you
nice.
watched Encanto.
Jerry.
I watched the Encanto last night.
Yes.
Thank God. Yes,
Good.
so did that. So did we.
Yeah, we tend to all do it like
Thursday nights
night
usually
before,
when I
yeah.
watch it. Yeah.
I do have a lot of mixed feelings, so we
Okay.
can talk
Oh,
about
all
it.
right,
Yeah.
perfect. We'll have plenty of discussion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
all right.
I look forward to us discussing this one actually. So
Yeah.
I
It was
think we'll have-
interesting.
I think we'll
no
all
doubt.
have
Yeah.
a decent. I have plenty to say, and I'm sure you guys do
Well,
too. It's-
you're never at a loss for things to say, Andrew. So
That is true. Well, and especially with like an animated movie, I feel like I always like I'm extra critical, you know.
that's fair.
True.
Killed those people.
My
Oh, by the
sense
way,
is-
happy Korean Thanksgiving Day.
that doesn't mean anything to me,
Korean
Jerry.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's like a second biggest holiday in Korea.
Is that when the Pilgrims went to Korea also?
No, but it's more like thanks to ancestor that we can harvest all this crop and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nice.
You guys didn't go around killing the native population because you are the native population.
I mean, we are
No,
the
no, that
native
was-
population. We want the
Exactly.
native population.
No,
So there you go.
Jared, that
no one
was,
came and started murdering you.
Well, that was actually China's job.
True.
China's the pilgrims.
See, China was the Pilgrims. They came and they were like, but instead of bringing,
We want this.
all they did was steal the culture and.
I mean, in the history, they actually invaded us a lot, and
Oh, yeah.
we defended
China wanted.
pretty reasonably.
They wanted
I think we all know who won in the end.
Difference. You know what's crazy? The way down here to our, I'm actually at my old grandpa's house, not grandpa's house.
Oh, you moved-
next
you
to
moved
the
from our house,
grandpa's house.
Oh, so you moved.
It's like next to this place is like next to my old grandpa's house who passed away like
Okay.
2 years ago.
Okay.
Is that like
So-
vacation house you're talking about?
Yeah, down
before?
by, near the
It's
ocean.
kind of like that. Okay, oh, the thing is, on the way, there was like a Chinese restaurant named Tenan Moon.
What does that mean?
This Tiananmen is like a.
Tiananmen, like Tiananmen
Yeah,
Square.
yeah.
Oh,
His restaurant name was called Tiananmen.
oh, interesting.
How crazy is that? I was like, wow, my mind was blown away.
Yeah.
bold.
It's very
choice.
bold.
It was very bold. I
name.
should take a picture so I
Oh,
can
man.
show you.
What a interesting restaurant.
Exactly, man. And that was Chinese restaurant. That guy's crazy. That guy has like a
Maybe it's only there for the Chinese patrons and the Koreans don't eat there.
Or for the Hong Kong people, maybe he was from Hong Kong.
It's possible. Like,
Yeah.
it's very possible.
One of the possibility, I guess. I mean, he lives in Korea.
He
They
obviously
won't be able
chose
to kill him.
Korea over China.
It's Korea.
Yeah.
It's Korea.
It's just Korea.
Korea.
Why are you complaining?
Korea.
Korea.
Hey Jerry. Did you watch Encanto?
He did.
Oh,
I did watch Kanka the last
Yeah.
time.
I meant to remind you before I went to bed. I'm just like, well, fuck. Hopefully he remembers.
I hope he did.
He's on top.
To you, I could watch Encanto.
It's a new thing.
me.
It's a new thing in
Yeah,
your
yeah,
schedule.
for
I
sure.
know when
It's a-
I
it's a
get
new
new things added to my schedule, I forget about them until they become a regular
That's-
occurrence.
I have to get the
Absolutely.
Disney Plus, but only for that. Okay.
You did? Oh, I told
Oh,
y'all
nice.
if you hit me up, I would just give you my
I
credentials.
need to remember to ask you.
Actually
Yeah.
forgot that.
Oh yeah, like
I
just
actually
well, next
forgot
time I'll
that.
just get ahead of it and just send it to you. Like maybe today.
That's
Okay.
what you need to do because you know they're not going to remember.
They're not, and I feel like Jared and Jerry specifically won't ask. They'll just be like, "Oh, what do I do?"
I guess I'll just. I guess I'll just pay for my own Disney Plus subscription instead.
or like Jared, he'll go and watch it on Tubi or something.
Oh God.
You're not gonna
YouTube
find
Red.
Disney movies on Tubi.
Where
if
did
look
you
hard
find
enough.
it then? Did you just find it like on 123 Movies or something?
Amazon Video.
Oh my God, you paid for it?
Jared,
Yeah.
come on. You realize that like the $4 you spent, you could have just spent $9 and then just had Disney Plus.
This is
Yeah,
true.
that for
Easy
what
way
is
better than-
worse. Now I can just watch like a
Or just
Disney
do a
movie
free
for
trial.
1 month and forget about it.
Yeah,
Hey, there
Jared,
you
do you
go.
have a free trial of Disney Plus right now? Did they do a promotion or do you have to pay right away?
No, they don't have any kind of promotion. I have to pay
okay.
like full price.
Because that would have been the way to do it too, is get like the free
Maybe
trial.
there was, but I didn't even try to watch
Jerry,
find it.
come
So
You gotta look for those angles.
Well,
Hey, you-
Homo,
you-
you can't submit anyways this week, so you
Yeah.
saying that doesn't matter.
You're not
That's the rule. That's the rule already. We're not going to give you like kudos for.
You're not gonna garner some like respect.
I appreciate the thought though.
Pomo.
Until November. Just chill,
Oh,
guys.
until November. I mean, you can still submit after this week. I don't mind.
Yeah, I'm not. It's more. It's more.
Oh,
a
sorry,
joke
shit.
that, like,
I missed your request, Andrew.
That's okay. I saw it come back.
I'm always glad to find some kind of a new movie. to
No problem.
watch.
Actually, no. At this point, I want you to keep submitting because I want to see if you just keep getting picked.
Listen, honestly, your picks haven't
Homo
been
is
the
the
worst
one who
movies we've seen yet. So.
Like over and over. Right.
Empirically, like based on the numbers.
As much as Andrew didn't want to watch Meet the Robinsons,
It
me and
wasn't.
Jared came out net positive on it. So
And Coco's great.
Andrew-
Put Coco on the list. I still
that's
don't
good.
like Meet the Robinsons, but it's not as bad as Secret of Nim, and it's not as bad as Terminator.
Oh,
so,
Jesus.
oh,
Oh Jesus.
and for Jared, it's not as bad as Transformers. So.
Or
Well, that's
Sixth
also
Sense.
true.
Or Sixth Sense.
what did you rate Sixth Sense as again? 5 or
4.
He gave it a 4. He gave it a 4.
Okay.
Yeah, which is like that's pretty scathing.
That's pretty
for
low.
Jared.
That's pretty low.
I didn't like it.
I think I gave it a 6.
Yeah, which I
You
think
gave
is
Sixth
what
Sense
I
a
would
6?
Yeah, I had to do it.
up with
I couldn't
that?
resist.
What's up with Steven didn't even like watch the movie. He's like,
You just need to
Hey, the answer's right there. Easy test.
And I'm gonna rate this movie and Canto out of 10.
Sorry guys, I tried my best, but I and Kanto watch this movie. No, Jerry, I'm very proud of you for watching the movie.
We all
on your
had
own
the
and being
same
ready for this
expectations, didn't we?
Well,
No. I had a
think,
brief thought, but I'm like, you know what? Jerry's smart, and we told him to watch the movie, so he would have watched it.
I was
I
prepared
trust. I
to
trust him.
just get into the discussion, then wait somewhere in the middle. Jerry's like, wait, what are we talking about? I was waiting. At worst, it was going to be that.
I was actually waiting for doctor to call me, but he didn't call me, so I had to do it by myself.
Oh
How dare
my
you.
god,
Jared, see, he was waiting for you.
waiting.
I was waiting
He
for
was
you.
waiting.
I can't make long distance calls, Jerry. I'd have to contact you over
You can.
line.
You can do voice calls over line.
I guess that'll be my new way of waking up Jerry.
That's
Across the
technically
pond.
Let's see if Jerry's really good in the short term, right? Of like being here on time and remembering things. But give it like a month or so, and we'll be calling him to wake him up.
It
again.
is like 10 a.m. for you right now, isn't it, Jerry?
Yeah, it's like 10 a.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, for us viewers, this is like a Korean Thanksgiving. I came to our like a vacation house to honor the ancestors with my family. I'm still chatting with you.
Oh no.
I
Answer?
appreciate the dedication.
Oh wow.
I mean,
I
know.
By the way, I'm using like a mobile Wi-Fi, so there might be a lot of like a hiccup in my internet.
So far it's
so
been
good.
okay.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
Okay.
as long
Okay.
as it
Good
stays
sign.
like this, we'll be good.
Yeah. Good sign.
Good sign.
Does your family know what you're doing away from them?
Yeah. So
We're your family now, Jerry.
I strictly asked them not to bother me for 4 hours.
Whoa,
my God.
Jerry.
Oh my god.
Jerry, we love you so much.
Yeah, that's too much nice.
No, not really. It's more like my own pleasure.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad
Not
that
in a
we can bring you
weird way.
pleasure.
We gotta make sure we pleasure Jerry, guys.
Everyone, let's all come together
Put your
and pleasure
pleasures in
Jerry.
chat.
Getting weird. Don't say pleasure. I made a mistake.
Hey, you're the one who said pleasure. Oh.
You know,
So mean.
I was still
We don't talk about pleasure.
Oh my god. I was
Oh, Jeff.
actually still laughing
damn.
this week, imagining how it was when Jerry started screaming at us through the chat at the end of last stream.
me!
You're the fucking scaring me. That's the funniest thing that's ever happened, not on stream.
I know that's something that I'll remember forever because it cut through into my
cut through,
brain and I felt it.
It was such an honest thing
Yeah.
to yell. I was like, I
Oh
was like,
my
you know what? You're right.
It's something that like I was just sitting at work, like just like by myself, and I started
giggling.
thinking about that, and I started laughing, and I had to explain to someone like what was funny, and they were like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah. Laughing all the way you want while someone was scared genuinely. I was in that house. Okay.
Yep. Hey, you're not there right now. You're perfectly
It's not
safe.
Bruno
Yeah,
also
you're
works,
you're
actually,
you
Yeah,
are
I'm
safe
really-
where you are now.
because this is
Currently
technically true.
discussing not Bruno. That
mean,
yeah,
we-
that is
technically
that
true.
is
Not-
accurate. We
we're
will
not
be
talking about
discussing Bruno soon.
We will.
Yeah, a lot.
That's what the
A
title
lot.
of the stream is.
that is true. We do talk about Bruno. Jared, so have we sort of decided if we want this to go on like for the duration of the stream, or do we want to pad it
Well,
in any way?
I
Because I
didn't-
promise you we can fill it.
I didn't hear
I
much
don't think we're gonna
dissent.
do the whole.
I didn't hear much dissent about us just like playing loose with it when I first brought it up. So I think we can
How do
just
you mean?
talk about
Well,
it for however long we want.
As long as we want.
And then we have
It
plenty
could
of
be
ways
short,
to fill the
it could be
time,
Yeah.
depending on when we stop.
True.
I don't think we should try to fill 4 hours of.
No, we don't have
No,
to.
we'll see. But here's the thing: like, we never try to fill it.
Yeah.
So
No,
my
we never.
only I'm only asking if we need to intentionally like clamp our time. That's the only thing I was asking.
Sure.
Nah, we just do what we do. I say.
Okay, that works. That works for me.
Until it starts feeling like it's a problem, and then we'll address it then.
If I
Yeah,
ever
that's
start
all.
getting bored of the
Doesn't seem like a
discussion, I'll
problem.
keep moving us along.
Well, that's the key, right? We know the discussion's
your job.
over when we get through the synopsis.
Just start
so-
yelling bored.
Bored.
You guys are boring me.
Next.
You guys are
Bored.
boring me.
You guys are boring me.
I've got enough of this.
I really want that to be a sound. Like,
Oh.
but there's no recording of it anywhere. Is the
I
sound?
was crying in my room.
It was
so
really funny.
funny.
God, I love you.
Jerry, thank you. Thank you.
We're so
Jerry.
glad you're back.
Yes.
Thank you, Jerry, very much.
And here
Jerry,
for your
Jerry
first official movie book club where you've actually
Yes.
come and
Yeah.
seen the movie recently.
The induction of Jerry.
Mhm.
I'm looking forward to it because
Yes.
I have a lot of mixed feeling about this movie.
I
This
do
is
as
great.
well.
This is great. I look forward to this quite a
Yes.
bit.
We can get started because
If any, yeah,
Welcome to
like,
the
I think
family,
I think
Metrical.
Okay.
so
Jesus.
here's
All right.
here's
We're
my
gonna do a sing-along version of
here's
opening.
my
opening
TLDR. My TLDR is
Okay.
there are some things in this movie that I like.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Okay.
I don't think that this is a bad movie,
Uh-huh.
because there's some things in this movie that I like.
That I like.
Um,
Okay.
Very vague. I like it.
that's pretty much
That's
pretty
a great.
much it.
That's a great TLDR.
I'm not gonna
That's
say
similar
I
to
like
my-
this movie. It's just there's some things in this movie that I like. So we
That's
can get
alright.
into it.
I like this. I like this opening because it gives
Mhm.
us a lot to work with.
Sure.
Yep, and made me think.
My opening thoughts are I went in expecting to really like this movie.
Yeah.
I had high expectations.
Okay.
Not like high but I thought I was gonna like it.
Yep.
And I didn't.
Mm.
And I thought that the music would save it, and it didn't. So
Yeah.
There's
I don't
some
have
songs in this movie that I like. Some.
some, yeah, some. It's tough. So
Yeah.
this is one that I'll have a lot of nitpicky things like throughout, but and obviously like I'll hit probably every point of critique on this one. But I overall didn't like it.
I think another interesting wrinkle that we're probably going to delve into with our discussion is how this stacks up to classic Disney movies and how much
Oh,
of that opinion
absolutely.
is biased.
You can't really
Very
compare
good.
it. I would
Very
prefer,
good point.
or at least me personally, I compare it to current Disney, like a Frozen type.
Sure,
Okay.
but certainly
that's
I
good.
definitely got the
So,
sense
like,
when I
in
was
that
watching this
realm,
movie.
Is it good?
I definitely got the
Well,
sense
okay.
from watching this movie, and I got a similar sense with Frozen. I'm just like, this movie is trying to encapsulate what old school Disney movies do. Like it kind of
Agreed.
tried to follow
Agreed.
the similar formula, but with just new tech and presenting it differently.
Right.
So
That's what
that's
I
why I'm
see.
kind of just like, if I were a kid watching, like, this is the movie that I grew up with, Encanto or like Frozen or something like that. How would that experience compare to the movies that I watched as a kid? And are those movies that I watched as a kid, do I think they're better
Subjectively
because
better.
that's objectively true, or just because that's what I watched as a kid, so it's very like ingrained in my head?
That's fair.
So I don't know. I think that'd be an
But I
interesting
also,
thing to talk about.
To your point, Jared, I would like to hear if there's even an argument to this idea that those movies are trying to recreate the old school Disney way.
I personally don't think they are. I think
Mm.
Can you explain what it's doing different?
the way they're telling the story, because obviously like classic Disney was mostly just actual like either like Shakespeare plays that they turned with animals or nursery rhyme sort of like deals.
Okay.
So
okay.
And
Gotcha.
kind of the flow of the movie felt like it feels
The type of storytelling
Sure.
felt
I'm
different.
talking.
honestly, like the storytelling in this movie feels a little bit shallow
Yes.
to me.
Well, absolutely.
Which is unfortunate
Um,
because I liked the themes that
so-
they had in it.
I
Mhm.
think
Yeah,
I think in these modern Disney movies they put a lot more emphasis on the big like number, like the big
The set
singing
pieces, right?
numbers
Sure.
and the big set pieces, as
Mhm.
opposed to the overall
Agreed.
Yeah.
scene to scene of the
criticism.
movie.
So
They
when,
really don't like the story is such like it's such a secondary thing. It's
Yeah.
all about the music, which is
In
why
this
there's
one,
like,
for
all right,
sure.
let's just have Lin-Manuel Miranda do every music
the
song.
moment I
on
saw his
Disney
name pop
from
up in
now
the
on.
credits, I'm like,
I'm like,
I
of
get
course.
it. I get it now. Now some of this makes sense. So when I was saying like they're trying to capture classic Disney, I was thinking less about like the content and the stories and more of just like the character archetype musical number, like that sort of aesthetic. Because I think I remember when I first watched Frozen and they started off with like the opening song number of them like cutting the ice. I'm just like, oh, this feels like a
Very
Disney
old
movie that
school
I
Disney.
haven't seen in like a decade. Like it's like the feeling and not necessarily like the actual story or content itself. So maybe what I'm talking
I
about
see.
is a little more nebulous.
I gotcha.
That's kind of what I'm saying is like I got a similar feeling with Encanto of just like this feels like it's trying to be the kind of movie that I watched as a kid. That's the kind of sense that I got.
Well, I mean, they're obviously always going to be trying to make the movie that kids are going to enjoy and be their their growing up sort of movie. I don't think there's like that's always their goal, whether or not they're doing it.
Yeah,
is a
no, that's fair.
Go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead, Jerry. I want to hear Jerry's opening marks.
Okay, so in my opinion, it's like in the process of they are trying to change the whole kind of like a Disney movies theme. It's like it used to be more like a simpler. It's like there is a villain, there is a prince and princess, or some kind of like that definition of a prince and princess. Right. So it used to be simple to understand. Like there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. Right. Either prince or princess or that kind of type overcome the problem of this kind of like a bad guy, and they win and they be happy. And now they are like trying to change it in like a modern kind of like a feeling theme. So it's kind of in the process. So it's kind of like a point is shallow and blurry. It's kind of hard to understand.
I mean,
compared to the older days.
I kind of like that. Yeah. I do kind of like how they're trying to do like a non-traditional sort of story. I don't think this movie did it like well. But I kind of like that.
I take it back. There is a villain.
I guess
the grandma's She's the worst fucking character I've ever seen.
She actually made me upset several times.
I actually hated her the whole time. I'm like, fuck you! Like, just leave this family. Fuck this bitch.
I honestly think that's a sign of an effective character. I think that's what she was meant to come across as.
I guess
I did get upset at her.
When I'm like upset at her for the whole movie, and then it's just like flip the switch.
Her redemption was completely unearned. The entire
all is forgiven.
The entire
right after that, like
third act in this movie just did not work.
Super.
They fucking sped run that shit in like 10 minutes.
Oh, go ahead, Jerry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying it's bad or like it's kind of like depicted or something. It's in the process of. They are like trying to change.
They're experimenting.
So it's not well constructed.
They haven't figured it out.
I'm saying, they haven't figured out how to make it perfect.
Okay, yeah.
Like the old Disney movies. So it's kind of shallow and blurry. So it's like if there is no villain, they have to make a conflict. And they have to show it how it's solved. Well, there was like a little bit of conflict between the family.
There's just family conflict, but it's not like
solved it in very poor way. It's like okay, there is a conflict, but everybody like forgive themselves. This is the point. Not like forgive others or something like everybody just forgives themselves, and they are all happy. Even the town guys like a villager or something. Well, they were depend on them. They believed them, and because of the family, their whole livelihood was collapsed. And they didn't have any discussion between the family and villagers or something kind of like that. But the villagers just came to their house and they just support them without any discussion, without any villain. They blow it.
Literally like this movie.
What the hell?
Literally, this movie ends like 15 minutes after the second act's low point, and then they just speed run all of the third act resolution. There's literally a whole song. The whole last song is just let's wrap up all the plot points because the movie's ending. Like,
it's honestly, It's a 2 hour movie.
It's an hour 48.
I listened to the soundtrack before this.
Okay.
How many songs? Like it's crazy how fast like the quote unquote story moves. If you just listen to the big number songs, you're like, wow, nothing really happens in this movie.
A lot, and that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the songs just felt pointless and just like they were there. It's like there's a couple that I liked. I liked I forget the main character's name. Maribel. Yeah. I liked her like "I Want" song when like the family's taking the photo
or wishing for a miracle or whatever.
Yeah, something.
Or waiting
that
for a
one.
miracle.
Yeah, I liked that song.
Right? Second song.
Yeah,
her solo thing.
Yeah, her solo thing. I thought We Don't Talk About Bruno's fine. It's catchy. I
It's just Carlos.
didn't
Santana.
I think it's gonna be.
Luisa's
I think it's
Strong
gonna
Woman
be.
song.
I fucking hated that song.
Mad.
That song
I was mad.
fucking sucks, man.
I'll tell you this. I hated the song when I watched the movie. When I
Yes.
listened to it again, I'm like, all right, it's kind of catchy, but I'm still not a fan of the poppiness. You know,
Dude,
like,
when has a Disney
That's all.
song ever sounded
But
like
it
a
is-
TikTok song? Like,
This is
it's
the
what
problem.
very
is
much
that?
a TikTok song.
why
I'm
are
like,
they?
this
Why
isn't
is she
a
doing like
Disney movie.
diva moves and going whoa? Like, what?
Okay, yeah.
What?
I have some very strong opinions about how
what was her name? Was Luisa? Is that-
Louisa, correct.
Luisa. Yeah, the
Yeah.
strong one.
Yeah.
The strong one.
Big
Come on.
buff, the big buff, hot one.
Yeah, I
no,
want to hear that strong opinion.
My
What is
strong
your
opinion
I
that-
like. I think it's surface pressure. I think that's what it's called. I
yeah,
like
think so.
the idea of it, like the concept of this. Okay,
Sure.
here's another thing. This movie suffers from a similar problem to Meet the Robinsons.
Correct.
Too many fucking
got it.
characters.
Yes.
Nobody's
you got
getting
it.
developed
They even have a
properly
song
enough.
to introduce them all to you.
I know. I didn't like
yeah,
that song
that's why
either.
they're like, I can't keep them all in my head.
Yeah, too many fucking characters to the point where like they don't get properly developed. So I liked the idea that of Louise,
Oh, absolutely.
but her struggle gets introduced and resolves out of nowhere, just like in
And
a
it's joke the
single
whole
song.
time. It's a joke
Yes.
the entire time.
The moment her song's
never
done, she
serious.
is like out of the story almost.
No, now it's just funny to see the strong girl crying. Like
Yeah.
it's literally just dodgeball.
Like
Hilarious.
so,
She
it would have
can't
been.
move this
I
piano.
think the core of what that song was supposed to be about and what her character is about is interesting, and
exactly.
it could totally be developed throughout the movie, but then it just doesn't. And I think that's why I have such a strong hatred for that song, because that's all
Yes.
like
It's so contradicting.
they just
of the
use
actual
that
movie.
song to do all of the development. And one, I just hate it as a Disney song, and two, like
bad.
It's not a
it's
Disney
that
song.
it. That's it. Well, it's in a.
It's-
That's what I mean. Is like it's in
Well,
a Disney
oh,
movie,
yeah.
and it's not a Disney song. No,
It felt really out of place.
really out of
and
place,
it was-
especially
it
with
was
the
kind of
animation and
uncomfortable at
everything.
first.
I,
But if you think about it as a separate song, you'd know that people like it.
Oh,
like
of
that's
course.
like a song.
I know.
That's the issue with the music. Clearly, the music was developed not for the movie. It was developed to be an album that you sell across the world, like Frozen.
Exactly.
Like that's the new thing now, is you're selling the music, because when you can tell right away, like obviously we're having problems that the song itself isn't matching what's happening in the story, and it's not honoring the story.
yeah.
This is the problem. Like at least in if we do compare it to older Disney musicals and
Yep.
even other Disney musicals that exist currently, at least those songs match the context of
Yes.
what's happening or reinforce the theme. It's not that you can
This
take
isn't
it out of the
this isn't the
movie.
souvenir. I just want to put it somewhere because we say family a lot.
Oh, you know what? I mean, that was
Nothing
flashing
stronger
across
than
my head
family.
the whole movie.
Yeah,
Except for Grandma, she sucks.
she
I-
fucking
she's
sucks.
just a weak ass-
throw
she's a
'em right
weak
here.
ass
That's
bitch.
awesome.
But Jared, you kind of started to bring this up, but
Yeah.
like my end of that is this thing, like Meet the Robinsons, struggled to focus a theme. It started off starting to enforce one theme, and it transitioned hard at the end,
Oh my God,
which meant
yeah.
it wasn't able to stick its landing.
Mhm,
It didn't know what the theme was.
That's what I'm saying, it's
it
like-
resolved one theme and then started another.
There are things about this movie that I like. There are things in this movie that I like.
Sure.
This movie isn't about something it's not about one thing. It doesn't have a
No,
focus.
unfortunately.
So I like the different things. I liked a couple of different things that it touched on. But
this is why theme is
because the
important.
movie wasn't about those specific things,
Mhm,
I didn't
mhm.
I can't say I liked the movie. I just liked parts of the
because
movie.
what it does is it makes it hard for you to understand what the message is. This is why theme is so important. Like it is the unifying factor that you can always draw meaning from, no matter where you are in the movie. What's happening with the character, with resolution, with conflict, it always comes back to a theme. So when the theme is shifting, you actually get confused about what the message is intended to be. And I think when we talk about Disney removing the idea of like the typical tropic villain, right?
Yeah.
Like that is something that I think they're intentionally doing. I think I even listened to a discussion one time about how we're trying to get rid of this idea of like black and white good and evil, which is
Yeah.
really interesting, right?
Sure.
But the reason that worked in the old days was you knew when things were resolved because you knew what the conflict was. Like it was very clear, like you had a symbol of what the conflict was. So when you remove this idea of like it is good trying to defeat evil, now we have something much more ambiguous, but like family. And family has a lot of different aspects to it, and you just saying like family good, family bad is not a simple thing to do. And if family is the theme, you have to make that the theme, but you can't because it's not that simple, right? It is aspects of family. One that this movie brings up is expectations and tradition. And there are good examples of movies in the past that understand how to treat this with care. This movie did not understand that.
Kidding.
I mean, they have their theme. But the interesting thing, though, is if you honor the theme, you can do whatever the hell you want, but you have to honor the theme.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, 1 minute pass. So about the theme, it's like if we compare it to the like all the Disney's movie, like the whole world, the song has to be theirs. The song has to be there. The whole world is like how
or a whole new world.
Like make the whole new world, right?
Yep.
It's the whole new world.
The magic carpet song.
Yeah, magic carpet song. Yeah, it's like about the Aladdin and the princess. It's like how they became like each other, like love each other. If the song was not there, we don't know how they construct their relationship. So song had to be there.
Yeah,
it was necessary.
If I can,
it was like a critical part. Just like say.
If I can just dig into my little knowledge of like Disney Renaissance history or whatever. When they first started doing these sorts of musical movies, I think it's the Renaissance is they pin it at starting with Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid was the first like Disney Renaissance movie, and the main guy who was spearheading like this essentially movement or these sorts of movies, he had a philosophy when it came to musicals in terms of like if something can't be conveyed with words. I forget what the order is. If something can't be conveyed with words, then you sing it. And if it can't be conveyed with singing, then you dance or something. I might have flipped those last two, but like, that's the idea of like, that's the main motivation for each song that exists in a Disney movie. It's when the emotion reaches some sort of climax that can only be expressed optimally through song. So all of these songs have a purpose for being there, which is why I kind of got a bad impression with the very first song in Encanto, where it's just like, let me talk about my family, and here's all these people, Madrigal. And I'm just like, oh, come on. But that's also why I really liked the second song, because I could feel that emotion. I thought that was a really powerful little moment that they set up. And then it makes sense that she's like singing this stuff. And the reason that he had that philosophy is just like, one, it's effective storytelling, and two, it really blurs the line between like sometimes when you're watching a musical, you're just like, oh, okay, here's the musical number now. Like, you're confused that they just start singing. Yeah. Whereas like that feels totally natural in your head when they properly like build up the emotion and then they just start singing. You're not even like thinking.
Of the score. It's part of the movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't come out of nowhere.
Exactly.
Right.
But unfortunately, a lot of the songs in this movie were like that of just like, now it's the singing part.
Just to have a song, they just put the song there.
Absolutely.
To have a song.
And in some ways, it actually weakened it. Like, I think with Louisa, especially, like, it weakened her story to just glide over it with this song.
Yes.
Because again, it made me think that she was just a joke, and because that's it was when it started to introduce more theme. It attached joke to theme, and suddenly I couldn't take the movie seriously.
Yeah. And I think we don't talk about Bruno I think that was a fine transition. I can see this being like another generation's Hakuna Matata, where like it's not the deepest song in the world, but it's definitely like the catchiest.
It's the catchy type song that people are gonna remember. And kids are gonna be singing along to. I literally
before I had seen this movie,
another Let It Go.
Yeah, literally before I had seen this movie, I had heard that song before. And on the kayak trip, just as I was just randomly eating dinner and my goddaughter was already done, she was just standing next to me, just like singing it to me. And I'm just like,
it's weird.
It's weird. I know. That's why I'm saying, like,
and the picture in my head is really
it's
awkward.
exactly what you think it is. I'm just eating like skinned potatoes, and she's just and I'm like a countertop.
You're looking just straight forward. Yes. She's dancing next to you, just staring right at you.
What you're picturing is accurate. I'm just on a countertop, and she just has her arm on the countertop. She barely reaches over, and she's just singing it.
Oh my
Well,
god.
That's
The funny thing is
Christ.
when I picture his goddaughter now, I just picture Jared with like a great ass. So I see Jared like leaned over to himself, like, and there's like the bored Jared trying to just eat, and then there's like the excited Jared trying to sing.
Oh.
this song.
Jackal actually makes a good point. R.I.P. anyone named Bruno, man. They are not
Yeah.
gonna not hear a joke about this for years,
That's
maybe
so
a generation.
You know,
in the
something
same way
found
that Star
odd-
Wars ruined every single person named Luke.
something that I found odd with the whole Bruno thing. He never got his song.
No.
Like they had a song about him that
Yeah.
everyone else was
But
singing.
he didn't.
But
have it.
he didn't have like he sang once at like in one of the very end
Yeah.
songs. And it was like 2 seconds. Like he
doesn't-
did. I felt like because honestly because we were talking about like the fact that this doesn't have a villain. Some of my favorite Disney songs are the villain songs.
Oh,
They
yes.
didn't really have that style of like song in this. I felt like Bruno's thing could have been that, like with all the rats and shit.
Yeah.
All the rats.
All the
All that
rates.
was-
Yeah.
I feel like
Oh,
that
it
would have been.
totally
I feel like
could've-
that would have been
especially
really cool.
his like manic character would have been
Yeah,
really
like-
interesting.
They
Uh-huh.
they set that up to like that.
Oh,
I mean,
I
obviously,
loved the
you
shot
probably
that you
would've butchered
first
the
saw
style
him.
of the song. But,
That first
Oh,
shot where
yeah.
you see him with like
With
the
the green
lightning
eyes.
strike.
Oh,
And then he
very
just
good.
disappears. Woo.
yeah, it's cool.
A little
It's just-
cliche,
it's
but
just-
good shit.
It's,
But
it's
that
also
was
just
like the
shame.
first.
Jared, go.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that was like the first thing that it struck me, like, oh, now it's getting interesting.
Uh-huh.
Something is happening. Like Bruno,
Yeah,
like
Bruno.
appeared, and it's like he ran away. Like something is going to happen.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, nothing happened, but something was going to happen.
Yeah.
In my head, like, yeah, it's gonna happen. Finally, it's getting back to track.
Mhm.
Like, and there were none.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
So what were you gonna say?
I would have liked, but you know.
yeah.
Yeah. And I kind of want to talk about the characters. Like this
yeah.
whole movie was like built on foundation about like how the grandmother was like pushing their family, and the family like got burden in their mind,
Mhm.
and they were gradually losing their power because the burden was too heavy.
Mhm.
It was like a main focus on the movie, right? But
Right.
the thing is, there were only
Into
two people that expressed their burden.
Mr.
They were like
Mr. Shapeshifter guy seemed to have been doing just fine.
Yeah,
more
he
than
had no
I
issues.
really remember
is-
that got like a gift.
What were his expectations?
Well, yeah, but Isabella doesn't even like start complaining until you actually get to her song. How like
Yep.
we didn't see any sort of
Same-
like
same with Louisa.
drama.
Exactly.
I mean, same with her, but at least like with her, they're like, oh, her eye was twitching. Maybe there's something. I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Not that-
Okay,
Like they at least alluded to something. Like was up with her. With
But
Isabella, it was
was
just
the
like,
day of
get out of my room! You ruined my proposal. Okay, now I don't like being perfect. It's too hard on me, and it's just like
because
But
well,
I didn't see you being
all of a
upset with it.
sudden-
You see,
Again, though,
I
like,
get it. You are putting on like a facade and everything, but it's just
Uh-huh.
like
The
I wanted to
concept-
see a little bit more.
the concept of her
context.
song, same with Louise. I liked it. I
Good,
thought it was an
good
interesting
concept.
bit of character.
Right, yeah.
And then,
I like the
That's it.
duetness, like her and her sister.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah.
that was cool.
yeah,
it's just
Yeah, they
but
didn't
then it's
build
done.
it properly.
over.
But
They
that's-
didn't build
yeah.
the conflict
No, they
properly.
didn't. You're
It's
right,
like
yeah.
out of nowhere, just conflict came up.
How the
Yeah.
hell these
Yeah.
like these girls, like catty girls, their entire lives.
These
have never been
sisters have
close.
hated each other.
one
forever.
conversation,
And then,
one
we're all
conversation?
hugs and best friends. All it
Give
takes is
me
her to
a-
grow
Bring
a
it in, bring
cactus,
it
and then
in.
we're all good.
Bring it in,
Bring
bring
it in, bring it in.
Oh.
Bring it in, bring it
Oh
in.
man, I hate it.
Yeah, I'm with Jared. I really liked the theme that it was that it started to develop. I just didn't. It was never supported, and
No.
because of that, it's a big shame. Because I think that's one of those themes that kids do need is this idea of like expectations and stuff. It's a shame.
I think
And I like, you know me, I'm always perfect, and it's always really hard on me. So I've really felt that when I was
Yeah, like that.
first
I
time,
think-
really
so, like, yeah,
resonated
that
with me.
I think
feels like
the-
my life.
the core concepts of like familial, like the strong bond of a family, and having that strong bond be a pressure to cause like some sort of trauma to the members of it, I think is
Right.
super interesting and unique.
Yeah.
But I would say that like maybe 20% of the movie is about that,
Yeah,
or
that's the
explores that.
Mhm.
So
And 60% about the movie is Let It Go.
Well,
No. I mean the movie, the song.
You're
song,
right.
song.
Yeah,
You're
just
right,
all the
Jared.
music is just.
It's more about just getting to the songs.
It's like Cats. It's like all we're trying to do is just get to the next song.
Except in
there's just
Cats,
like-
the songs were good.
Wow.
At least we have magical Mr. Mistopheles. I mean, what do we get out of this one?
The magical.
Exactly.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Bells.
Bring it in. All right, are we?
Yeah, so-
sorry, Jerry.
What's up?
Are we ready to get into synopsis land? Like, you want to start walking us through it, Jared? Or
I'm good with that,
I
but
wanna hear
Jerry, what sort
Jerry's
of thoughts you
last
got?
thing is.
Oh yeah. Just one more thing about theme is like at the end of the movie, not more like end of the movie. The grandma and the main character was like holding their hands, like I was doing wrong. I
Yep.
pushed our family too much. Look, what I would appreciate if there was some kind of like this scene in the movie was like at the start or like I don't know 10-minute or 20-minute pass.
Sure.
If the grandma said something very like pushy, and one of the family member or two of the family member was like express that they are getting pushed, this kind of like a burden in their facial expression, so we could see that there's a problem in their relationship, like they are getting pushed, so maybe there is something like in between them, but they didn't show it.
Yeah, they don't.
So
They
the
don't.
conflict was like all
sang
of
about
a
it.
sudden. Yeah.
yeah, the movie
it-
just insists things.
Yeah, I was not warned that this is going to happen.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so Gerard,
that's the problem.
Yeah, so we can start at the top.
Let's start at the top,
We
right
have
at the beginning.
some not exposition, but some
Hey,
pretty
but I'm
heavy-handed
always-
exposition.
Oh
It
no, abuelo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
abuelo.
So like we're gonna get really quickly. I'm gonna be really picky about the story, like
Yes,
a lot.
please.
And we're gonna get there.
One of my biggest gripes that I'll just throw away
the
here.
most important character in the movie.
One of the main gripes that I have at this that I'll just throw out, and if it sparks a
let's go.
debate, whatever. So grandma's talking about the history of their family to fuck, what's her name again? Maribel?
Mirabelle.
Okay.
I know,
Jeez, did you
that-
even watch the movie?
Well,
They sang a
I'm
whole
bad with
song about
names
all the characters'
already.
names, Jared. At
Yeah.
the
I was
beginning.
calling her like Maribel in my mind, so that's like the same thing.
No, it's
So grandma's explaining the history of their family and then where they are now, how this power came to be, and all of that stuff. Right? Cool. They treat it in the third act like that's some sort of big revelation when like she actually sees what happened to her family and her grandma and grandpa, but
right.
she knows this because the grandma explained it.
I don't think it's supposed to be a
It
revelation.
kind of felt like it was supposed
I
to
think
be.
it's supposed to just be like here. It's more for our benefit. It's not for her benefit, really.
Whatever.
And it's more of like this is like how you understand the grandma's emotions.
Mhm.
I don't think it was like a big reveal or anything.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
it was, it was them waiting till the end to try and get you to understand her.
Sure.
So it was
Right,
definitely
that
I
was
think-
it was a way to try to make you sympathize with the grandma more.
but it's
But
just
it wasn't
it's-
new information.
it's really hard for it to come across that way because she only ever seems like there's no reason for her to just be so mean. And then when it finally like reveals like, oh, she's mean because she's trying to protect the magic, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
well,
But she
why-
loves the magic more than her fucking grandkids. Oh no, you can't use magic. Fuck you, I guess.
yeah,
No,
well, see,
that
this
seems
is,
to be her personality, which just it got me hot, man.
like-
but this
This
is
whole movie's about family,
Oh.
but it's like the most dysfunctional family I've ever seen.
maybe
well,
for
and,
you,
the
being
pro-
a
the
family
problem-
member should be more of a hobby.
there's no actual threat in this movie, right? Like even at its worst, like the thing that they're all so scared of is like the house breaks.
Yeah.
But they all or that they lose their superpowers. But like there's an entire happy village of people living comfortably.
No,
down the
you have
street.
to understand, Andrew. They are the magical overlords of this village. If
Oh,
they
yeah,
lose their
I-
power, they lose their power.
Yeah.
So
Dude, I
they
really-
can't reign supreme over these poor
Exactly.
like peasants anymore.
That sort of
they
thing was
keep-
making me laugh quite a bit actually.
they keep saying they are like they are here to support the other villagers,
How?
to
How?
help the villagers, but
How?
it's
They
more
decide when it rains,
they are
Andrew.
living in
They
the, like,
control the
biggest
food.
house
Yes.
with the magic.
Yeah.
Also,
and like it was like all the villagers like
they're
respect
evil.
them and
How
like
do you
help
the magicals
them.
be evil?
the only like helpful madrigals are Louisa and Mirabelle's mom.
Yep.
Those are the only ones who actually do
Yeah,
anything
exactly,
for the
yeah.
villagers. Like
what is
Louisa
the
is
clone
always
guy?
like carrying shit.
Yeah.
What's the guy doing?
What
Yeah,
are you fucking shit
that guy,
to
that
do?
guy does nothing. The girl who can hear things and then just doesn't tell anybody that she's heard Bruno the whole
The
fucking
whole
time.
time.
Don't even get me started about that.
Yes,
but fuck
she-
her, she's the worst character.
You know what? My
is
my
the worst.
opinion, she did not get powers. She got fucking cursed for the rest of her life.
I would hate that. That
Dude,
is the worst.
Oh my
if
god!
you could
yeah,
hear
think
fucking
about it.
everything, kids have been conceived in that house, presumably. And
She's
she
hearing-
heard
she's
every
hearing
little
all of it.
squelch,
She hears all
She's
of
hearing
it.
all of
Oh
it.
yeah.
every
Yeah, she's
little
like an
muscle
idiot.
contraction she
Brain
heard. And she didn't have a choice. It's not like selective hearing. She hears everything.
Yeah.
Fuck, that sucks, man.
And she does, and you're right, because she makes it clear, like, I heard this and this, and it's clearly things she didn't want to hear, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So she makes it an outright fact that she hears literally everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she could hear this chorus a mile away, so you know.
Oh
that's
my
pretty
goodness.
far.
I love how
And if
much
you
of
think
the
about
song
it,
you remember.
imagine. You know,
Well, I
imagine,
did listen to the soundtrack.
Oh, right.
in this movie, all villagers are good. They are like good people trying to help,
Yeah,
The
right?
villagers are
But
fine.
imagine one of the villager was like a kind of like a evil, twisted things that like they
Who hated the
I hated
yeah.
them because they were magical, and he was trying to destroy the candle or something. to
Exactly.
bring
I
them-
want their power.
He
I
doesn't
wanna
like
pick
the power
candle and I will
dynamic
get
that
the
they've
power of my-
established.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though the
Yeah.
Madrigals have been
Exactly.
nothing but like benevolent rulers, I can see somebody being upset about their position, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Instead
absolutely.
of just being like, yeah, I don't care what you guys do, it doesn't matter.
Because it's not that they are like they're not Spider-Man. They're not out there like just doing things purely out of the sake of selflessness, like
Yeah.
to save people.
Yeah.
They live in, like Jerry said, the nicest house. And the villagers actually do quite a bit to
magic
sustain
house.
them. Like they're not raising their own food. The villagers are giving them like all their food and shit.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it makes it seem like they're bringing them gifts. And then
on
in
top of this
return,
hill, they're on top of this hill above everyone else as well. Like
in
they're
return,
elevated.
Louisa doesn't like crush their children.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's good. That's good.
I
trade.
prefer the story that Mastiff is pitching right now.
oh, let's see it.
The ear hears any hint of rebellion, then Abuela sends the muscle.
Dude, honestly. Yeah, and then you've got like the weather girl, like
brother.
She controls the
function
crops.
there as well.
Honestly,
Does she? I thought it was just over
Well-
her head. I didn't think
No,
it was.
like
honestly, her
there,
power
she could
could have
control like
been-
massive weather.
yeah, like that.
Oh, it
That's,
was?
that,
Okay.
that was her thing.
Mm.
But they never made it seem like her power was actually being used for that.
No, it was always
a
just put a
joke.
cloud over her head.
It was yeah,
That
it
was
was
it.
just a joke. She's like, she's upset, so we're gonna make it rain on her. Like,
Yep.
but like,
She's supposed
Shouldn't
to
she
have an
be
impact on the whole
actually-
weather. Like that's what the song
All
said.
of
The
the weather,
Madrigal. Like, come on.
that like
Yeah,
that, like that make her do more.
Yeah, it's just
Okay,
if the movie wants to insist this story of like the why the magic is important, because that's really like it's setting it up that like why is that a problem? Because the whole time I'm thinking like you guys just sound selfish. You maybe you're the evil ones, but they're trying to actually insist that the magic is an important thing to keep everyone together. But you can't do that when everyone's just a goofy joke. It just looks like you look privileged. You look like the evil characters here.
Yeah,
Well,
especially the shapeshifter. What is the point of that
Yeah, he has
shapeshifter?
You
no-
have to.
Yeah, it
You
does
have
nothing.
If
to
we
bet.
take out the shapeshifter, the movie is just fine.
Considering the powers and the age of that boy, you
Yep.
have to know that he
Oh.
does some fucked up stuff with
Dude.
his power, man.
Jared, this is a Disney movie. You get your mind out of the gutter.
No.
Hey, if I had that power, if I had that power now, I would be abusing it. Are you kidding me?
How do you
Oh,
not
yeah.
feel weird just like shape-shifting into your sister or your aunt?
That I thought was super weird.
He,
And,
like,
like,
scene where he shapeshifted into that the big hunk guy and then started making kissy faces at
that
his
was
cousin.
super
Yep.
weird.
I was
Yep.
like, why are you doing this?
Weird.
Also,
Maybe that's
this
his
is a
trauma.
this is very unrelated, but it's kind of related. There's like an incest joke when they're talking about Bruno in the telenovelas. They're like
Yes.
his aunt, yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
why
there
are you
is.
talking
An
about
incest
the aunt,
joke.
like being in love with his
Yeah.
her like.
But she doesn't know
nephew or
because of
something,
the
but she doesn't
amnesia.
know because she amnesia. Like, why are you talking about this? in a
Steven,
kids movie.
Steven, you don't understand because in that culture, this is normal. So shut up.
Okay. I guess I just don't know
You
enough. about the
racist?
yeah. Don't you understand Colombian culture?
Before
culture. You would have shapeshifted your cousin. And then we
Love
could
the
finally
culture,
get
man.
we could finally get a rating. At
Fuck
long
off.
last.
Finally, a number.
Finally, we get a number.
Oh man.
Okay, so okay, I'm just gonna point out we're right at the beginning of the movie. So
Yes,
Master
we get all
we
this.
go up.
We get
You have
all
not
this
missed anything.
exposition stuff.
Welcome to the family.
You're not
Magic
missing
Girl.
That's what I'm saying. We get
Oh.
all this exposition stuff about like the history of the family and the miracle and things like that. And then it immediately transitions into more exposition about the family madrigal. And it just
Yeah,
keeps going.
yeah.
I was like, God damn it. We're like almost 10 minutes into this movie, I feel like. Maybe not,
And
but
we
it
are
feels
still
like
just
it.
introducing the idea of the movie.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't really like that starting song. One, because it was just
What-
like it came out of nowhere, and the
It's out
purpose
of
of it
nowhere.
was just like
To introduce your characters.
like it.
Because well, it's because there's so many characters, they have to introduce them in
Right.
a song. Otherwise, you're not going to know what's happening.
And it's funny because the movie knows that it's obnoxious, so it makes fun of
And
itself.
even the thing that
It's
prompts the
self-aware.
song are these three kids in the village is like, who is the madrigals? What's that? I have lived here for like 5 years.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, does this happen every morning? Like,
Yeah,
every morning, these same three kids show up.
Duh.
It's sort of the M. Night Shyamalan effect of these characters only existed in that scene. Outside of it, they didn't exist, so they had to ask it here when
Isn't
we were.
it funny that kid was drinking coffee?
Oh,
though? That was pretty
hilarious.
funny.
So funny.
my god. That's when the movie started to feel like, oh shit, this is Meet the Robinsons. I was actually worried. I was really worried.
Like a better animation budget. Meet the
Exactly. I thought like, okay, like a fully like animated Meet the Robinsons, not a half animated Meet the Robinsons.
Robinsons, where they like gave up on some scenes.
Like, that's fine. That'll do. Shouldn't we put like a background in there? Like no one will notice.
Nah,
it's Meet the
no,
because
fucking
that's-
Robinsons.
Just- that's
Make
another-
it blue.
That's
Like,
another
blue is
portion of the movie that I liked.
Song
It all looks
disposition.
nice. It was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
It was a fun color show.
It was a good-looking movie.
Yes. So
Look
that's,
at- look
that's
at-
another
listen to
little
Jack
like
defending
put it
it.
on the
It
shelf.
was.
I liked that thing too.
For sure.
Normal to give their kids coffee in Colombia.
Fine, but I don't think it's normal for like. Then if it's normal, then it would actually be racist to point out that your kids are all bugged out on coffee. Like no, they normally drink coffee. So if anything, Disney doesn't understand culture.
So we get through the whole Madrigal song, which was
Correct.
entirely.
grandkid round up.
Oh man.
And then she starts setting some stuff up in the house. I liked another little shelf thing that I liked. I thought they used the personified house creatively. I thought it was a neat idea how it's kind of just
Cute.
doing
Yeah,
things.
it had personality.
You know?
Like it was like it was kind of like a carpet sort of
Yes.
thing, like in an Aladdin, where it's just like it
Mhm.
doesn't really do anything story wise, but it's just kind of there, and it's like
And they're
another
somehow
thing
they're
for
somehow
them to
able to
animate,
give a house
character.
a personality without even giving it a
Yeah.
face or a voice. That's neat. That's
Yeah,
talent. I
like
think.
that.
I thought that was fine.
Yeah. So that was neat. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Before we get too far,
Yes.
like my first story gripe that
Uh-oh.
just like it bugs me, and I don't know if this bugs y'all, but
It might.
doesn't it seem like a bit overkill that like this entire village is being wiped out, right? When this all goes down,
Yeah.
like everyone's being killed, but one guy out of all the other dudes who are probably did the same thing or were just like killed in their house, like where they stood, one guy turns around to like stop these like conquistadors or whoever.
Yeah, yeah.
And because of his sacrifice, like not all of the people who were there, just the wife gets a magic house, and all of her kids from forever history will all have superpowers. Not to protect themselves from like an imminent like threat around them. No. The threat was dealt with.
Yeah.
Like when the candle like did the magic, it killed all the threat.
Technically, it does protect them from the threat with the mountains, like future
Yeah,
threats.
no, but here's the thing.
but not everyone
like,
gets
it blew
superpowers.
up. It blew up all the like enemies. Like
Yeah.
it killed everyone. So
Well, there's only 4 enemies, so
I
it's really
think,
not.
I think
so,
the
like, threat
idea-
was gone.
I think the idea that they were trying to do was like the candle and the house and all of that stuff is some sort of spirit of the grandfather for
the
his
grandfather.
sacrifice. So that's
I'm
why it
okay-
only
I'm
pertains
okay.
to like the family. They don't make
I'm
that
okay with
explicitly
the-
clear,
the-
but sometimes when like the
yeah.
house is cracking, it focuses in on that grandfather's picture and it's falling down when the family's falling apart and shit.
They
That
can
would've-
show his
that's
they
my
can show
idea.
his picture all they want, but it doesn't make the grandpa
doesn't make it
important at all.
No.
Honestly, if they had explained it
should've-
like
they should
he
have.
he had been magical all
Yes.
along, and he like his sacrifice,
himself
he
into a house.
turned himself into a house, and he is the house.
Funniest
That
shit
would've
I've
been
ever
good.
seen.
I would have really liked that actually, because it would have given more relevance to like the character of the house.
Exactly.
Like,
Otherwise,
it's,
there's no reason for the house to be a personified, like a anthropomorphized thing, or for the grandfather to even be mentioned.
Another
It could have just
another
been
thing.
like, grandma was running away, and then a house.
and the candle protected her.
And-
It's the same thing would have happened. Yeah, the outcome
Yeah.
would have been the same.
Another funny thing that since we're sort of on this topic or this like scene, this exact
Yes.
scene near the end when they're like showing
Uh-huh.
how everything's done,
Yeah.
the music that accompanies it, I'm sure was meant to be like emotional moment. That's why it's like slow and somber, but
a good song,
but combined with
but not good scene.
combined with the visuals of like the grandma and grandpa like looking out slowly out the window, seeing their place getting torched, and then it slow
Yeah.
fades to them like walking out of the village. I'm like, y'all don't seem very urgent or in a hurry.
No, they're like
at all.
they're like
this
they're
is
more
like this is like the
inquisitive.
this is like the chillest
I guess you gotta
evacuation I've
leave.
ever seen until some horses
Well, that's why
catch
there's
up
only,
with
like,
them.
5 of them.
Until the
It's like,
horses catch up with them, they're just like, oh,
Oh,
fuck. And then they actually start running.
But they made it a good like 3 miles from the town before it was a problem. The guys on the horses are like, should we go after them? Like, nah, they're walking, bitch. We'll get them later.
I just thought that was funny, and it absolutely took me out of that whole
that is-
scene.
Now that I think about it, it was funny.
Yeah, but I'm still just mad that like the way that it shows it, it's like, why did they get a house? What about all the other people that died?
People didn't sacrifice anybody.
Well,
Or
we
whatever.
don't. You can assume that they all did. Like,
All right. Well, before they didn't turn around and try to stop the guys in the middle of a magic river or whatever the fuck. So
he's the only guy in that entire village that tried to fight back against those dudes.
and
They,
maybe all the other
didn't have
dudes were already
tree
dead.
flat. That's the problem.
They
What
just
was
got
that, Jared?
blasted. You only get houses when
they
you
didn't
live
have
for a
3
little bit
kids.
longer.
They didn't have 3 kids.
Only
Yeah, that's the
3
thing.
kids.
They should
Also,
have 3. They should have 3 kids.
What
Yeah, you
what
gotta have
was what do you think his
How'd the
plan
redhead
was?
come along?
Oh, good question. Like,
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
that's quite the genetic variety in what should be siblings. and they're all the same age. Were they all like twins? Like, those were all, like, the same
Supposedly.
age
No,
babies.
they were triplets.
I guess
the first generation.
I
was
guess
triplets.
Bruno and Mirabelle's mom kind of look similar-ish, but
As much as
the-
any two Colombian people would
or
look
whatever
like.
the fuck, Stormy Aunt, she doesn't look anything like anyone in her family.
Not a little,
Nope.
not even a little bit.
She
That
looks
hair
like a
ain't
white woman.
She looks Irish.
She's
Like,
very Irish.
like,
Even when
why-
she talks, she's
why?
got, like kind of like a white voice.
Yeah, like I didn't understand that.
I mean, with
Isn't that weird?
all the variety, I was like bummed out that there was none look like me. Because if
Jerry.
you no, I was just kidding.
No, but I think you.
Jerry's
bring up,
just like,
every-
oh, they got a
every-
black
Yeah.
guy in there, but not me.
I like the idea that there's like this interesting sort of math, right? Like the more inclusive something is, the more exclusive it becomes, because you have to include hey, we included all of these people because we're really
If you went
inclusive,
through
but
so much
then-
effort to
no,
include
Jerry.
all these people, what does that say about this one person?
Yeah, like the fact that all of that work and there's no Jerry looking person in there seems pretty mean to Jerry to me.
yeah. Fucking lazy.
There was a
Bunch of
particular
laces.
kid. There was a particular kid in a random scene. I forget when it happened, but he was a super Aryan looking motherfucker, just
Really?
blonde hair, blue eye. It was just
That's
a white
weird.
kid. I'm like, what
come
the,
from?
where did you come from? Because this is in Colombia. Like,
There's no way blonde hair, blue eyes is in Colombia unless
why are you here? Yeah, like it was just some,
Conquistador,
just some
kinda
like
kid.
blonde fucker with like a bowl cut looking thing. It was like, what the hell is wrong?
Mastiff brings up a
everywhere.
good point. Mastiff brings up a good point. All movies need more Jerry.
Oh,
That's
agreed.
true.
No Jerry, no movie.
Listen,
I'm
Jerry,
saying.
there's plenty of Asian characters in Raya the Last Dragon, so you go watch that one.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
No, I just
They're not
I don't want
Korean,
to watch the
but,
movie
yeah.
because there is an Asian. If I want to watch the movie Asian, I can always watch the Korean movie. There are like a bunch of Asians there.
It's
Full
true.
bunch.
So let's see. We get through the Madrigal song. We go through the whole family
We're
thing.
still there.
Marnie Bell
we
doesn't
are.
have a power. Cool.
no.
But it doesn't really seem okay. She
Doesn't seem like an
yes.
issue at first.
Yeah,
No.
like it only
not.
seems like they hate her, but she's not doing anything to be hated for. Normally,
No,
in
she
this-
accidentally
being-
knocks over a candle, and the grandma just flips her tit. And
It's
just,
a candle that she made.
Yeah!
She made these decorations. She's like,
it
yeah, I
didn't
made these as
exist
a
until
surprise.
she made it.
And then she's like, oh, I actually burned
she's
this one. And the
trying
grandma's
her
like,
goddamn best.
Don't you dare mess up this day, you stupid little bitch, idiot.
Wow,
Grandma.
I thought she was gonna call her a cunt. I was ready for it.
I did too. I was like, God
was ready.
damn. What is wrong with you?
But
Grandma,
it's
the
one of
mouth
those
on
things
you.
where, like, I know some people say, like, oh, the movie's doing a good job because you hate that character. I'm like, no, like, I should hate, you should dislike characters to the effect that you sympathize with other characters. So the
I
fact that
thought
I
I did.
only hate Grandma,
Ah.
but I don't sympathize with Mirabelle, just
I
means
was
that I
sympathizing
hate
with her, I
this
think.
character. Later I am. Later
felt
I am.
for
Later I
Mirabelle,
am.
for sure.
But-
Like I was like, man,
Not-
this
not
sucks.
at the-
I would have left this family years ago.
Well, I don't feel it at the
Everyone.
beginning because it seems too irrational. Like it doesn't seem. It'd be
does,
different if Mirabelle like was the way she was living, or she was just trying to be herself, and everyone hated her being herself, but she wasn't doing anything. She literally does absolutely nothing that warrants the hatred she gets. So
She's
it's
not,
so
like, fucking-
irrational.
Yeah,
that I
she's not
can't
fucking up all the
sympathize.
time or anything
No,
like that. It's
she
not-
never like.
She doesn't
is there
have like
even
the
one
same
example?
moment that like Hercules has when he like literally knocks over like all of that Coliseum area and
Right,
shit. Not like
yeah,
some
and you
big
understand-
dramatic fuck up moment that was
and
just
like, and
an
you understand that you still
misunderstanding.
hate in Hercules, like you still hate those people for being just absolute dicks to Hercules. Like he didn't
Yeah.
mean to do it.
Yeah.
But at least you can like sympathize with the character now because like he is trying his best. You can see like why that thing happened. There's at least some rationality. When you just make people mean for no reason, it's meaningless. It's just characters mean because character need to be around mean people.
Yeah, this
sucks
is
all
the
the
point
life
that
out
I
of it.
made like earlier. It's like they didn't build the conflict properly. If they
Yep,
did I mean, if they did like put up the scene like there should be a conflict like in the middle, like the grandma and the other kids or family member. Like the grandma pushed so hard, so family member didn't like her to push them so hard, like a little bit, even the facial expression, so we could see there is a conflict.
Something.
Yeah, they
I see-
didn't build up properly. That's
Yeah.
the problem.
Jack, you're mentioning like some deleted scene or something. It
These
doesn't
scenes
count.
don't count.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah,
this
it doesn't
is-
count
this
for
is
me.
What I
the
saw in the
movie.
movie is all I see.
If the director, like the people who made the movie, thought that scene didn't matter, then this is what the movie is.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
like they can
I
only be
don't-
criticized for that.
I don't care if a deleted scene makes something make more sense.
If it
Clearly,
makes something
they
make more
didn't-
sense, it
didn't
should have
think
been
it
in the
did.
movie.
It should have been in the movie.
Yeah.
So that's on the director, whoever, like the editor, whoever the fuck's like idea it was to not put that in there.
Mhm.
It's on them.
Yeah, talk
That's-
about the
Very much so.
bad editor.
Yeah.
Or
So-
bad director.
Yeah. So basically,
Oh, and everyone
Yeah.
everyone is mean to Mirabelle. Like
Yes!
it shows that the village is mean to Mirabelle. You would think that the villagers would have some sort of like kinship with Mirabelle, being like
she's
the
down
one
there with
non-magical.
like
yeah, like
she's-
a
she seems
Belle
like she's
character,
she's-
right?
Yeah, she seems like she's the one who's like wandering town and like kind of talking to people.
Yeah.
She's the most friendly out of all of the
active with the town, like, and not in
and
a
yet she
I came
gets, she
here to
gets
save
nothing
you
in
way.
return. Yeah,
Dude, like everyone, that's what, again, it's so irrational that it just makes me confused and mad. Like I
why
don't know
people
why
hate her?
why do they, I spend all my time trying to figure out why they hate this girl. And it's because the movie was scared to give this character flaws. Mirabelle has no flaws, like at all.
let me think.
Her only,
Hang
flaw,
on.
her only
Have
flaws her only flaws are like extremely human ones where she's like kind of selfish and wants to have a power.
I would
Or
say
that
I would
powers
say
because
her
the whole
only
family does.
her only flaw
Like,
that
that's not-
somebody like
how really?
her only flaw that somebody could point to is like she's goofy. Like, oh, she's a little quirky. Yeah.
But it doesn't end in
that's
an-
not a
but
flaw,
that-
but like that's like
glasses?
the
would
only
be,
thing.
it would be different if like if that character was like goofy at the wrong times or like didn't understand. But her goofiness is only there to elevate the character even higher. It's only seen as positive. The
there's
movie-
never a
Yeah,
negative
that's what I'm
thing.
saying. I'm
Anything-
never saying that like that's an actual flaw, but like that's
Right,
what
but it
somebody
could
could
be-
like
it
say like,
could be perceived.
see, she's
You're right. Like her inability to be serious and stuff is like the problem.
I'm trying to think.
The only reason
I
I can
don't-
think
you're-
of
you
is
might be
like
right.
recently the Disney is too obsessed with PC like kind of things. like a political correctness
Yeah,
things.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Character-
if Disney,
good character.
I think Disney thinks that if they push the Mirabelle too hard, like getting bullied, make her look like a bad girl, the audience will like point the Disney out like
Well, like they're
So-
how dare you to
character.
how dare you to being mean to Mirabelle in the movie to the
Sure.
director or maker or something
Hmm.
like that. So they were afraid to get that kind of like a criticism.
It's
So they
possible.
So
just
that's-
took it out.
This brings up something interesting because normally I can smell that shit from like a mile away when somebody's being just
Right.
like a Mary Sue, no flaws sort of thing. I
Right.
don't think I've realized that until you brought it up, Andrew. And I think the reason why is that like I feel like this movie didn't give Mirabelle any flaws. But I didn't personally feel like the movie was insisting that this character is perfect and can do no wrong sort of thing. Like I feel like I see in a lot of other Mary Sue sort of characters of just like, oh, this person's flawless and let's heap all this praise. I was waiting for the moment in the movie, like the turning point in the movie where it's revealed that Mirabelle actually has the strongest
power.
ability of all.
Well,
My
well,
God.
but
And I'm
but
glad
she
they didn't do that,
Doesn't,
but-
doesn't she? And isn't
She
that how
does.
the movie
She's
ends?
the one who like brings all the magic back. She's got like the same power as Grandma, I guess.
Listen, I,
she's
I,
the
thought- I
one.
thought about this. I thought
She's
about
the
this a
one.
lot because I actually hated the movie quite a bit after, and I was like, why do I hate it? And I thought through all these things. I'm like, what did this mean? This didn't have any like reason, and I really did. I tried to give this movie a lot of credit, and it
Yeah.
actually it helped a little bit
Mhm.
because I realized, okay, like Mirabelle did get a power, like she does have a power because it was gonna really confuse this, and it doesn't fix things, like by the way,
Mhm.
but to some degree, like she does have a power, and it is that she is the glue that holds the family together, right?
Sure.
That's the whole thing. So she literally has the most important power out of everyone, and the fact that it would have been stronger for her flaw to be that she didn't have a power, and that was what made her special. But no. She had the most important power that without her, the family falls apart. That's what the movie insists.
Sure.
Unfortunately, that actually causes other problems in the story. but to some degree, like, yes. But unfortunately, it really makes it a hard sell on me that she has any flaws. I just can't
I
see
think I
anything in
agree
her.
with you that she doesn't. I'm just trying to figure out why that didn't
Why it
bother me
doesn't
or I
bother you.
didn't notice until now.
It's probably because, like, typically with that type of character, you don't see them being, like, chastised the way that
Yes,
Mirabelle
that
is.
might be it. Because
So-
like I think of the ones that are just like, oh, okay, I don't care about this character. Or like my top ones are like Captain Marvel and like Rey Skywalker in terms of just like
Oh,
these people
absolutely.
are
can do no wrong.
amazing at everything and have zero
And
flaws and
everyone-
they're always right. And like the
Yeah,
movie
yeah.
always feels like it insists that that
Mhm.
is the case. And I guess I just didn't feel that as much in this movie. And it's
Well,
probably
that's definitely
because like Mirabelle just
definitely
catches so much
because-
shit throughout the movie.
Well, and that's because the movie tells us that her flaw is the one that is on the surface.
Yeah.
That she doesn't have a power. That is her only flaw, and because of that, everyone hates her inexplicably. So we're left just hating all these other characters for being ruthlessly mean. And with Mirabelle, we're like, I don't know what your character needs to do. You seem fine, honey. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. Just you keep doing you. Like, that's what the movie is. It's like, I don't know. I don't even know why you live here anymore, to be honest.
Yeah.
You should have moved out
You
years
should,
ago.
you should. You've been here for a decade being treated this way. I don't understand how you've been putting up with it.
You
So-
should have been the villain. You should have been the one conspiring against your
Yeah.
family.
I really wanted this movie to turn out that the Madrigals were evil. I wanted it so bad. I
Great.
wanted it, but
Yeah.
this movie like didn't want any like proper villains. They just wanted conflict, which is fine. It's just
Yeah.
they didn't really earn that in my
It
opinion. I
was
think
a
I don't think it was done
it
well.
was a direction. They wanted it to be that way.
Yeah.
It just they didn't nail it.
So,
I kind of wanted like when Bruno appeared, like there was like kind of like a dark themes and the cloud
Yeah,
and
like
stuff.
Steven
Like,
said.
like the I really wanted that like what I
Villain's
really
fun.
wanted that was like Bruno says something about like a dark secret of the family and it reveals and like Mirabelle at least like actually like try to solve the dark secret of the family
Mhm.
Yeah.
and make everybody happy. There was none. There were none.
No,
There were no dark
turns out
secret or
turns out
something.
even Bruno wasn't really that important.
Yeah.
No,
Honestly, you don't really
we'll
need
talk about the Bruno later.
You don't really
fucking
need
Bruno. I have a lot to talk about Bruno.
Oh, Oh, we'll talk
But we
about
don't talk
Bruno.
about Bruno.
We'll
We
talk
don't- we
about
don't-
Bruno.
But we don't.
we will.
We don't talk about him.
Okay,
True.
where are we at, Jared?
Mirabelle goes into her room where she's living with a small black child.
Oh, and they keep her in the fucking nursery.
What?
Yeah.
What? Fucking assholes.
I think the idea of it is that like when you become of age, like some magical door appears in the house and that's your room now.
Sure.
So because she didn't
But-
get a
So the
power,
house is
anybody
a
else
dick.
thought a
The
power.
house is a dick.
But can't they just like build a little room off to the side that's
they
her
can-
own?
Yeah,
It doesn't,
exactly.
it doesn't have to be a magic room. It just has to be a room. And at some point, it's inappropriate
Just
for
keep
this
a
woman
room
to
if
be
you have
sharing
so
a room with
weird.
children.
If
It's
you have
super
all
weird.
this magical power, you could just easily create a room.
Well,
With
the
a
house is the
reason,
dick.
at
So the
least.
house is the dick, right?
Yeah.
Like, because
The house
is
wants to keep her right where it wants
the
her.
house is choosing to not help her because the house can do anything, and it is choosing to keep her in this room. This is a little peek at later, but I'm gonna forget it.
Uh-huh.
I thought when there was that crack in the wall when she was with Bruno that it was gonna show that he could see into the nursery. and I was
into her
like,
room?
That's what I thought it was too.
I also thought that, and like, oh, he's been watching me this whole
Yeah.
time. Like, he's in love with her, some weird shit like that. Like, what the?
because of like the incest joke, and then also like why is he trying to save her? I knew it wouldn't actually do it. I'm like, holy shit, is it gonna do this?
Yeah, it just showed like the table. I'm like, but then it showed the crack of like, people would notice
pretty
this.
big,
And
yeah.
it's in the
Like,
middle
come
of
on.
like a painting of the family. You would see this giant crack.
They're like eating dinner one day and they just hear.
Yeah.
I was like Bruno in the wall breathing heavily.
So yeah,
Anyways,
there's
yes.
that whole thing. And then she's the little what was it?
Antonio.
Antonio. He's nervous about the
Antonio.
whole ceremony thing, and then
He's got a
it just,
cute little kid voice actor behind him.
Yep.
Yeah.
It cuts essentially to that ceremony. He's walking up the stairs, but he has to have Mirabelle helping him
He's
out.
too scared.
He's
And
too
how-
scared.
Fucking mad is
Oh,
having
man.
one.
Dude, you could
The grandma's
feel,
face.
you could feel the absolute just like disdain in
What
grandma
the
as she
fuck?
just like as she dares show herself at all during this ceremony.
know.
What did Mirabelle do?
Like, she did nothing wrong. And it's like it's funny because at the beginning of the movie they show like young Maribel before her door ceremony, and like grandma loves her. She's like, you're so special. Like you're
Loves
I
her.
know you're gonna be definitely extra special. And then now she fucking hates her. It's like,
Absolute
dude, this used to be like your favorite granddaughter. Then you like just cast her aside just because she doesn't have magic, and now she can't even appear at the ceremony. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, I just and
She
also
might
the-
ruin it. She might suck out all the magic.
I also love that like you would expect the parents to be mad that Antonio's like, I trust this like girl who everyone hates more than I trust my own parents or like my
Yeah.
siblings.
Yeah.
The parents don't seem to care, honestly.
They don't. Well, the parents are irrelevant to
Oh,
the story. So,
They are
Yeah,
irrelevant to the story. It doesn't matter that they're Antonio's parents at all, except for like
zero.
some dancing and like
He's
the fact that the
scared he'll
father
end up
saved
like
Antonio
Mirabelle.
from
We
a child.
understand.
He's scared
I
he'll end
know
up
what-
without a power and useless to the family. So who does he
which
recruit
makes
to
sense
help him
because
guide
Antonio
down the
sees
road?
how they treat fucking
Yeah.
Mirabelle.
If I was Antonio, I'd be petrified. I'm like, if this happens to me, I'm fucked.
I am officially
Yeah.
ostracized from this community, and I still can't leave. Like,
Yeah, and I'll be stuck in that
Because
nursery with Mirabelle.
kids has been seen how she's treated in the family.
Yeah.
So he has all right to be scared.
Yeah, it's understandable for him
That's
to be
fine.
scared.
I'm okay
But the
with
fact
that. Like, I don't have a
how
problem.
angry everyone else
That-
just by seeing Maribel like help him up the
Oh,
stairs, like
dude.
hold his hand, like something really nice.
yeah.
It's
And
ridiculous.
they're like, "Fuck you, you bitch! You're."
I mean, when you think about it, this whole ceremony is literally a ceremony where this kid's gonna flip a coin and figure out whether or not he's gonna be loved for the rest of his life. Like
Yes,
that's what this
that's what it is now.
ceremony is.
Oh,
That's what it
50-50.
is.
We either love you or we don't.
Yeah.
Like based on what the movie has shown us, I get that. So I'm not complaining that Antonio is scared. I'm complaining that the movie insists that everyone hates Mirabelle. Hate her.
I'm upset with the fact that he has to be so scared because of the situation.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
But why? But why though? I
so
understand
much
her.
pressure for the little boy.
I'm not
I
even
understand
asking
her
for
being
a lot.
useless. I understand her being useless.
That's
People who are
fine,
like
yes.
annoyed with her, like, oh, you don't do anything. But like,
Yeah,
I
or,
think
hating
dismissive
her-
or
I think a
invisible, right?
stronger-
yeah,
invisible
like
would be a good
invisible.
quality.
But the
Either-
fact that she's just like the target, like that doesn't make it.
I think a stronger way to sort of emphasize this theme is not like to just pile on a bunch of hate on Mirabelle, but like almost have everyone in her family like patronize her or like make her feel it's like, oh, like
Right.
you're
Oh,
still
yeah.
just because you don't have a power, like blah blah blah,
Yeah.
you know what? Let me no.
That would
Let me
help.
handle this, and she hates that.
I would have liked that more. I would have
Uh-huh.
liked that more.
Yeah.
Because it would feel like you're just being dismissed by your family all the time, not hated.
Yeah,
Like you have
that's
to,
just
you have
Like
to
you
do
need to
something
not be
hated.
here. Like
it just makes me like hate the family instead of like there's no realistic.
I would even give it a pass if just grandma hated her and everyone else
Sure.
is like, no, like they were nice. to her.
yeah.
Because
Like the only ones who don't hate her are her
everyone
mom
else
and
was
dad.
just ignorant.
Because the movie will argue, and anyone who likes the movie will argue, well, the grandma like hated her because she was jeopardizing the magic and stuff, or represented the magic leaving. Like, okay, fine. Grandma hates her. Why does everyone else hate her? There is
They
no
have
reason.
they have their powers. What do they have? What do they
There's
fucking
no
care?
What, as you
reason
said
for them to
before,
hate
why does
her.
the entire town hate her, even though she
The
is the
village.
only member of the family that has
my
anything in
goodness.
common with the village?
Who goes down and interacts as equals with the town while the town lives in fear of what that house up the hill might do to them.
Ooh.
I mean, it does kind of
Think about it, it scares
like
me.
another way they show how like shitty of a family they are is the fact that like when they're singing about Bruno and all of his visions, none of the stuff was really that bad. It's like, oh, he actually
No.
said it was gonna rain on my wedding day. He said my goldfish was gonna die. He said I was gonna get a fat gut.
And you
None
have
of this
to
is
think
horrible. Shit.
these are all like
And they're like,
adults.
ew, fuck you, Bruno. And that's why he left because he's
These
like,
are
I'm
all
done with this
adults.
shit.
These are all adults singing about this shit who are theoretically smart enough to know that like, oh, Bruno didn't actually do this to me. He just saw it. Fuck you, Bruno. Like,
Yeah,
what?
like Bruno gets all this
Oh.
hate too. It's like you guys just any reason, any opportunity to hate someone, you're just gonna go full force all in on it.
Which makes me
And
think
when
like,
they
the movie should
sang,
be
they were
about-
like dancing and smiley and stuff. Like they
Yeah.
were happy when they said like, "We don't talk about Bruno," or
Oh,
something like
don't
that.
y'all love like how when Bruno returns, like all that's gone though?
Oh
Like,
yeah, no.
we're
Oh,
good.
Yeah,
Well,
I,
no,
he-
we've
that-
actually- we've
of
actually
course.
missed
But
one.
that's what I'm saying is like they had to speed run Act 3 because they only had 10
They
minutes
did.
left. So
Yeah, I know.
We haven't talked about you for like 10 years, but welcome back to the family, bro.
You're our brother that disappeared.
for
You were
14 years, like
And you were a taboo subject for that entire time. No one was supposed to talk about
And
you.
you show up out of nowhere, and I'm like, hey, we missed you.
Yeah.
That's the
Like,
movie.
oh.
I
Cool.
was like so
Sorry,
mad when
not-
you
not
appeared
even
and
sorry.
At no point,
Sorry.
Nobody
at
said
no,
fucking
yeah.
sorry.
No, at no point.
nobody
like, 'cause, 'cause
apologized to
obviously-
Bruno.
No,
I
nobody
was
apologized. To Bruno.
curious.
No one had like, because even the mom is like the one who's like, "Oh, welcome back." We're just like,
Yep,
at no
yep.
point before that did they ever show her being like, "I miss Bruno."
Yeah, that's all it would have taken is just show that, like, yeah,
like
even
show
she's a
her like
mom.
she's like
Like,
holding onto a
maybe-
picture of him or
Brother.
something.
Maybe like
Yeah,
the grandma,
it's so easy.
the grandma hates Bruno for like obvious reasons that they hopefully
She's a
establish. Right. And then what would be interesting is that the rest of the family also has that sort of facade, but deep down they actually all just like, I mean, I don't want to upset
Yeah.
like the family, but like
They're all scared of grandma.
yes, they're all scared of grandma, so they're all going along with like, yeah, no, we're not going to talk about Bruno.
it
It's
could
like,
be a great story. Yeah, it could be a
No,
great.
That would be
video.
interesting.
Just
but
like her.
no.
They're all
yeah,
the same.
they're all literally just like,
Okay.
all anti-Irish is
They're
just
just-
like, what
just
the fuck did you
extensions.
just say? You can't say that name. Why did you say that name?
It's a taboo.
But it's like,
We don't
like
talk about his name.
I understand that Bruno like had bad visions and he left. But what was so bad that we can't talk about him ever?
Seriously, what did he do?
It's not like he was like some pedophile or something.
Yeah.
Like
No.
he was just some dude who saw some like things and then he didn't tell you about the last one because he knew it upset you. Like I understand being like, oh, like he's gone. We don't know what happened to him. And like his reasoning for leaving kind of makes sense. But
Yeah.
their reason
Yeah.
for never talking about him makes zero sense.
And guess what? He was like actually protecting the family and mending the crack, like in the back.
Mm,
I don't know. Back
That
Yeah.
wasn't him. That was the one with the bucket
Yeah.
on his head. That
Oh,
was
yeah.
Oh my goodness. But again, it's just another like example of these characters don't have flaws, and like people hate them inexplicably, and
Yeah.
you just have to go along with the result of that instead of seeing like, okay, like even good characters can be flawed and still sympathized with.
mhm.
Like you have to make them all perfect and then hated for no reason, which is weird. Like it's just bad.
God
Like,
damn
that's
it,
crazy.
Mastiff. That is
That's
a
a good
great
point,
point.
Mastiff.
They all formed together to find Mirabelle when she was missing, but not for Bruno.
Honestly,
And she,
and she fucked up more than Bruno.
honestly, throughout that whole scene, I'm like, why are they looking for her? They hate her. Like,
Yes!
what do they fucking care?
Oh my
And then like when
goodness.
Grandma shows up, she's like, I found you. I'm like, it should have been Bruno who like is like, hey, no
Yeah.
matter what, you need to like stick with your like. He should have been the one to deliver the
Yes.
message, then like go
Mhm.
back to Grandma and be like, listen up here, you cunt.
Yeah, that would
was
have been a
the
great
beat.
way for him to show up.
Just
Everyone's
a
like scared, but he,
confrontation
like,
with
gives them
Mirabelle
the-
and Bruno, the two like ostracized people from the community, and they make their
Yeah.
case in some
And
dramatic
actually
stand
carry each
down.
other.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah.
that would have been good. But no.
Yeah, Bruno
went
left
the
for her.
but no, we only got 10 minutes, so let's wrap up these plot
Let's move
points.
this along.
Let's gotta fit a whole song in here.
Madrigal. So, yeah, so little fucking Antonio, he opens the door
Yes.
and gets his power, which is
It's a
he can
really
talk to
cool-ass
animals.
power.
He's a Dr. Doolittle type.
I was
Yeah.
you know what? I'm curious as to your guys' opinion because I had my fucking peepers out for this. It's like I'm like,
Really?
I swear to God, if any of these animals that aren't dogs act like a dog, I'm gonna fucking lose it. And I feel
Oh,
like
and then
they
the
got
leopard
on
shows
like
up.
the razor's edge with that
It
leopard.
was close.
It was
That leopard-
close. But
that
it
leopard
wasn't.
wasn't
It was still
quite
more
dog.
cat-like than dog, and I'm just like, I'm
It
watching you,
wanted-
you
it was
fucking
almost
leopard.
there.
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really
Yeah.
expected or wanted to happen is when people were losing their powers, I expected the tiger to start like
Ripping
being a
people down.
problem.
being a tiger, you know,
being at least a threat instead
Yeah.
of just all the animals just kind of running away and just being gone for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like I expected
Like,
it to be
they're
more
wild
of like
animals.
Hang on.
they're wild
I
animals.
need
Like
more
I expected them to be
alcohol.
running
Keep talking.
rampant in the house.
people like villagers are
destroying
screaming
everything.
and stuff. Like just
Yeah,
show
but
that
there
there's
was-
any level, like show us that there's any level of threat. Like any.
There was none of
There
that.
was never a threat. Again, the movie tells us that the worst possible thing that could happen is that they have to build a new house.
Uh-oh. And then we trick all the villagers, those
Well, because the
suckers.
villagers
Oh
are
my-
still scared of us. Like, so even if they lost their powers, they'd be like, they would just tell them like, our vengeance will come down upon you. Like they have ultimate
you
control of the
yeah.
villagers.
Well, did you see what happened the last time those conquistadors scorned us? Well, you don't want that happening to you, so you better help us out.
Don't even mess like you're gonna stand up to us.
Let
Yeah,
them all
you-
The
know.
almost they'd read. Oh, yeah,
It'll be
that's a
so much better.
Under full control of the kid though. and
that's
it
an
was like,
interesting thing. That's an interesting thing to consider, though, is that like Bruno is just like living with these rats, right? Who are basically acting like a bunch of Cinderella rats, but he doesn't. That's not his power. Like he doesn't actually
No.
control these
No,
things.
no, they
They're
just-
rats.
They even
What?
like
They're
every
just-
time
they're
they were
just
talking about Bruno, like they're talking about him and rats, and that was before he
Rats
lived in the
on
walls.
his back. That's true.
Yeah. Like, how did they know about the like? Were rats always just a thing with Bruno?
Yeah.
Like, why- but why
evil,
though? Because I understand like he's living in the walls, he's gonna like make friends with the rats because he's like feeding them
Yeah.
and like stuff like that. But
Maybe they knew because
Before we-
remember. Remember
the cousin
at the
knew.
end, the
Oh,
girl,
Auntie
girl
Ears
who can
knew,
hear
yeah.
everything. She said, I hold
She-
you all the time. I knew you were
Yeah.
there. It was like she
She
knew.
heard
Bitch.
Bruno's
She knew
tears
her.
plopping
All
on
the
the
time.
color-drawn plates every single dinner. She heard Bruno quietly
Yeah.
sobbing to himself, and she did
no.
She heard him
nothing.
masturbating to Mirabelle.
oh yeah, no, Isabella definitely.
Oh, for sure, Isabella.
He's over there. That's why there was all the cracks in the wall. He was trying to get into Isabella's room.
that was
Right.
a
Actually-
removal operation. It was
Hang
an
on.
attraction
This
problem.
is
Yeah,
a
he
pretty
was
great
trying- he was
freeze frame. I
he was
accidentally
trying to
paused
get in
this
there.
on,
Oh, that is a good freeze frame.
but Pomo just sent
Yeah,
this.
this stupid shapeshifter motherfucker.
This kid weirded me out. What is this?
Yeah, well, it's a superpower that he uses to help people.
It's not loud enough yet. Hi, yeah,
Yeah, crank it.
crank it.
Serving food for rats, rats, so long as rats.
Rats.
Cause you're rats, it all fades to rats. Yeah, he sees your rats.
This kid-
Rats.
This kid had
Rats.
like 8 lines in the whole movie.
He was a virtually insignificant character.
So was the
If he was not there, the movie has no problem.
Oh, really funny at the end there.
Oh yeah.
really brought it home.
That got me.
Yeah, like Dolores, the hearing bitch, she was also pointless.
Ugh.
She did nothing.
They were forced to be helpful. Like you didn't need them at all to make anything happen.
Mm-mm.
And honestly, like you could remove Bruno from this movie as well, and it would still work.
Weirdly
Oh,
enough,
true
as much as they
that.
like to talk about
Actually,
not
true
talking
that.
about Bruno, it's like, well,
Yeah.
you can continue not talking about him because it doesn't matter.
Mirabelle still wouldn't have her power. All the same things would still happen.
Yeah. So yeah, he gets his
No,
little animal
later.
thing. Everyone starts celebrating
Everyone's
in
partying
the
in the
animal
jungle
house.
room.
Yeah.
The whole family is an absolute asshole to Mirabelle again when they all get excited about taking a family picture and nobody fucking notices that she's not there.
Dude, what the fuck?
It almost reminded me of that scene in Malcolm in the Middle, Andrew, when Lois is
Oh,
left out of the
yes.
family
I was
picture.
thinking the same thing.
I felt the same sort of rage. I was like, you assholes.
Even their
Oh my god,
parents-
that's such a good
But
reference.
that
Even their
is-
parents keep told her like,
Yeah.
you are fine without any ability.
Yeah.
But that moment, that's another moment where I did kind of have like a line of empathy with Mirabelle, which is why like when
Oh, sure.
the emotion
It
was
was
like
truly
crescendoing and she started singing, that's probably my favorite song in the movie is hers.
It led into a good song.
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. So I have sort of a conflicting opinion about that song.
Mhm.
And it's just because I didn't think that the energy was like a resilient energy in the song. It
Yeah.
wasn't a like
It started
what the
like
hell?
from a painful place and then it was kind of just immediately.
But that's the problem. Like this movie won't commit to
Yeah.
like pain. Like let us. There's one moment in the movie where like, and it's when Mirabelle's like yelling at the grandma. I'm like, yes, thank you. finally."
Yeah.
Tell her,
Yeah.
tell her off.
Like that
This
felt
is
good. I'm
all
like,
your
emotional,
fault.
good.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like this, like after everything that's happened, and like this is a really special day. Like it's a reminder of like what she's went through, like however many years ago,
Mhm.
and this kid, and like seeing them heap all this love on this kid just because of magic that she doesn't have. Like she shouldn't be like, let it go, let it go.
Sure,
like,
sure.
But it's all about like I'm still strong, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no, you're not. Like you can't handle this. No one could handle this.
Mhm.
Show us some weakness, please.
Yeah.
This
give
was like
give
the
us
one
something
chance.
similar to like Reflections in Mulan. Or like
Oh,
that was
that's-
all
oh,
just
okay.
pain.
Yes,
Okay,
and
so-
I actually thought of that song
Mm.
during this one playing. I'm like, oh, like, should I be comparing them? But I'm glad you brought it up.
There you go.
Okay, when I listen to the music, I actually had a different idea. It's like it was like it was what I felt was like this is like a kind of like a third child of the wealthiest family in the world.
Mhm.
He got everything he needs. Like imagine
The spoiled kid, like the youngest.
spoiled
in the
kid,
family
like
kind of
imagine
thing.
like who's the
Ashton.
owner of the Microsoft?
Bill Gates?
Oh, Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. Okay, imagine you are like a third child of the Bill Gates, and Bill
Mhm.
Gates actually wanna inherit his all the wealthy to the first and second child. You
Yeah.
don't get anything from Bill Gates, but you still
Okay, I see what
are
you
the
mean.
wealthiest family in the world. You still are getting paid without it working.
Mhm.
You can
Yeah,
just
yeah.
sing along, anything do you want. You just don't get cool kind
You
of
don't
like
get the
that
benefits
wealthy
that the
money.
You
rest
don't
of
get
the
the,
family
yeah.
you don't get the
gets.
superpowers.
You
like
still
big money.
don't have to work. You still getting paid. You still can buy anything you want in the world.
Yeah.
But
Jack,
You are kind of like a black sheep in the family. This felt like a story of the Mirabelle. It was like
damn it,
you are
Mastiff, you
still
beat me to
living in
it.
the nicest house in the town. You are still getting fed without any working. But you are acting like you are the most miserable person in the world.
yeah.
I didn't sympathize it.
No, because it didn't match.
Yeah, I never sympathized it. Yeah.
I wanted so bad to make that joke. Master beat me to it.
Oh, you know.
I love it. What was that thing that you pulled up, Jared? Was that an accurate?
It
age
was
counting?
me. It was me with the Google search. How old is Isabella in Kanto?
She's
And
22?
I felt dirty
Game on.
typing it in.
No. Is it? Oh, she is 22. Okay.
Yeah,
Holy
Why
shit.
does that make you feel dirty, Jared? She's legal. of
because I
legal
didn't
age.
know as I was googling it. That's why.
But your
Oh,
penis,
you weren't.
penis knew.
You weren't sure.
Fifth
Listen,
dude,
I felt
Shapeshifter
bad.
Boy is 15. He has ravaged his own body. He has to
God.
have.
Salt
This
is
dude
hot
has
down
gone to town on Isabella in one way or another.
there. Whoa. That's his cousin,
Oh,
bro.
that's my cousin you're talking about.
So
Be right back, purging browser history. Why are
That's
you?
my cousin's movie you're talking about.
So
Just looking up a character's age, there's something wrong with that. Unless you were just like, I wish he was younger.
Like when I looked at
Then it's a problem.
so
Damn it, she's 22. Shoot.
shit.
we have Mirabelle's
the line.
song, and then it immediately transitions to the house breaking apart.
Oh, right.
Yep.
And she
yes.
goes
There's
back to tell her
cracks
family.
everywhere.
I'm not
Show
sure
me.
how
The
those
house is
cracks.
so fucking mean to her.
I'm not sure how those cracks fix themselves, because later in the movie, it's kind of
The house
hinted that
constantly
Bruno.
fixes itself.
It's
I
kind of
think
hinted that
it's
Bruno's
just-
like covering those things up, but no.
No, it's
This is
all
still the
it's all
house
part of the
breaking
ma- it's still the house. Like the magic isn't gone. It's
Sure.
like fading, so you see it cracking, but then it's
But it
it's
also
coming back.
gives the family another reason to shit all over Mirabelle when they're just like,
Well, of course.
what are you
Fuck,
doing?
okay, fuck the house.
They don't
The
need
house-
it. They don't need another
Listen,
reason.
the house hates her too.
Mm.
What other reason does the house have to be like, I'm breaking, Mirabelle, help me? And then she leaves and comes back. No, I'm good. Shut up, bitch. I'm fine. Like, the
Yeah.
house
Boy, you
treats
look
her like
stupid.
shit, too.
Fine.
Like, why is the house
I'm
treating
fine,
her so
bitch.
bad?
Yeah, so we have
Pretty much
we have
everything
that.
except Bruno. Yeah, treat her bad.
That
yeah,
is-
yeah. Go ahead.
That's the first little like sprinkle of what could potentially be like the inciting incident or some sort of conflict in
Right.
this movie.
Yep.
It's like, oh, you always make stuff up, Mirabelle.
So
Oh,
now-
you-
Since
Now-
when? Like, why don't, like, I get that y'all hate her, but you
But
also
you-
don't even believe her? Does she have a history of embellishing and lying?
Yeah.
None of this. Like, she doesn't have any flaws, so you just hate her, and because of that, don't believe her.
So
Listen, if I had just already hated someone, I probably wouldn't listen to them either.
I mean, you're that's true. That is consistent.
Like, fuck you.
So this is
I
kind
hate
of
you.
like this is kind of like Mirabelle's call to action, I guess. This is what sort of sets the story forward, where
Gotta
she's
save the house.
yes, she seems to be the only one who knows that this house's miracle or like is fading,
What?
and she wants to find some way to and she wants to find some way to fix that. So starts her little escapades, her random like journeying.
Escapades.
So it's like, oh, maybe somebody had to have heard something in the house. Heard
Oh.
ears?
Wait a minute.
I know just who to ask.
No.
Yeah.
So it's basically just like she goes to a person and says like,
Your
hey,
ear?
do you know something about the miracle? No, but this person probably does. Hey, do you know something about the miracle? No, but this person probably does.
Right.
And that's
I
like
got
50% of the movie.
muscles.
Yeah.
So like she goes to her aunt to try and see like, hey, did you hear anything last night about whatever? And then that's the evidence that we get where 15-year-old shapeshifting Johnny over here just randomly decides to impersonate his cousins every now and then.
Super weird.
Super weird.
Odd.
Like, what was he
It's odd.
doing? What was he doing in that moment as her? He was
I
just,
didn't
like,
see the, I didn't see the
eating
hands.
food
I
or
didn't
some
see where
shit?
his hands were.
That's not what I was suggesting, but also it's like, oh, we wanted seconds. All right, fine.
That's why, yeah.
Sure. Still weird.
He wanted a lot more than seconds.
But yeah,
He needed
so
minutes.
he could totally just like do a parent trap sort of thing with her husband. Like,
Dude, he can do whatever he wants.
oh my god.
The
The
things-
implications of what
clones-
this 15-year-old
Kid,
child
this kid.
can do is
Well, I'll promise you this. I'll promise you
Terrifying.
this. That cloning isn't helping anyone in the town.
oh no,
No.
did you see during the Madrigal movie when he turned into someone's mom and took the baby so she could take a nap?
Yeah.
He's doing a
Like,
lot for this
what?
town.
And
He's doing a lot.
when the town was gathering, he
Oh.
turned into each one of them to greet them. So
Oh,
that
yeah.
was cool.
Like,
He-
what the fuck?
He turned into a slightly taller guy so he could hang up a banner.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, you know.
That's true.
Like, come
So
on.
he's
I take it all
totally-
back. I take it all back.
I
He's
appreciate that you remember
most
those,
important
Steven.
magical.
I do
He's like
appreciate
a
that you remember all that.
Clown
I
at the royal
remember
court.
everything about
He is a
that.
clown.
You need clown in the royal court.
Well, the whole house is basically like a god circus that the town fears.
Yes. So basically, Johnny fucks himself, goes away, and we actually see the actual aunt come by. She's like, I heard Louise's eye twitching all night. I can't tell you like if you could hear that, it was
What
a
all are you
fucking
hearing?
Animal House in that room. Like
Yeah.
sounds were
How is
happening
she-
everywhere. And if you
How
could
is she
hear,
discerning between the noises? She
Yes.
must be able to selectively
Oh my
like
God.
tune in on them.
she
Not like Superman,
has
where
to.
she's just like she could just like stand there and just focus on
So she
a
could
specific
hear
noise and go,
she
"That's
could hear
fine."
Louise's eye twitching all night, but she couldn't hear the house literally falling apart in the next room. Sure.
No.
Whatever.
The cracks and
That's what
things.
sends us to Louise, who is obviously trying to hide Louisa, who is obviously trying to hide something and is picking up all these chores and shit.
She's
and
picking
then
up a bunch of donkeys.
picking
That's
up a bunch of
pretty
donkeys.
funny. That's
and
pretty
this
funny.
and this transitions
Don't worry, the
into
donkeys are relevant to the next part.
Remember the
this
donkeys that come
transition
later.
into what I believe is the worst song in the movie.
It's the worst.
It's the worst song.
Yeah,
Louisa's
it's the most
song
jarring song.
Fucking
It hurt,
sucks.
it hurt
Whoa.
me. It hurt
Oh,
me.
It's-
doing one of these.
Oh man, it was. I don't like it. That's just.
I just don't like. I just don't like that it ruined Louisa. It like.
Yeah.
And I understand what needed to happen to her in the story. And I agree with what needed to happen, which is again this idea of pressure is great, but don't make it a fucking joke because now kids are like, ha ha ha. That's a the song has no relevance now. Any kid watching this gets none of it.
All they see are like the donkeys serving drinks and dancing in a circle
ha,
and
ha.
all this shit.
and
Like, ooh,
Louisa
wow,
doing a
these-
fucking TikTok dance on stage.
Look at these
Yeah.
sexy donkeys. I want to fuck these donkeys. Give me more of these damn donkeys.
Mm-mm-mm.
Man,
Yeah,
I
you
need
guys-
to-
It made me
I
mad.
I need
It
to
made
look
me
this
mad.
up.
It was like insulting to the movie to do that. Like, and that's
If you want
one
me
of their
to think-
first character songs. Like, give me a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want me to sympathize it, actually, just make it actually sad so I can feel it. I
Yeah,
can feel
make it-
like
make it- make it
she's
that-
being pressured or something.
That was
Match
another
the story.
issue I had with the songs is none of the visuals were
They didn't
based in
take place
reality.
in the
I, like,
world. No.
I'm
No.
okay with it doing sometimes like I just want to be I can't wait to be king like sort of that
Sure.
sort of like
Yeah.
weird
Embellishment, right?
embellishment. But every song being just like this wild, just like wacky thing, like it was a bit too much.
What?
They should have.
It was reinforcing this feeling that all of
What
the
the
songs
fuck
were
is
detached from the
this?
movie. I know.
What is
Yeah.
this?
I know.
This is
nonsense.
the sexiest version.
What
It's
what
just
is
not-
there's
it's
another
just
point where
goofy
she's just like
nonsense.
dancing. Yeah, there's another point where she's just like dancing on stage like it's a fucking TikTok dance.
Yeah,
trying to find where that
I know what
is.
you mean.
I like that. It's like all these scenes are
All
just
of the
like so
songs,
disjointed.
Actually,
it's like
a lot of the songs have that as well. Is this
Yeah.
like they're all like jubilative dancing, which
Is it
just
right?
does
well,
not.
it's got to be just like a catchy
Oh,
upbeat
it's right here.
tune.
What?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
what is
that's-
this? This is a
Catchy
choreograph.
yeah.
What is this?
And what do you think? Okay, you're
Come
not listening.
on!
You're not listening to the song right now. What is she singing about?
Muscles.
Pressure, like just trying to stay strong. But
This
No,
is
you-
like this is
that's
like a genie song. Like
It
this
is!
is like a
yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's
this is a confident
singing. She's
song.
singing about how she's under so much pressure because everyone has so many expectations of her, and she's just going like,
yeah.
Yeah, like seriously, what? How does that match at all? It's insulting. It really is offensive.
because they wanted YouTubers like especially girl YouTuber make that move, make the same move so
Well,
they
you're,
can sell.
you're right. That
their
song,
music.
that song was more important than the movie when that song was made.
Yeah, I mean every song, pretty much every song.
because
I
it was
agree,
penned by
every song,
Lin-Manuel Miranda, and he can do no
It's
wrong.
one of those It's one of those songs where you hear it at like if I heard it separately from like watching the movie, I would never know it was from a Disney movie.
No, because it
Not
has
a
no
million
story
years.
in it.
It has no.
The
Yeah.
musical songs need to have story in them. That's what they are. They're not just songs. They're part of a story.
They used
Unlike me, actually, it would have fit really well. We should do that.
Yeah, we'll do a little mashup real quick. But yeah, like it felt like that, but it made sense when it was the genie doing all these crazy things.
Because he was
But when it's
bragging. He was
he's
saying
bragging.
like, "Look at what I
He's-
can do, little shit."
actually doing magic. Whereas Luisa and Isabella and literally every song are just like, well, it is what it is. Visuals.
It's
Doesn't
more like
actually
a,
matter.
you know,
Flavor,
hey,
music
look,
video.
look, I can sing.
Yeah.
It was.
It was
just
more
a
like a,
musical,
yeah, I can
And you're
sing,
right. Yeah, like,
so-
and it was about
Even-
sounding good.
Even like I feel like this is one of the only Disney movies to actually do that for every song. Even like
Yeah,
modern ones
that's the problem.
even Frozen, like Let It Go, the popular song, it's still her just doing her magic, like walking around in the world. There's nothing, there's nothing crazy going on,
Mhm.
and like
I blame Let It
it's all
Go.
like normal. It's all like normal. Like it's things that are happening in the scene.
Yeah.
I still blame Let It Go because the reason why Frozen did this was Frozen. I actually had a friend. Now he left Disney, but I actually had a friend in Disney. He actually was in a part of the Frozen production. They never expected
song.
Frozen or Let It Go to be this big.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they had to change all their course, match the Frozen kind of like
the marketing
expectation
and
after
stuff,
the
they
Frozen.
pivoted.
Yep.
Yeah.
They don't.
So it's kind of like a Frozen
like.
port, Let It Go port.
Oh, here we go. All right, let's see it.
Holy shit!
Can your friends
See, I told you, it feels exactly like it.
can your friends pull this?
That was actually fucking perfect.
Oh,
That was
you're so
really good.
Holy
That
shit.
was really good.
That was
okay,
actually-
can you
Oh my
actually
God.
can you upload a real one of that? Like edit it together and
can
just
you
make
actually
that
make it edited?
Good. Yeah.
That'll go on the highlight.
It was even
YouTube.
hitting the beats, man. That was
It
was, dude.
insane.
Whoa,
it was hitting the beat.
Holy shit.
Now I want that now. That needs to just be a video.
unbelievable.
But the tone was exactly the same. Like that
Agreed.
felt like
Agreed.
it fit.
But the message,
But the
was the
message-
opposite of
Yeah.
what the tone
It's-
was, and
It's
that's
a
why it felt
crushing
so
thing.
weird.
Like this character is like
It's a character
her life
expressing her pains
is-
and trauma.
Yes,
Yeah.
this
She's
is a big
fucking
deal.
just
Instead-
Working
Instead,
it.
it's just dance around my big
Oh.
muscles, pop and lock, and dance.
Oh,
us
Look at
down.
me. Look at
I
me.
was-
You wanna
I
follow
was
this
real
move?
mad
Go
watching that.
YouTube.
Oh, I did not like that. I did not like that.
Bad scene. Probably my least favorite scene in the
Bad
movie.
Song, bad
I
scene.
did
really
not like it.
offensive. Bad song.
And
Like,
I
I'll fight
think I
people,
hate
fight
it
me if you
more
disagree.
because I liked the topic.
The message.
I like the
what it was-
message,
what
yes.
it wanted to say. Like again, like if it's just about what the story was going to be and the significance of it, great. But the song bastardizes all of it.
Damn, man.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the song, what happens? She's like, "So what do you know about the miracle?" I don't know.
Oh,
Go
I'm
check
just gonna
out
be-
Bruno's tower, I guess.
I'm gonna be like the strong person crying for the rest of the movie. Is that gonna make
Yeah.
you laugh? Like
That's gonna
30
be my
minutes from now?
character now.
That's
So,
just me
I-
now.
I laughed.
My
every
arc's
time.
done.
Yeah, you don't need me anymore.
I'll only feel happy again when I'm strong. Like whereas like the message should have just been like, "Hey,
You don't
just
need
because
that.
you're strong doesn't mean that you need to do all of this for all of these people." Like
Well,
take
that's- and
some
I-
time, learn to love yourself, and then
Right.
and then help other people. Whereas like
Right.
that's the kind of the message, but what her character does for the rest of the movie is just cry
It
because she's
doesn't
not
match.
strong anymore. And then she gets
Yeah.
all happy again once she can start picking shit up again. Like
Well,
What's the
this
fucking point?
And I know this is getting ahead of ourselves, but that's the
Well,
main issue I have with the movie, where
yes,
they're like,
agreed.
"Oh yeah, like
Oh.
we're special not for our powers," and then we just get our powers
I-
back.
I wanted to bring that
Hey,
up. Can
I'm
you
happy now.
imagine
Come on.
as Mirabelle's putting that doorknob in and all this magic starts to happen? You think like everyone in the family to themselves just like, oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, good.
God.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
good,
really
good,
needed
good.
this.
I thought I was happy, but I'm not happy without my ability.
I was so down
really-
for
it
I was
turns out I
so
need
down
them.
for everyone just losing their powers and then just learning to, love
How
each
great
other
would that have
and
been? And just show them living as a family, super happy in a house they
Yes.
built without powers.
Honestly, that
How
would
great
have been
would that have been?
that would have been great because like maybe they don't know how to do like
Like they
normal
have to learn,
everyday
and
tasks,
villagers are
and it's
helping them.
villagers are helping them, Mirabelle's helping them. Like
Yes.
it's like
Ah.
a really good thing. Also, hello
You know,
Zach.
Hi.
Yes.
Because it's Disney,
Oh.
they never could have did that, but I do
Oh,
agree with the
sexy
nice
dress.
No,
choice
they
to have
can.
them
No,
use all their
Zach, they
power.
can do this. They've done it in the past. They have examples of it.
Hang on,
They
we're gonna
just
get
in
you
this
here.
movie, they chose to abandon a good ending to the movie by pivoting the theme.
It was kind of a weak ending, but can we just admit that it is nice that finally the villain is like your own interior emotions and like
That's not
familial problems.
Zach. I'm not giving this movie credit for doing something that's been done a bunch of times. I'll give Disney credit.
Everything's been done. There's
I'll
no
give-
original thought, Andrew.
Well, but that's what you're doing, though. You're saying that let's give this movie credit for not having just like a pinnacle villain.
No,
and
no,
just
right. There's
saying
no
that-
original thought. We should give everyone credit for everything.
My problem is though that yes, it is good that this movie doesn't have just like a typical villain that is symbolic of
Because
the
I'm
threat,
glad
and
they
if you
didn't like
remove-
keep the dictator from like the flashback part and go that route and then be like he's coming to destroy the town.
That would have been dumb. But I
No,
think
we are not talking about that. We are talking
having
about
someone
the
in the
conflict.
village who's
Yeah.
resentful of the magic would have been something that we thought.
I would have liked that. I mean, but
I would have
even
liked the
okay-
communist twist of just like they're too powerful.
I'm even well.
Oh my
I
God, that
actually
would've been
think that would be
great.
really
Down a peg.
entertaining and interesting. But
Yeah.
like
The one
the problem
family and the
is-
guy who got spurned, like with his bride taken away or something. have
Oh,
that turn
yeah.
into a
For sure,
dark,
why not? But this movie, like to your point, Zach, the movie does try to do something a bit more ambiguous and harder to tackle, which is the idea of family and the strength of a family. And like it opens up with these themes of expectations and pressure and like doing things that you don't necessarily want to do because like you have these powers. It's got some interesting themes, but particularly this idea of expectations is really strong, and it captures that a couple of times. But it quickly abandons it all at the end for family, and by doing so, it neglects all of these things that contradict it, which is that having the magic is what makes them a family. Like no, if family was the thing they were pivoting to, unfortunately they can't do this because they didn't set it up now. Is that what made them a family was the magic, not that they don't need the magic or they don't need this house, they just need each other. Like they were so in love with their powers and the house, and losing all of that was the
I
was
think
the threat.
they tried to like hint at that.
No,
But
what?
then
It
the house
should've-
came back anyway, and it ruined
should have
all
been.
of it.
It should have
Yeah.
been the core
That
of
was
the
the problem.
film.
Hinting
And
at
that's
it
my
doesn't
big
matter.
problem.
Like it's the resolution is what creates the problem.
That's my big problem. That's why I just say like there are things in this movie that I liked, but this movie wasn't about the things that I liked.
right.
So I
You
don't
like
like
what
this
it wanted
movie.
to be.
They just
Like,
happened to be
This
in
movie
the
didn't have a
but they were-
core.
yeah.
Yeah, you say the whole like thing discussion that I actually like kept mentioning is you said about the hint, right?
Uh-huh.
Hint is not enough. You have to build up. You have to build up that there is a
Takes
conflict and
time.
there is a resolve, so we can understand. Oh yeah. So now we understand
I mean,
like
the
there is
plot
a
was all
conflict
over
and
the
there is a
place.
resolve. Yeah.
Well, and the
Yeah.
plot was all
Not
over, the plot
really.
was all over
It
the
was
place
not
because
all over the
Yes, it
place.
was, because first you're like, oh, it was like Bruno the problem and this and that, and then they like immediately sidestep that, but then there's still problems, and then they have like
that's
surprise
okay.
grandma
That's
issues at the
okay
end.
though, because the characters like think that Bruno is the problem, but like in the movie, you know that Bruno isn't the problem. Like that's clear.
Right.
Like so, it's okay that the characters think.
Yeah,
that
the
Bruno's
the
problem.
development is nice in that sense.
The issue is that the movie does not have a consistent theme from start to finish. It pivots theme, and because of it, it's not able to build any of it. It rushes everything.
Can we
which is
just say though the
upsetting.
soundtrack slapped
bad.
pretty
No.
good? No.
Wrong.
Andrew,
Oh wait, Zach, were you here for
You're coming in with too much positivity here, Zach.
what's the last thing that you've seen on this stream?
You can't come in like
Hang on.
an hour and a half into the discussion.
Hang on,
Just got done
Zach, real
shitting
quick.
on Luis's song.
Real
Yeah.
quick, parsec in here. I got a clip to show you.
Oh, Parsec.
Assuming that Twitch hasn't automatically removed it because Disney.
That's possible.
They
Although
definitely
we were
have.
talking.
No,
about
Let's see.
it.
Let's
They
see.
didn't remove it. They're keeping it on record so Disney can sue us later.
They're gonna come after us.
All right, just listen.
Let's see it.
Oh my.
It's so good.
So kitty.
Dude, the lineup is good.
So
It works
good.
pretty good.
Amazing.
I didn't know this existed. This is pretty great.
It does it. I just hit
Yeah,
it.
just made it.
Like,
Okay, so
You just played them both
I
at the
just
same
played.
time.
I
It's
turned that on and then
Jack,
just played
does
this.
it look like she's getting traumatized?
Oops.
That
There we
was
go.
a surprise find.
I
No,
literally
no, no.
turned
It
on
was-
Friend Like Me, tabbed over to that song, and hit play while it was on mute.
It's because we were talking about how all these songs are just over the top, like not in the world.
They don't
on-
match the story at all.
We brought up the genie singing "Friend Like Me," and so we played it on top of each other.
Yeah,
to see
so
what
the
it looked like.
musicals were more so like an interruption to the plot rather than like a go through with it.
Right, and that was the problem.
There
The,
you go.
the,
That-
the story.
I don't
makes
care
sense.
about that. We're
Well, the
not
stu-
trying to
the
watch
stuff-
Les Miserables. This is
Wait,
a children's
No,
Okay,
this is a
Zach.
musical.
Zach.
This is a
Zach.
musical.
Okay.
Zach!
It has to.
You're saying
It
all the
has
bad
to.
things.
There has to be
Yeah,
a reason why
Disney
these songs
musical
exist
magic,
if we
how
want
can
to
you
be
not care
effective.
about it?
There are plenty of musicals that have a good plot that takes you from
Yes, you
major
can't-
set piece song to major set piece song.
And the
There
songs
are.
have a
I'm just saying, I
purpose.
don't think it's
The songs have a purpose and they make sense. But this movie is just
Well, yeah,
like
this is an old
all they're trying to do is get to the next big song, but they throw
Let
everything else
go.
out the window.
Zach,
Listen,
and so Zach,
I can hit you
don't
with
so
a
Zach,
summary. I think this is
don't watch
just
the movie. Just go
worst
buy the
version of-
Encanto album and just listen to the album if that's what you like. You don't even need the story. So why even watching the movie?
See, you guys know that we're not here to say it's good for a kids movie. We're
We're
here.
talking about movies, not kids movies.
Yes,
Like,
but
you know,
you're
we're here to
critiquing
look at
a
it
movie
and-
for children as an
Zach,
adult.
no, Zach.
no,
we're-
Disney
we're-
movies.
Hercules is a movie for
children.
children. Mulan is a movie for children. They
how about
do
this?
this so much better in those
We're
movies.
Yes.
critiquing it
That
as
is
a
true.
whole, as a movie, just in general.
As
I'm
a
not saying
movie,
old Disney
as a
isn't
movie.
better, but what I'm saying is like until you guys, if this hadn't popped up for this, the only reason I knew anything about this is because I had played a Spotify playlist with the songs on this
Uh-huh.
for my 1.5-year-old daughter, or else I
Yeah,
never would have saw
No
the movie.
problem. And that's why I'm saying, like, Zach, it's okay for you to be in love with the music, but don't suddenly like use that as an excuse to say that the movie's good.
No, but I think it's like
Just say
it's
that you like the
can't
music,
have,
you know?
You have good dip, but you don't eat the dip without the chips.
What?
What are you
I
saying?
don't
Are you saying the
think you don't
soundtrack
have-
is the dip? Because you can enjoy that by
The
itself.
movie is the
You lost me there.
I get what you're trying to say, I think.
I need
I
a
don't.
little bit more explanation.
Yeah.
I'm saying that they don't release songs like that with Disney unless it's through a movie. So they're not gonna they don't just put albums out with shit like this.
They do, though.
Yeah,
It
hypothetically
exists.
the music could exist, but it's never
No,
gonna hit the same popularity
Wait,
unless it's in a
so-
movie like this.
So, Zach, are you okay that the movie was just marketing for music?
I think it's a bad movie because of that, but yes, I'm okay with that.
Oh, so you agree with us? Okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I've never disagreed
Okay.
with you.
All right.
It's
Well, yes,
just
you did.
nitpicking.
Okay. We were
that's
not
all we're
talking
saying.
about
That's
I'm
all we're
saying I
by the
think
way.
the movie fulfilled what it intended to do. It had a solid banger
Mm.
soundtrack. Kids loved it, and it made good money.
I
Okay,
think so. The thing
if-
that you disagree with, Andrew,
That's
like the movie did what it intended to do. As long as
That's
Zach
not
is what
true.
is what you think the movie intended to do was push a banger soundtrack.
I think that is the intention of this movie.
Okay.
Okay. Well, then it's not a movie.
So we are on the same page.
Well, isn't
Yeah, it's
that
a
what
music video.
musicals are?
It's a music.
No,
It's a
that's
music.
not what
Point where
musicals
Zach,
are.
Zach, no, Zach.
I think
wrong.
musicals should be
Zach,
seen in a
Zach,
theater,
Zach.
and if you're gonna watch a
No.
musical movie, it's just there for the soundtrack. Because like,
No,
wait, Cats was
Zach.
better as a
That is
movie than it
not
was as a play.
really-
Well, you can't really use Cats as an example. As a
Can
good
I
musical.
not? Is it not a
No,
musical?
because Cats is
I mean,
not a good.
It is a
story.
musical,
There
but
is no
it's not a good.
stories.
That's the problem. That like comparing this to Cats is a good
Accurate.
comparison because they're
Right,
the
but
same. There's nothing happening.
But I wouldn't say that
But
Cats
there
is
was
good.
no
I wouldn't say
prior
Cats-
musical
I wouldn't
to
say
base
Cat-
this off of. It was
I
an
wouldn't say that.
original movie.
Yeah. But I wouldn't say that Cats is a good example of a good musical.
No,
That's
no.
the difference.
Cats.
I can. Like
think.
songs, I can like songs.
I'm just
from
trying to
Cats.
pick one that you guys can relate to. Do you want to
Well, you
pick
said-
like
you said-
Chicago or something?
You said. Well,
Pick
don't
any
you- do you
other
not
like
consider
old school Disney movie.
do you not
Those are
consider-
good movies that are made better
not
because
consider
they're
those?
musicals.
Well,
Yeah, do you
like
consider those musicals?
a musical that has good story, like Phantom of the Opera. Like
Yeah.
there's a story that's
Oh.
happening.
There's an
in
actual
between
story.
Is
the
there a
songs.
Phantom of the Opera movie?
Yes, there is
Yeah,
with
with
Gerard
Gerard
Butler.
Oh, I've
Really?
never
You haven't
seen
seen
it.
this?
I didn't
Oh,
know that
dude.
was a thing.
That's
Oh.
great. That,
But even with Disney,
that movie's
with
good.
Disney, that movie is good, and like Steven said, it's a good example of the songs reinforce the story. They don't stop, play the song, and then go.
No, no,
back to the
I
story.
agree that happened.
Well,
I'm not saying that the songs.
You
promoted
just
anything
you
with
just
the
made
story.
the
Okay,
argument
interrupted.
that
you were
musicals
saying that
only
this is
exist to
just-
push
it's-
soundtracks.
No,
Okay,
I'm saying
let-
this movie, this musical exists to push
Whoa.
a soundtrack.
This one does,
Okay,
yes.
just try-
I'm saying
I need to
most
address
modern
what David
Disney,
just said.
most modern Disney.
He's just trying to make people mad.
Oh,
He is.
okay. So you're not saying like all musicals in general. You're just saying like most Disney movies these days.
I'm saying the modern Disney ones are there to push a soundtrack to children.
Agreed, Zach. That we agree, and that's
Well, that's
why I
why
think that this
that's why
movie
they
is an
released
Right, but
this-
I'm okay with that.
That's why they
But-
released
but
the
the-
sing-along version like at the same time as
We're
the
not,
actual
and we're
movie.
not discussing
Right.
whether or not we're okay with Disney peddling music through movies. We're asking this one question: is Encanto a good movie? That's all we're talking about, not the,
Yeah.
not the capitalist.
Then
plot
I would
of-
say
of
no.
Disney. Okay, that's all
But
I'm talking about.
I don't
It's
hate
a
it.
different discussion. It's a different discussion to say like, do you like the music? That's separate than is Encanto a good movie? That's what we're talking
The music, liking the music can't be part of the reason you may like or the movie.
How about this? Do I like
I
what
don't
I've seen with this? Yeah, but to like, I don't know.
But the thing is, the point I want to make is
let me
like,
see this.
imagine Aladdin, the whole new world is like
as
like a
cinematography-
number one Disney
Yeah.
music, like a period. But
Uh-huh.
the Aladdin was a good movie, and the whole new world was like connected to the movie. It was necessary to be there to like explain the movie, and so Disney had all the ability to make the good movie relate to the music, but they didn't. Why? They couldn't? They didn't?
Like they clearly have the ability, right? They know how to do it. There's plenty of examples of how.
They have a formula, is what I'm saying.
Let It Go is the best
But they
example.
didn't. They didn't like. They couldn't even follow something that they have a formula for. That's the problem.
See, this
Well,
doesn't
so
work.
in my mind,
This
this
isn't
is like,
This isn't as
This
isn't
doesn't
as
work
good.
like the other way around because
It's the same reason why the song is good, because the song doesn't make sense with the visuals.
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't leaning into the joke like the other side.
This
The other
works,
version
this
leans
works.
into the joke better. No, this doesn't work. The other way is way better. The other way is way better.
But that's just
yeah.
because this
we're
looked
funnier
like
than
a
this.
fucking Genie song is the thing, right? Like these
Yes.
visuals,
yeah.
and it was not.
Can we
it-
talk about how they animated her shoulders for a second? And how it kind of disturbs me a little bit.
Everything
yeah,
about this
like her
entire
dancing,
scene is awful.
What's
How about
wrong?
that?
If you're not
TLDR.
disturbed by any of this, then I would.
Something
I
about that
question
character.
I'm
your
not
ability to
disturbed. I'm
critique
just
anything.
upset. Like,
Well, you should be upset because if you went into that movie thinking like not the way Zach does that, I'm just gonna listen to a cool album of songs, like I'm gonna watch a movie, and then it does that, you're like, wait, so this isn't a movie? Like that should be your reaction. It's like, oh, I thought I was watching a movie. I guess I'm not.
it's a
That's-
it's a
that's
conduit
what
to
So
make
like,
music
how about this?
videos.
I think again, if I was to see this in theaters, I would have been upset that I paid for the ticket. But I'm glad that like I watched it through a streaming service.
But
I don't know what that
I don't know what the point is.
says.
Like I'm saying like I wouldn't have wanted to pay a lot of money to see this. So like if I see something in theaters, I want it to be like banger cinematography. Like I want the theater experience to be like what I'm like if I'm gonna
You want
pay
it to be
whatever
a
the fuck
good
it is,
movie.
like
You want it to be a good
$35 now.
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you take the family, although you wouldn't take your young daughter to go see
Well,
this movie.
no,
in
I
theaters.
don't take her to theaters.
Well,
God, listen, she's 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5 to a movie theater.
What am I, a
Definitely not.
bastard?
Listen, Steven, in San Jose,
We'll talk
people
about
don't-
this 5 years later.
Well, that's San Jose. People suck there. So.
Listen, this
They
kid's
do.
not going into a movie theater until she's like 5 or 6.
All right, we'll get off the Zach
Even
baby
then.
subject, but the point is, Zach is saying that he doesn't. I actually don't know what Zach is saying.
I think
Zach-
he's saying
Zach-
that he doesn't think this is a good movie, but he doesn't care as much because he didn't pay to see it. Is that
No,
right?
no,
Is that
no,
accurate?
yes.
point
but
is,
I
Jack thinks
like.
the-
Go ahead, Jerry.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I like that you all pick my brain. I like that better because I can't communicate well. So just keep nailing it.
Oh boy.
No, I think the Jack's point is like modern Disney movie is like after Frozen, Let It Go stuff, like got big. So modern Disney movie is like trying to make the like a banger music. It was more like a music
Jerry's killing it.
than
Yeah,
the movie.
Yes.
Movie.
Yeah.
So since he knows their intention, it is okay to be just make the movie for the music.
Yeah, it's like I don't think anyone who goes to see
But
the
you
Fast
made a
and the
movie,
Furious
but you
is
made a
like
movie.
even
yeah.
Listen,
even though
it-
they're trying to do that with this movie, do you think there's a song in here that will have the same like longevity as Let It Go?
I think that Bruno song didn't it like hit
Do you,
crazy
do you
high
think
on the
people?
charts?
Yeah,
Are
but do you
people
think
gonna be
people are going
singing?
to keep singing that like years later? Because I don't think so.
I know people that still sing that now.
I don't know. To me, the Bruno
The
song was
movie's like
was
a
all
year
right.
old.
It was
Mhm.
all
Oh,
right.
not like a Let It Go.
but like
no.
Let It Go. Like say what you want about the song. Like it's a well done song and like scene and everything.
Even I
And that
say
is-
it in the past.
that is a song that everyone knows. The Bruno song
I think it's sung
feels
well.
like it's gonna
What-
burn hot.
No,
burn
From
hot
a
and
musical
fast and short.
standpoint, what I think is unique about the Bruno song is you don't typically see songs popular like that, where it's like the whole ensemble singing it. Usually you have a single artist kind of like crushing the headline for the song.
Sure.
Right.
I don't know that they intended the Bruno song to be like the pickup.
I don't
for
think
this
that's
album.
why it's popular though. It's popular because it's just ripping off Latin pop. There's nothing new or interesting about this song. It's just ripping
Yeah,
off
that's like every Disney
2000s
movie
Latin
though.
pop. Yeah, but
Well,
like,
They just
This
take a
movie was just a
cultural
bit-
thing and they rip it off.
This movie was all pop.
It's just manufactured, like everything about it. Okay, but we're getting away from the discussion. The discussion is this a good movie? I don't care that it was.
Are we
that-
saying from a cinematography point or what it was made to do?
It's we're not being overly technical here. We're just saying like Encanto is a movie. It's a film with a story, correct? Like we can all agree on that.
Yes.
And there are qualities that make a movie good and bad, correct?
I would say
Yes.
Mhm.
Is this a good or bad movie?
Based off what you're saying, bad.
What would you right now if you would
If
have
we're-
to
are we
rate
gonna get
this?
to
If you had to
ratings?
rate
Are
this
we-
1 out
Oh,
of
that's
10,
not-
a bit premature on
we're
rating.
a
not.
bit
I,
premature.
we're not all
Just
doing
Zach.
ratings. I just want like Zach. What would you give this movie out of
You
10?
just want my preemie little
Well,
spurt here.
More,
give me
more,
your
what I want is like I want
No,
to
I
get
need to
I want to
know.
get an
I don't
idea
have
of like
enough.
what you think about this
Give us
movie.
a
Is it
range.
good or
I
bad?
Actually, just say, is it more on the good side or the bad side?
More bad side.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not like I'm not trying to force you to say that. I'm just if you say it's good, I needed to.
I wanna know- I wanna
needed
know
why. I just needed to know why.
And I understand you just being like, yeah, like I like the music. The music's
Yeah,
good.
I actually like the
That's
sound.
fine.
I
I'll
like
have no
the
problem with
the
that.
visuals in this movie, but not enough to say that this is a good movie.
To me, a movie
Yeah,
is
I
like
thought
the
the whole
whole
movie-
It's all of the
experience.
parts. It's
Yeah,
all
Like
of
the whole package, everything coming together in a cohesive.
See,
Story,
I
character,
agree with
music.
that, except when it's musicals.
Plot.
no,
No,
I can't
wrong.
agree with
You're-
that. I
you're
can't
always
agree
like,
with
"Go
that.
backwards again, Zach.
I think
we were coming to
Musical,
I know,
musical
I know.
is a
Listen, we're
genre
never
of
gonna
film
agree
that
on
has
this.
its own strengths.
Yes, agreed.
See, I don't
Agreed.
think musical should be a genre of film at all. I think it
Oh.
should just be theater.
But theater is the
Oh.
same thing too. It's Zach. All we're talking about is storytelling. It's all storytelling. Don't you agree with that?
Well, yeah,
No.
but then why aren't we rating like the campfire stories out of a handbook somewhere?
Because
I
if
think
we
it's about the
talking about
cinematography.
movies,
I think
because
the
we're talking about
visuals.
Movies.
If we
just
movies
wanted
are a form of
songs-
storytelling.
If we just want songs, someone would just make a mixtape and play it on a boombox in the middle of a theater, and people would
Songs are
like that.
storytelling,
But no one would like that because nothing would happen in between songs. It would just be completely disjointed.
They
and it
want, they
wouldn't
want
make
those
any
songs
sense.
to complete.
They want
Because there is not a story we can relate to.
They go to see
Musical
musicals-
can warm people's heart because there is a story that
Yeah.
like it
I
packs
did
us.
not-
meaning to the song.
I did not anticipate so many hot takes to come from a review of Encanto.
From Encanto, yeah. Listen,
What the fuck is happening?
I want to point out that Zach came in here hot. He came
I
in
did
here-
Potato.
Listen to some smack.
Zach came in here like not having heard any of the first hour and a half and was like, "So you guys like the music, right?" Well, Zach, dude, you
We
gotta-
just spent the last 30 minutes
gotta catch
shitting
up.
on the music.
We were shitting the music, bro.
You gotta catch up, man.
Listen, some of us got to work late at night in a miserable position.
No, Zach,
What is,
let me be frank. I love that you're here and you're throwing a monkey wrench into
Yeah,
everything
but you're
right
gonna
now
get-
because I'm having
Yeah,
fun. I'm
Every
having
seconds
fun.
of it.
But you gotta
I
you're gonna
love
catch
every
from
second
us
of it.
I'm also
because-
curious what your favorite song was. Was it the
Ooh.
Bruno
good
song?
question.
Was it Luisa's song somehow?
It wasn't Luis's song, I can tell you that.
Or the
I actually
family
really
song.
liked the like I don't know what the name of it, Family Madrigal.
Oh,
opening
oh,
song.
Family Madrigal.
Madrigal.
Welcome to the family, Madrigal.
Yep, yeah.
All right, that's the point. That's right.
My God.
I'd say catchiest song out of all of them.
It's just it is a fun, just like
Yeah, it's just
no-
fun.
you
Like,
don't catch-
there's no meaning to it. It's
Right.
worthless, but
has
it is just like
nothing-
a fun, catchy.
if you
song.
watch
Like,
this through the lens of any critique, not good. But
it didn't.
children enjoy it. It did
Yeah,
its
I
job.
know,
it made good money.
Enjoy Baby Einstein.
know,
but Baby Einstein doesn't have a story.
Precisely though, that's what I'm saying. Like this movie.
I didn't have as much of a problem with the first song as Andrew and Jared
I
did.
didn't like it.
I
mean,
like
full
I know you
gas,
guys. I
Just
I
remove
know you
me
guys
from
didn't
the
really
movie.
like it.
That's
I
the
know,
problem. Took
But
the
it was just
movie.
one of those things where I was watching. I'm like, this is like a fun song. And then
I do
and
have
then
to say,
I just kind of turned my brain off for that section, I guess.
Mm,
Which
yeah.
I guess
Fair
is it something you always want to happen.
You
to
shouldn't have
Unless
to
it's a
tell us
kids
that.
movie.
Yeah, but I also don't
believe
think
what
that's
children like. If you put like an iPad in front of them and put like a four colors and they like moving each other, children love that too.
Right.
So
That's fair.
What children loves
Children
is
love
not
lots and
related
lots
to
of
what
trains.
movie's good.
That's,
Hey,
yeah.
Lots and lots of
What are you
We
trying
like-
to say, Jared?
We like lots and lots of trains.
Wait a
too.
minute. Hold on.
But
Can we
hold on, did you
everyone
like it
stop
as a
everything?
child?
Jared,
Everyone
Jared,
shut
everyone
up.
shut up. Jared, are you telling me
I'm
you do
saying
not like watching lots of trains?
He only
I-
likes some trains.
I'm saying that like you put
Some train.
anything moving on a screen and a kid will love it.
Right.
Can't
Well, that's true. That
So
is
we
true.
can't use that as a metric for whether or not a movie is good. It's not
No,
fair.
because
there's
guess
nothing
what?
to
Kids
compete.
are fucking stupid, and they don't know
Kids have
anything.
shit taste,
So,
man.
I don't give a, I
That's
don't
the
give a fuck
reality.
if I don't give a fuck if a kid likes it.
Can you
Do
make
I
a
like it?
soundboard out of it? Kid
Yeah,
of
we
fucking
didn't- We didn't put this together so we could figure out whether or not a kid likes a movie. We're asking if we like the movie.
Yeah.
And just because a movie like made for kids and like age appropriate for kids are two very different things that can fulfill the same purpose. Like a made for
I
kids
have to
movie,
say
you can
the-
literally just
the
put flashing
grandma-
lights on a screen and that's fine. But an age appropriate movie for kids could be something like Mulan or Toy Story.
Yeah.
Right.
Something good,
Where
but a
it's-
kid
it's
can still watch
Something
it.
that's good and a kid can watch it, but that doesn't necessarily mean like
My-
this is only meant to appeal
Yeah.
to children.
Right. What I think old Disney was good about was that their movies could appeal to adults and children alike of like
That's
literally
what a
any
good
age.
movie should do, I
Where
think.
yes,
Yeah, like
whereas
Toy Story
newer
3,
Disney
that fucking broke my heart.
newer Disney completely cut out the adults
I don't
except
believe
for
that's
like
true,
the
though.
soundtrack
It's
bit.
not
don't believe that's
always
even
because
true.
I liked Moana. Like I
Sure,
thought
I
that
did
was a
too.
good movie.
Yeah.
Oh, Moana was such a good
And
movie.
like they can do it sometimes. That's
Yeah.
the problem. Like Frozen 2, I liked Frozen 2. Like I thought that was a
better
fun-
than- better
I thought
than
that was a
Frozen.
good movie.
I didn't hate it.
I think
Like-
I think the story too was better.
Yeah,
I
100%.
thought the soundtrack wasn't as good.
Well,
I
no,
think
but
like,
it's one of those. I didn't care about the soundtrack as much
Yeah.
with these, anyways. So.
So you didn't care about the soundtrack in a musical, Stephen?
No, I want the story.
I'll
no,
stop.
no,
I'm just gonna stop.
No, Steven's being consistent. He rates it as a complete package, not as individual pieces.
so I think
Because if-
the difference right now is that like from our perspective, what we're talking about right now, Encanto is a movie for kids. It's not
Yes.
like a
Now
kid-friendly
that is
movie.
a
It's a
fact.
movie for kids.
A movie for kids because the songs are just flashing colors, catchy. Like
It
they
looks
garner
great.
nothing.
It
made
sounds
apparent
nice.
by Luisa's dance.
Yes.
I mean, for a kid, you're right. Like my little sister
Kids
would watch that
love
and be
it.
like, "Ha ha, Luisa's strong."
Mm.
Yeah. That's the
Oh, can
only
we-
thing she takes
Did you
away
guys
from
already touch on the unoriginality of the powers?
Well, the whole. What about? I mean, most of the movie.
We talked about the
maybe-
kind of fucked up shit that the shapeshifter kid gets into.
we did talk about that.
Yeah.
A teenage boy with the ability to have any body.
Mhm.
Yep. Can we talk
Anybody.
about
15 years
how
old.
the
Grandma's
murder
body.
scene
All about
with the grandma's
Obi-Wan?
husband like
I mean,
would
if-
have made a better film completely?
The murder scene with the grandma's husband.
The whole thing where they're just like, yeah, his
Oh, yeah.
revolutionary, like this,
that-
and
yeah,
like how the
sure.
government changed. Like that would have made 100 times better story. But
Well, okay, but that's a Zach movie with like rated R and stuff.
That would be an actual.
Right.
That would be an actual movie, Zach. Not whatever
Correct.
this was.
Now
correct.
this would be more akin to a movie if the grandfather was more relevant than just like a reason that the candle like was magic.
Yeah.
Well, he's a reason that the grandma's sad. And
Well, not
Like,
Is it a
not
reason why
but,
she's such a colossal bitch?
like she's an
yeah, that's
absolute cunt
that's what
the
they
whole
were
time.
trying to say is
She's
basically
awful.
like she's so uptight about it because like this is what happened as a result of her losing her husband. So she's
But like,
uptight. about it.
doesn't even-
I honestly forgot about the
The
grandfather for 90% of the movie. That's the
Oh
problem.
yeah,
And they come back at the end being
Well, right,
like,
'cause
oh,
she-
like,
she
look at
comes
you,
off-
you care about him. And like,
yeah, she comes
I
off shallow. Like that's the part where I think they casted the grandma really well because they have like all these excuses and that's not really like the actual reason for anything besides they're just like a pent up scornful bitch.
But they
She
can't
sucks.
explain.
She's
They
the
can't
worst.
explain why everybody's so mean and hateful. There's no
Yeah.
reason for
What's
it.
human nature, Andrew? That's just
Exactly.
I hate people who are
No,
different from me, and that's
No, Zach. No, not good enough. There's a reason for everything. People aren't just hateful for no reason.
So
There's
if you
always a
if you
reason.
if you can explain to me, Zach, I can understand why the grandma hates Mirabelle.
I can
Fuck.
excuse
Mirabelle.
that.
I can
That's
understand
fine.
that. I disagree, but I'll allow you to have the entire family hates Mirabelle. Why?
I think
Why
they
does
just
everybody in the village that she lives in, that she has the most in common with, that she is like kind of like a part of, why do they hate her?
Ooh, we can tie this into current events too.
Zach, no, movie alone. You don't get to reach out of the boundaries of the movie.
So basically, the family, everyone in the village benefits so much from all the bullshit that's like coming out of this clearly
The
corrupt,
superpowers.
messed up house,
Clearly.
and like how they're benefiting from it. That like anything that upsets the balance, like not cool. Like you don't want to mess with the status quo or anything. So it's
Maintain
like
status
for
quo.
her to
Hold on,
like
no, dude.
for her to like ruin the magic or whatever and like have her be that one. They're superstitious village people, so like clearly she's cursed. And then also, like, if she's gonna disrupt or ruin or break anything that's benefiting them and their little holdout from like the messed up fascist government that's like on the
Preordained.
other side of the mountains, like they're scared, so they just hate her.
It just doesn't. It's not
What?
strong enough.
No, like I think that's really.
I
thin.
think people
Like,
have hated worse over less. If we're being
I
real.
also just
yeah.
find it humorous how just fucked up that whole situation is when you think
Well,
about
that's the
it.
thing. So the whole family's fucked up. That's the point of the.
Okay,
the movie.
so I don't mind grandma being bitch.
Uh-huh.
It can be a story of the movie. I don't mind they hate the main character Isabel. I don't mind the whole village hate her, but they didn't build up properly. It's like
Give
I
a
wanted
reason.
Yeah,
to
the
like
hate was very abrupt.
Put
Yeah.
the scene like her grandma pick up the grandpa pictures, so they she kind of like miss him, and grandma like giving some kind of like a precious eyesight to their children, so the children is like being precious. Show us that children is being precious. Grandma, like in front of the villagers, grandma saying something to the Isabel that is you are like might break the balancing or something. It doesn't have to be that strong. Build up something so we can understand what the
Yeah.
situation is going on. Just
Also-
not just showing up out of nowhere.
Another reason I hate grandma, because we don't have enough, is
She's
there's
got
that
no
scene,
powers.
there's that scene where Mirabelle's hanging out right outside her window, and she's talking about she's known the whole time that the magic is fading, and yet she still treats Mirabelle like shit.
Yeah, she
because-
uses her as a fall person.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
like
God.
you know these
No,
cracks are
yes.
happening, but you're fucking
You don't have
gaslighting
any
her in
reason.
front of everyone, like you
Well-
cock sucking bitch.
Give me a
what made me
reason
mad.
to believe it.
Abuela
But Grandma's
so
got no
much.
powers, right? Like Grandma's literally all she did was survive and then just like get over there. The
She's earned
Grandpa
nothing.
died, and he's the one who has the magic for the
That's
house.
what I'm saying. She's always
Everyone
like,
else
"Oh, we
has
got to."
powers. What does she
She's
do?
like,
She just sits there and bitches at people.
Yeah, like, oh, everyone use your powers for good. Like, help out the village. What? do
She's
you
like the
fucking do?
quintessential Colombian boomer.
She
Or
is
Venezuela, wherever
the
they're at.
fucking worst character ever.
Oh God.
Yeah,
She
and
does,
I'm not-
like, no matter how much they try to redeem her at the end, it doesn't work because
And
I just
I think that's the most important part, right? Like, because like movie, like people who are positive on this movie will say that's the intention. She was like a villain. She's a stand-in for like a non-typical villain.
Yeah.
Right.
Where like she's not.
Well, it's
this
like her
evil
emotions
character.
are the villain, right?
Yeah, like ooh, like this is so fresh. But here's the thing: they put so much ammunition behind hating her, and all of it is so unfounded.
And
that-
then they immediately are just like, forgive her.
yeah, and I'm like, I
Exactly.
I don't
doesn't-
forgive her. Sorry,
Right,
I'm
at the
not
end of
her
the movie,
family,
She still
so I
leaves
still
a bad
hate her.
taste in your mouth. Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
can't provide a reason for why she is the way she is that is rational, then you can't have a rational reason why she is fixed or saved at the end. You have to, that's unbalanced. You can't end with all that weight at the end. It just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, I maybe if like honestly, I feel like the part where Abuelo and Mirabelle are talking at the end, if they would have just like nailed that and made that like a really emotional scene or something.
Their
instead of-
confrontation, I thought, was pretty powerful, and then it was
Instead
just
of
done.
focus-
Good.
Yeah, then they focus too much on the backstory of like how they got to the magic house.
Which we already
and, like,
know.
list-
My
we already
favorite
knew
part of
this.
this movie.
We already knew about this. I don't need to see it in more detail. Like I don't
Listen, them
care
fleeing
because
from
clearly,
that persecution. I
clearly the
needed that,
grandfather,
Steven.
clearly the grandfather doesn't matter. What matters is the relationship of this family. But that they don't do anything to rebuild this relationship. They just say that it's good now.
Oh yeah, like
They don't show me.
you're the miracle, Mirabelle.
Yeah, it's like no.
Well,
like,
yeah.
there should have been a second confrontation where Mirabelle has to argue or
Has to make a point. Has to make
a point.
point.
Yeah. And
I was hoping for a scolding from
grandma's eyes.
ghost.
or something.
Honestly, I was
Yeah.
hoping Grandpa's ghost would come out of something and start
Well,
bitching at it.
So here's the thing: the movie. We said this earlier, Zach, but the movie would be a lot better if it insisted that the house was the spirit of the grandfather. That would have
Yes,
been.
I thought that's what they were trying to get at, a bunch of the time.
Better that way, yeah.
They
At
they
no
do
point was that
nothing
the
to-
case.
They do nothing to suggest that. It's only our desire.
I think the last grandpa scene was like a same equivalent of the. Remember the live action Aladdin? The princess started a song where
that
she
random-
got invited. She sang and nothing happened. It was totally unnecessary.
Yes.
So she sang. She's like, she was, I'm a strong woman, something like that, and nothing happened.
I'm not going to be silent, and then Then she proceeds to not say anything after.
Yeah.
that.
Right. And
What was that movie
that's
with the emotions
dumb.
that
Inside
were the
Out.
characters?
Inside Out.
Inside Out. So I feel like this was Diet Inside Out with a better soundtrack.
That fucking sucks. Because I thought Inside Out was just
Inside Out wasn't
straight
really
mid.
good.
It
Inside
didn't
Out.
have-
Really
That's
didn't
what
have
I'm
any,
saying.
songs in
I don't
it,
think
so.
it even had. I don't think it had any. Well, it had a couple.
I think Bing Bong, where the
Bing
fuck his
Bong,
name
right.
was.
It
sang
sounds
something.
racist, but Bing Bong had a song.
I
don't know
love
what
the
his name
concept
is.
of that movie, and I feel like they
I think
just
it was
didn't.
Bing Bong.
It
Was
was
it Bing Bong?
I think
fine. It was Bing Bong.
Bing Bong, Bing Bong.
Yep.
Who's got the something? Bing Bong, Bing Bong.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I think that guy hated me. Bing Bong.
Where the fuck were we in this recap here?
Okay, I remember.
Uh,
We're definitely
The
not.
house was crumbling. Oh,
Wishing for a miracle.
No, we're
House
way
is
past
crumbling.
that. She's
Gaslighting
going to
grandma.
Bruno's tower
Yeah.
now.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause she talked to Louisa and everyone.
Yes.
So off to the tower.
she's
The
going
most
off to Bruno's tower.
inconvenient room ever.
Absolutely. Yes.
What a ridiculous-
What the
yeah,
fuck
what a
is
massive-
this?
Structural layout was
ridiculous.
obscene. Yeah.
Every-
An insane room.
Okay, so we see with Antonio's room that and that's the only magical powers room that we ever go into outside of Bruno's.
I
So,
wanted to see more of the rooms, honestly.
so we
Well, they go
assume
to-
we
they go
assume
to Flower
that
Girl.
we see Isabella's. Yeah.
that's true.
We don't
That's
see
true.
Louisa,
So we
No, and
assume
who's the
that
flower chick?
right, that's Isabella.
Oh, that's
I was
Isabella?
wrong.
Oh, yeah.
We assume that everyone's rooms accommodate their power and
Right.
is a part of it's emblematic of what their
Some-
power is.
Yeah, sure.
Bruno just gets a giant staircase up to some random spot,
Sand hole.
His
with a bunch of
sand
sand.
chamber. Yeah.
and I guess because he
The
uses
sands
sand
of
to make a
time,
circle
Jared.
thing.
The
But like,
sands of time.
what a-
and he
what
can
a
see
dick
into the
move
future,
of the
much
house.
like Raven.
another thing about Bruno, man, everybody has these powers that they just inherently just have, right?
Yes,
they can just
correct.
do these whenever they want. Whereas
Yeah. Yep.
Bruno needs to do this whole fucking ass ritual and make a circle assault and light some things on fire. How did he know?
Well, it's 'cause
How
he
did he
has
figure
the-
out that he could do this?
It's because he's the most powerful and be unfair if he could just look into the future all the time.
How? But
Yeah, that's
how
the
does he
only reason.
discover that this is how he does it? Because the only reason Antonio knew what his
No
power was is
possible way
that
to
some
know.
random toucan landed on him. He could hear it talk.
Yeah, he
it
didn't
was
just
something that
know
just
that he
happens.
could-
How the fuck did Bruno discover that he could see the
I need
future
to
by
make
doing
four-
all
I need to
these
make
things?
Four spots of sand and light these leaves on fire, and then
Maybe-
make
It
the
is
ring
I'm
around.
getting so hot right now, but even though it's just a tiny little nitpick.
Maybe he
No,
can
but
have
it's
mini
just
visions if he doesn't do that. He only needs to do that for
Well,
far
now
off
we're
visions.
now
It
we're
doesn't matter,
being now we're
how,
writing the movie for them at this point.
Well, all right, I'm making the movie better. So if
Yeah.
he just does it without doing that thing, he can only look a couple days, a day or so into the future. But
Jared's point still stands.
the first time he did that, he saw himself making the rings of four things.
Oh.
That's how we knew.
Oh.
So it was the future him
Wait,
showed him how to
Steven,
do that.
Steven, that's a paradox. If he doesn't know, how could he do it? And then
Right,
see
how
what
can
goes
future
through?
him? Yeah.
Every
It's a
time travel
Terminator.
movie has paradox. You can't expect a Disney movie to fix time travel. Oh, it's not
Steven,
even time travel. It's you look into the future, so it's fine.
Guys, I'm doing the best that I can here. Help me out.
I can't. I'm not a professional writer. This is the best I could do.
So,
But
okay.
I agree with Jared. I know that that's a small thing, but those little things tell you how committed they were to the integrity of the storyline. That's
It
all I'm
looked
saying.
cool though,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
the
what
problem.
was important.
Yeah, that's
One
what
thing
I
that-
Honestly,
want.
new Disney's more about the
One thing
flash,
that I did-
flash and the pan, and then the good
One-
soundtrack.
Yes, one thing I did like about his power was the shader that they used on the little green glass.
Oh,
strip,
yeah.
where I could see the 3D shit in it.
the
As
technical,
I thought that was cool.
Yeah,
That was
Like, I'm like,
technical stuff.
yeah, technically cool.
it's
Aside
something
from
only
that,
you could love.
dumb.
No, aside
Um,
from that, just
So yeah, she goes up to the tower. She has her
Drums and
little.
playing.
She has her little like. What is that? Like the Cave of Desire or something in Aladdin? What was that lion cave thing called?
the one that like who
The-
my thunder.
Yeah. She has a moment like that where sand is
I forget what
filling
it's
up and
called.
she's trying to escape. Sure.
One thing, her
Stop
escape
making me want to
sequence.
watch
So-
Aladdin more, Jared.
So when she's going up there, obviously there's a gap and she has to use a little like rope swing to get over.
Mhm.
How does she get back down?
That is
because
an
a big
excellent
large
question.
chunk of
I
the things.
actually asked myself that.
That's an excellent
Because
question. Moving
a large
on.
chunk of that fell down, and then it's like, oh, magically she's just walking out the door. It
She
doesn't
just
matter.
slid down the
Well,
sand.
remember, like, here's the thing. Remember, the house.
Cape of Wonders.
You can always thank you, Mastiff. The only thing
Cave of
that
Wonders,
you can
yes.
say is like, well, the house is magic, so it solved the problem.
The
somehow.
house can't
Which
do
is why
anything
was
in
the
this room.
broken?
They established
Oh,
that.
They
They
clearly
did
said
say
that. So
they did say
she,
that.
she had to get out of there of her own devices.
Yes.
Now, I
Okay,
like.
you're right.
Like I guess it could maybe it could be assumed that the whole room filled with sand, but if it did that, she wouldn't have been able to get out at all.
It didn't though,
So,
because it showed her on the cliff. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
You're right, and it
And
would have
there
covered
was
the
no
door.
sand.
I was gonna say,
So-
yeah.
That's the part where I
You're
was
right,
like,
she did
oh,
not
what?
get out of there.
What the hell was that? At least show me how, like, because that would have been a cool escape sequence where like sand's filling up and she needs to like get down.
Maybe, yeah,
somehow.
maybe she like
Oh,
rides
the reality
sand that's
escape the
pouring
cave.
out.
Yeah, but it's literally plot convenience is her power. But like, yeah, it was just like, well, show me, please, because that's kind of important. You made a big point of her getting up here, but you don't give a shit about her getting down, apparently.
Right, it was like a journey to get in there, and then
So
Well, I'm
no
not-
big deal.
like, you
Like,
might
yeah,
as well have
just
just
look
made
at
the
it that
room
way.
just open immediately into the seeing chamber, and
Yeah.
it would have been completely the same. As, like, who fucking
And
cares?
honestly, it would have been fine. They would have cut 10 minutes out of the movie, and it still would have
of her
been
just walking
fine.
upstairs.
Yeah,
or,
that would
like,
have been fine. Because they didn't gain anything by that whole
Yeah,
like
no.
trip up
They-
there.
Well, what they gain is what they believe to be character development. And to them, character development isn't seeing a character change over time. It's just having a perfect character experience adversity and always overcoming it. That's what you
it's
learn.
her. Yeah, she's like singing her madrigal song
Madrigal.
up.
Yeah, as she floats
As
over
she's going
space with
up.
her eyes rolling back into her head. Holy shit!
With her head spinning.
Madrigal, Madrigal, Madrigal.
So yeah, she gets out of there. She
She's got
bumps
the
in.
shards.
She bumps into Hag Bitch.
Got the Chaos Emerald.
Yeah, she
Oh,
got
yeah,
the
the
Chaos
grandma's
Emerald.
outside, and she's like, "What were you doing?" And I just remember thinking, like, "Why the fuck do you care?" Like,
Yeah.
you
And then
hate
she
her.
starts
never
blaming.
cared.
She
No,
starts
she-
blaming.
Suddenly now you care.
She starts blaming Mirabelle because Louisa is upset and she was saying the donkeys were heavy. She's like, "What the fuck are you doing to my family, you bitch?"
Exactly. Yeah, like
Yeah.
God damn it.
Thanks for the
Holy
sub,
shit.
Zach.
I just couldn't forget to do that. Sorry, it popped up.
14 months.
A long time.
Well, listen, I waited
regret any
a
of those
long
months?
time.
So
You regret any of those months?
Always. All
No.
of them.
every single
Every
one of
time
them.
I just
At least 12 of them.
So
I
we
would say
got that.
13 to the 14.
We get it. We get a hint that Louise is losing her powers. So obviously,
Losing her
the grandma blames Maribel because she is powerless and
Mirabelle,
she's
I
acting
hate you.
weird.
Sure.
I know you did it.
So after that, I think is around the time when we get to we don't talk about Bruno, right? Like she hasn't
Yeah,
put the
That's
pieces
the
together
next
yet.
song.
Yeah. So
No,
it's
she
just
still has some.
No.
Wait,
she
she
put like
hasn't?
3 of them
I
together.
thought she
Right.
did put it together.
But that was
No,
in the
not
scene.
quite
That was
yet.
before the collapse
Okay,
of the room.
yeah.
Okay.
She didn't fully do the puzzle piece until
Got it,
Dad
got
walked
it.
in after the Bruno song.
After the Bruno song.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to get the sequence in my head right. So yeah, we're on the
Okay.
we're on the Bruno song now. We get a musical number of why everybody hates this fucking guy because he just told them some shit might happen. And then these rational adults just who know that these people have powers.
Not
Yeah.
rational adults. Venezuelan mountain villagers.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Something tells me Disney was not trying to cast these people as dullards.
I don't think so.
They weren't,
Like,
but
No,
Superstitious
no.
well, were
idiots
they though?
at
Look at the aunt and the
mercy of
uncle though.
some- They are stupid, but I don't think that the movie intended it to be that way.
But they
Anyways.
just assume that this guy is intentionally making these people's lives awful.
Yep.
When he's just literally like, and you know who
Prophesying.
Bruno looks like, what Bruno acts like as a character. You know that he's like, I'm sure he approached this of just like, hey, like, just warn you, this shit might happen. And then it does, and it's like, what the fuck, Bruno? Why? Why'd you do that on purpose?
Now that you said it's gonna rain, now
You
it's never
did-
gonna rain
you
because now it's in my head, you know.
It was a
Yeah,
rational.
I'll admit, I'll be in Zach's
corner.
corner on this one. Of like, I thought the song was pretty fucking catchy.
Wait, can you put on Santana Smooth just really quick?
Santana Smooth, sure.
Smooth by Santana, just so we are all clear that
Where the
The
inspiration
song
for the song came
is
from.
Oh,
not.
for sure.
Even
yeah, as
even
far
if
as,
it
like,
even if
the-
it was ripped off of like some other successful thing, I will say like, well, that successful thing is probably
Yeah,
successful
like,
for a
like,
reason.
It is. It's the same as like Let It
Yeah.
Go. Like uses the same sort of chords. Like it's this like this is what Bruno uses, and it's just
Again,
Latin pop.
It's
like, there's-
almost like there's no original thought.
Oh yeah.
like, it's just this is just what
Featuring
Latin
Rob
pop is.
Thomas.
Hang on.
Oh my
Oh,
God, it's got
baby, Rob Thomas. This is full circle, baby.
We don't talk about Bruno. No.
Oh, yeah,
we
I
don't
know
talk
this song.
about Bruno.
I even know this song.
It's just like
I mean,
when
you're
hear
right.
I'm sure you
the
can
thing-
find a mix of that somewhere.
You're
It's just like,
right.
do people not know that they're just susceptible to like the same chords over and over again? They're like, oh, this is such a good song. I'm like, do you
They don't
really
care.
think that?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
most people just
it's-
enjoy music. They don't want to know why.
I'm not.
I
I'm
don't-
not
I don't
saying.
think- I
I'm
would
not saying
argue
that this is
everyone
like
enjoys
a.
music.
I'm not saying that this is like a even top 20 best Disney song. But I thought it was
Yeah.
catchy,
But it was
and it's
catchy,
probably
but it was-
catchy
yeah.
because it uses those techniques in the same way that
Right, it's
"Let
the
It
best
Go" is
song in the
catchy and
movie,
miserable.
I guess.
Memorable. So
the
yeah,
most memorable one from the movie.
it was
Yeah.
a fun, entertaining sequence.
I don't know. I'm gonna remember Louisa's song for
Fine.
a long time.
Oh, for all the
I don't
wrong
know.
reasons.
Honestly,
for good
because of the
reasons.
Aladdin thing, I will
know.
never forget it now.
I actually
that's
don't remember
also-
how it goes though. Like I can't recite
Na
the
na
chord.
na na na
the
na
chord.
na 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 na.
Yeah, I don't remember the words.
Whoa.
Listen, I know the entire song verbatim, but that's because I've listened to it on Spotify way too much. So
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. So the Bruno song is also one where I got annoyed at like how it was funny watching Mirabelle. Did y'all notice this? How Mirabelle's like uncomfortably dancing with them.
Yeah, she's
And
just
I
like,
get- like it was really weird. I get that like that happens in like musical theater, like people all dance and sometimes, but I would argue that weakens like the story even in musical theater. It's just weird in the movie because it's like how does she feel about
it's
this?
it's
Like, she's
almost like
dancing
it's
one
almost
way.
like it's okay. So when a song starts in a musical, like we had said before, it's supposed to feel like natural and like your brain barely
Right.
like consciously notices it.
It's folding into the story.
There-
as it
there's
happens.
like-
the song
some
is supposed
sort
to
of-
tell part of the story.
There's some sort of like magic circle that like you're in this and there's a suspension of disbelief. But then when you
Right.
see Mirabelle like kind of like awkwardly dancing, that weirdly like is a fourth wall breaking moment.
It
in
definitely
this
makes me
scene that's
aware.
not actually natural because these characters are just randomly singing for no reason, but it makes sense in
Yeah.
your mind, and then suddenly that just breaks because people are acknowledging that music is happening, even though counterintuitively like that's not supposed to be happening.
Yeah, like she is dancing to the music that I'm hearing. She's not having a conversation with like her family.
Yeah.
That's it you're right. Like it definitely that's what breaks it is she is both aware she is aware of the same thing that I am, and that is a problem.
Yeah.
Usually, what Disney did to the music was like here when music is happening, we are in the music like
Yes.
here. Oh, well, we are in
The
we are in the
whole world
flow of
is, right?
We are,
Yeah,
no, even other
It's-
like that music, not the whole world. We are in the music. We are like sympathize the main character's feeling, but this is like we are observer. This music was like we are observer. We are just watching the movie,
Actually,
not like sympathize it.
Does Flynn Rider in Tangled act the same way?
What do you mean?
Like,
the
oh,
same-
he does
exact same
acknowledge
way.
music. Yeah, they do have some fourth wall breaking
Oh.
moments in Tangled.
Or-
I remember
yeah,
that.
they do a
but
little
they're
bit of
doing
fourth
that
wall
in-
breaking.
They're doing that as
intentionally.
like a joke on like purpose.
Right.
I think they're like calling attention to it. This one is more subtle, where they're like,
Might be like a
it's
tongue-in-cheek.
breaking the fourth wall.
I think
but,
an
like,
interesting-
in a weird, awkward way.
I think an interesting
where it
thing to
doesn't
consider
seem as direct.
in terms of like
For-
what I
actually
think
breaking football is
what I
different.
think makes like an effective song in a musical is like I had mentioned before, it's a way to convey a strong emotion that can't just be conveyed with words. So if you think
Right.
of like Prince Ali in Aladdin, right? That whole song musical number. If you can imagine like in world, like in the actual world where this is happening, nobody's actually like singing, but like this is what
This is what it
people
looks
this is what
like and
people are
feels like.
feeling and experiencing, and that's how you
Like, look how
convey that.
grand- Look how grand this
And that's how
is.
you
Wow.
convey
Oh,
that
yes. Oh,
in a
yeah.
movie format for an audience. So like I think most of like the quote unquote like effective songs in a musical are something like that, where like they're probably not actually singing and dancing in real life, but this is how
for
we're
our
conveying
benefit.
what is happening here, what's the emotion, what this scene is supposed to be, what the characters in the scene are kind of feeling. I think that's kind of what makes an effective like musical song. And
Yeah,
then
the
so
emotion wave, I agree
and that's
with that.
totally different from Mirabelle kind of like doing a little jive in the middle of the song.
Uncomfortable makes me uncomfortable. Like they
Now,
animated that, so
That does kind of make me think of like Be Our Guest and Beauty and the Beast. They
Uh-huh.
are actually singing to her in
They
that,
are,
right?
yeah, I think so.
Straight
Yes,
up thing.
which
Because
is,
they're
yeah,
they're
adds on
performing
the creep
entertainment.
factor.
They're doing entertainment for
Yes.
this
yeah,
person.
that,
Yeah.
like they say, like you're our guest, let us entertain you. Like
Yeah.
they
Right.
say,
So
like,
there are instances where
Sure, yeah.
them be like calling attention to them actually singing makes sense and it works.
but it has.
Yeah, there was a
It has to
purpose.
be. It has to have a purpose to it.
But you
Right.
also think of like the first song in Beauty and the Beast, where like she's just going along
singing around the village.
Yeah.
Like she's
Yeah.
obviously not singing around the village, and those people aren't singing with her. That would be a really weird village.
Mm-hmm. But it's
Are you trying to tell me that Gaston isn't singing inside the bar? Because he definitely is.
Oh, Gaston.
Listen, Gaston's a singer.
Well, he's
Yeah.
super
Oh,
gay, so he's really in the musical.
Oh,
Fucks
my God.
like Gaston and men's butts like Gaston.
Eats 10 dozen eggs and then fucks like Gaston.
Oh,
He's
Gaston.
especially good as expectorate. I always like that part.
Yep.
Expectorate.
All right, this is not a Beauty
it's
and the
getting
Beast.
off. It's
discussion.
getting off
No,
off
but
the
I
rails.
Listen, with
Getting off
Disney, it's
topic.
hard to not.
Well, no, but I
learn
think
the
it's important that when we talk about Disney musicals, we have an understanding of what Disney musicals are.
They've
like
been effective.
There's a precedent in place, right? Which means there's something to measure this movie against. It's
Yeah,
not
but I
saying
feel
that
like they're
all
on the
of those
downward
are
slide
perfect,
like
and
all
it's not.
movies.
Yeah, but I also think I think that it's not just as a rule that like, oh, we'll never be that good. Like that's a nostalgia.
No, I don't
thing.
think so. I think it's more so corporate greed is just kind of shilling it out a bit to kind of.
It's
dilute them
either
all.
corporate greed
Yeah,
or the
probably
people
some
in
of that.
charge of making these movies don't understand what made them work originally.
I think it's probably both.
Or there's just like a lot of
Well,
red
that's
tape that makes making something like that difficult.
I think it's just marketability of songs. They need to be standalone songs now instead of things that
Right.
have to live in the world.
Bro, we actually
They
made
I
this
have-
happen.
They had to live in that world.
I-
Otherwise, they
We
were-
actually made it happen, not them, because if you think about it,
Yeah, I mean, you're
corporate
right.
just seeking the money, how to make a more bigger money, and they actually saw the bigger money in the Frozen and let it go,
True.
Yeah.
and we made it big. And they saw opportunity to make the bigger money, so
now
they
they-
actually made what we
Yeah.
audience wanted.
so
But they
that-
want to
because-
make like social
Yeah.
media
Style.
famous songs.
Because
right?
I
Yeah,
kind
exactly,
of
yeah.
I kind of want to amend my statement, because I have no doubt that there are passionate people at Disney right now who also probably share our like qualms about like Encanto
I'd
or
like to
recent
believe
Disney
that.
movies, and they really have some good ideas that they want to make some significant changes to.
Right.
And it's just in this environment right now, it's just difficult for them to actually do that because
Yeah,
like
I
There's no
agree
way.
with that.
it
Yeah.
I'm
can't.
pretty sure that is.
I think it's Disney's too big, and decisions get made much higher up. There's not like the studio making it anymore. It's too big to have the studio
No,
have
it's
that kind of
not.
control.
Yeah.
The studio is just churning out the product.
Mhm. Where the
Now
fuck
they
were
are
we
just
in the movie?
worker, not creator.
Oh, where were we? Well,
She
well,
comes
what-
out
we
of
don't
that.
talk
She
about- we don't
comes
talk
out of.
about-
Oh, we don't talk about Bruno.
Bruno.
We go
Yeah,
through
yeah,
all
yeah.
of that.
After
We
that,
don't talk about
after that, she puts the little pieces together. Daddy
Yep.
comes in and catches her. He's like, "What the fuck, you stupid bitch?" No, he's
Yep.
like,
basically.
What have you done?
And
You
so
fucking cunt.
she
Dad.
Yes, Jerry.
she fucking tells her dad everything. He's like, nobody can know about this. Nobody can know about this. We're whispering. And
It's
then
like she's pregnant or something.
Because
Yeah.
everyone's like scared that like Abuela's gonna start pimp slapping people
"Well,
with the
she
fucking
will."
chancla.
and
Yeah.
then
Well, like,
because,
why would you
uh,
even bother whispering in a house with Dolores? Because obviously she's gonna hear it.
Also
Yes,
that.
she hears literally
no matter
everything
what.
within like a 5-mile radius. She
So, like,
knew
why
that
even
Isabella's
bother
future
whispering?
husband wanted 5 fucking kids.
Yeah.
yeah, and she
She
wasn't
was-
even listening in for that.
No.
She was lusting after her sister's fiance from the beginning.
From the very.
She's always
She
wanted
knew
that.
what she was doing.
She knew. She knew.
She just couldn't help
This
herself.
is all part of the plan. Now, I want to say just really quick.
Yes.
I wish that they had done a better job of making the grandma like them like scared about the grandma. They make it more that they don't want it to be found out.
Yeah.
They don't really say. They don't really like the grandma.
Yeah, they do take a weird personal interest.
I
in it.
would have really loved it if like her dad was like, your grandmother can't hear about this, like she can't know. But they don't make it about her. They make it like, no, what are you doing? We don't talk about Bruno. Not like you can't like your
Shut up, she's
grandma.
gonna
Like,
hear
she
you.
finds out.
Yeah.
Like I wish that there would like showed some fear of those people, but again, like the movie wouldn't commit to any of those darker things. All you have to do is like in some way like commit to some of that and imagine just how strong everything gets.
And
Like, you
and not
draw a
only
greater divide.
is that like a neat lesson to teach kids, but it's also like, you know, some mom or grandma watches this and it's like, shit, I feel like I do stuff like that. Like there's
I
a
agree. That's a
message
good point.
somewhere
That's a
that
good
like
point.
non-kids can take away from it as well. And that
Well,
doesn't
and-
mean that you have to like make this PG-13 rated R movie, and it also doesn't mean that you have to dumb it down super like distill it so much so that like a kid can enjoy it. Like there's a movie in here that exists for all ages, and I hate that like all ages
bones
has
are
kind
there.
of I hate that all ages has kind of become like a derogatory term now.
Yeah.
like it's like something for everyone.
Yeah.
But Jared, like what you said brings up like Mulan again. Like Mulan is a great example of like you, someone in an older generation could be like, oh shit, like do my traditions like hold back like the future of my kids? Like do I
don't think anyone watches Mulan and thinks that, but yes.
Okay then, Zach. Do you think that people watch this movie and glean some like message?
No, because there's nothing here for that.
Do you think there's
It's
any
so
good-
it's
do you
so
think there's, like-
devoid of meaning that there's no
okay,
way
but
to.
now we're bringing up the topic of like, do people actually learn things from movies? That's what we're talking about. But I don't know if we need to go down that route. But I would argue
Also,
that
I would say no.
people-
No,
I would-
I would say no.
I would argue that people do. Like, you'd be surprised. And it's not that they're like,
would
oh,
argue
I
that as
changed
well.
because of this movie. I would argue that we are a product of our culture. Like it or believe it or not.
Well, right, it like
Everything
inches
you-
the zeitgeist, right? It just like slowly.
That's significant.
I wouldn't even go like that. I would just say like you are consuming things, and the things that you consume inevitably alter and change. It's your environment. It's psychology, right? Like you surround yourself with things that reinforce your beliefs and your actions and your personality. Like there's the side of you who you are just like naturally, but that's all just reinforced by the things around you that you surround yourself with. If I watch a bunch of movies that look like this and that sort of talk about culture and how like tradition breaking down is hurting people, like I could either watch that once and feel nothing, but it's more likely that like I hear that message quite a bit and I'm like, oh, maybe like that starts to alter the way I view like myself. Oh, I'm not like stuck in tradition. So it's not that you're consciously watching a movie and saying like, I learned a lesson, I'm changing tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's that this impacts how you live because you understand that you can see visibly, objectively culture shaping around you, and that changes the way that you behave.
I personally
That's what
agree
movies
with
are.
that.
That's why they're important.
That's fair, but I don't think this movie does any
It doesn't.
of that.
But the upsetting thing is that it could have.
do anything.
That's why I'm
That's the
upset.
It could have. It
That
could have.
is
Yeah,
the
it
thing.
could have.
Because I believe that movies do serve a purpose, and people always say like movies are just supposed to be fun, and I agree with that. Movies should be fun but they should be good movies to begin with. But I think the movies also have a lot more impact than we give them credit for. The same as video games.
Any
and
sort of
any
media.
other form of
Yeah.
media, like music and stuff. Like this stuff matters, and the messages that get put into those songs, into those movies, and those games, they have more effect than you think.
I agree.
Which is why we should take care of them.
And movie or a
expect
game
more from
convey the meaning more
I
effective
do.
way when it's fun. So
Yeah.
it has to be fun and it has to be effectively conveying the meaning. So that is why it's very hard to make a good movie or game.
But there are movies and there are forms of media that like right on the face are like, listen, you're not meant to learn anything from this. Like this is just like you're not gonna watch the movie like 300 and be like, I'm gonna walk away from this learning a lesson.
Or Godzilla versus Kong.
History?
Exactly. Like there is,
Nobody
there,
do that.
like, but those movies don't like insist that they have something important. to
No,
tell you.
they don't try to feign a message.
No,
they just
no.
they
No,
are
the idiots
very
run away with it on their
very-
own.
They're very upfront with what they're delivering to you.
But this is why I always come at the movie from the angle of like, what did the movie want to achieve? And this movie, on right away, it's making
wants
the
to
case.
achieve
It wants to
the
say
message.
something. It's got something to say. So I'm listening. And the problem is when you listen, you just hear grandma farts.
Yeah. Well, I think its intended thing is to want to send a message. What it ended up being subconsciously for them is to just make popular songs that people like.
Correct.
I feel like from a corporate level, it's got to be intentional in some way because a lot of the
I mean, it's
From a
definitely
corporate level,
intentional.
for sure.
intentional.
Yeah.
The people on like the tippy top, and I've experienced this in like the video game industry as well. Generally, the people on the tippy top are not the people who even consume that media at all. They see
never.
dollar
Yeah.
signs and they see a potential product and they see algorithms of what things do we need to put into this thing. Like, I just take this,
Ooh,
this,
yeah, do
this,
that.
and this translates
like,
into approximately
do X
$8 million.
to generate fun to get currency.
They're
Yeah.
doing math to make these decisions. And the people who are actually wanting to be creative and have something important that they want to say are at the whim of these people, essentially.
Because everyone knows that you can't have creativity without math.
That's so true.
So
So that's
The one
the
that-
frustrating
and
thing.
straightforward yes or no, black and white math.
I mean, the problem is one that creates a really important thing. Mostly employee, not employer.
Good things. I feel like these days, this is probably hyperbolic, but like when it comes to
here
when
we
it
go.
when it comes to like big budget creative endeavors, I feel like good things like meaningful media with those kinds of budgets happens in spite of the people on top making decisions and not because of them.
Right. Yeah,
Like,
that's, I mean, that's
For sure.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I'd say you hit it right on the head.
So, bleh. So I
There you go.
I get a sense of like a nugget of a team of passionate people who really wanted to make something special with this movie, and then it just got fucked up because they needed to sell a bunch of soundtracks.
Granny
It's like
didn't
we
want
need
them to,
we need to get a yeah, you have like
we
this
just have to get Lin-Manuel Miranda to do
yeah,
everything.
we're like we already have
He's a
like
big-
this music composed, but no, we need a big name to attach to this. Let's get Lin-Manuel
He's-
Miranda. He's like
He's a big name that sells hard right now. You put his name on something, people will like it and listen to it. Like that's just a fact. It's like,
I
oh, he's an
refuse
award-winning, like,
to
songwriter.
believe that the team that made this movie picked Lin-Manuel Miranda to do the soundtrack because they thought he was the best fit. No.
Yeah, I know.
They
he's
picked
just
it
like
because so they
the
could
biggest
splatter his name on all of the promotion and sell his
He's
shit
just
on the
like
soundtracks.
Disney has this gigantic boner for him right now.
Yes,
and
yeah.
like, yeah, he's a talented guy.
I'm
don't
not
always
saying
like
he's shit at what he
right.
does. I'd say he's pretty good at what he does.
He's really good. Like, there's a reason why he's getting these jobs.
Yeah.
But in this instance, not a fan.
No.
No, like big swing and a miss, Lynn.
Yeah. Did not like it. God
So we're
damn.
at the dinner. We're at the dinner.
Yes, we're at the dinner where like
Yeah,
the little
like, people-
gossipy
they're-
things happening.
The gossip is happening.
And then they're trying to rush the proposal for some reason. I guess just to get
Well,
everyone out of
because
the room fast.
they realize the secret's about to get dropped, so they're like, just make it happen.
Yeah.
Right, they're like, just propose and then you can't go back because no one
One-
engages and then breaks
One
it off.
thing,
Oh,
one
right,
thing that
right.
confused me was that like during this proposal thing, the house starts like cracking in a little spot, and Mirabelle's like, "Oh shit, let me cover this up." Whereas like I thought she'd be like, "Bitch, look, I wasn't lying.
Yeah, seriously.
It's right here. Believe me now."
Now it's at the
That's how it
time
goes, they
where,
all fall
where
in.
she. Well, no, I think now is at the time where she thinks that she's going to be blamed for the cracks, so that's why she's covering it up because
Maybe.
she saw in the vision her standing in front of the cracked
yeah,
house.
you might be right.
So she's like, well, if they find out that it's me who's causing it, they're gonna hate me even more. So I don't want that to happen.
Could they hate her anymore? I don't know.
Yes,
I
they
feel like the big cunt on top has more hate to give.
They could and they do right
that's
after
true.
that.
That's
is
true.
The most confusing thing I had at the dinner table scene was like Isabel was not the reason that caused the fuss. The hearing girl, she was the one actually like caused the puzzle. And she like what is it? She told some other guys. The other guys told the others, and in the end, she just brought it up. She just
Oh yeah, like she is the reason that the.
But
She was the
Jerry,
reason
she
like
has
Isabel.
she has powers though, so she's fine. She's
It's
like
fine. She has.
we
Mirabelle
can't
she's
hate
allowed to
her.
No.
Mirabelle?
powers,
She has
but she can
powers.
talk
God
everything
damn you,
she
Mirabelle.
According to
Mirabelle is
this
the-
movie's
can.
logic.
Any secret she wants.
According to this movie's
Like,
logic.
when you're that flawed, like I mean that flawed, no superpowers, you get hated on hard,
And you deserve it.
and you deserve
Probably.
every bit of it. So get
Although she
fucked,
was not the
Mirabelle.
reason caused the fuss.
Mm,
Yeah, that makes a lot of
so
sense.
in
Like in real life.
Oh yeah.
so during this scene, the Ritz put together the puzzle, and then they just decide to just
Why are
show.
they like under the?
Why
Yeah,
did they
I
do
wonder if
this?
it's a plot
Did,
point.
are they
no, no,
implying that
they're
Antonio
control.
told them to do this? Like, why?
The rats are
Okay.
gathering the pieces of the vision for Bruno because he doesn't want anyone to see it.
Wait, I
It's
thought it wasn't
assuming-
the rats. I thought it was like raccoons or something doing it.
No, it's
No,
I don't remember it
it's
being
the rats.
little. Are you sure?
the
remember as
It's
soon
the
as they're
rats.
back in the walls, he's like, and these are the rats.
It's the rats. The
But
rats are the
Antonio-
ones
But
that
Antonio talks to the rats, so he presumably Antonio has control of all the animals within
Well,
that house.
Well,
I'd say
he's not
because he's
con-
lonely. He's not controlling
He's
them.
not
He's
controlling
befriended
these.
them.
I don't. Yeah, like maybe he's talking to the rats, but these rats in particular, he hasn't spoken to yet. I don't know.
Sure.
What all I know is that they're gathering for inexplicable reasons the pieces
Yeah.
for Bruno because Bruno does like somehow Bruno's controlling the rats. I don't know how he does it. He's
But why
magic.
but Bruno shouldn't be putting the vision together. He would be the
No,
last.
no,
one
he's not
to-
putting the vision together. He's because the rats are taking the pieces to him because he doesn't want anyone else.
He
to see
has
it.
kindly
Okay.
asked the
Okay.
rats to get the
Like, he-
pieces.
But they put
Through
it
his
all
little- through
together
his-
on a platter and just like, wee! Look at
through his little peephole. He was like, "Oh, let me peep this."
And he told the- and
he's like, "All
ooh.
right, rats, I'm gonna need you to go grab these."
Wait,
real
but
quick."
did he tell the rats to neatly put the puzzle together and then slide it in front of Grandma?
Because
This is
later
like
they're all running
miscommunication.
away with their own individual
Listen,
pieces.
they're rats. Yeah, they're mindless.
No, they're not in this
I'm
movie.
talking about. No. We're talking about the rats that eventually steal the pieces and get away. I'm talking about the animals that assemble the puzzle and put it in front of Abuela.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
So
that's what I'm talking about.
I don't
Like
know
for
what to tell you about
some
that.
reason they
know.
did
Those
There's
that.
natural
was.
entropy.
So
Because
That's because it has to happen. That's why. That's
Those
why
were
it
the
happened.
things that were warming Grandma's seat, weren't they?
Yeah, they,
They
were.
were.
They were like raccoons or some
Yeah.
kind
Yeah,
of
the-
like Colombian
I don't know.
rat.
So
thing.
for
I don't
some
know what
reason they were just putting that shit together on a platter to just
Is
slide
it
across the
Colombia or
table.
Venezuela?
I don't
I think that's
fucking
Colombian.
know.
I think they're Colombian.
It's in Colombia.
I'm pretty sure it's Colombian.
Pretty sure it's Colombian.
So
So your Venezuelan thing was even worse.
Even worse.
so that
So what-
happens. There's the big reveal that
Abuela's
gives
just
the
Spanish,
family
it's all.
more reason
Yeah,
to
that could
hate
apply to a lot of countries.
Maribel.
Well,
And then eventually,
As if they can hate her more.
yeah, and then Maribel finds the secret passage to Bruno's place.
Yeah, based
following
on what
the
the
rat's
rats entering the wall, right,
pieces.
or entering the picture. So.
We had the chase scene with Bruno. Like I said, his reveal, it looked nice. That's it. It looked nice.
Yep.
I was like, that looks cool. That's all. That was my only emotion for that.
My God, he's in
Yeah.
the walls.
And then we
all
have
right,
like a
canon
chase
is
scene.
Colombia.
There we go.
We have a chase scene with that. There's a comedic moment where she thinks she's gonna fall, and then it's nothing. Woo. And then we get to Bruno's abode, and shit gets weird.
Very weird, real
You
fast.
find out that Bruno's got some interesting things going on.
Yeah.
Bruno's got a lot of people.
Yeah, I really hope he did.
A lot of cracks
really
to
hope.
work through.
Whatever these fake telenovelas that he's making up or get real weird.
Dude is.
You know, they looked awfully penis-sized.
I am surprised that this man is still coherent.
He's barely sane. Yeah.
For how 10 years or whatever he's been living in the walls, right? No human contact, only rats.
10 years of it.
10
in the
years.
walls.
Yeah. He also looks like Sirius Black.
Yeah.
Turns out Bruno is not this super spooky, like evil guy. He's just a
No, he's-
goofball.
Super goofy guy who left because he was trying to protect Mirabelle.
Yeah.
Aw.
It's so thin. It's so
Yeah,
thin. I
it is.
cannot
No, trust me.
sympathize it.
We all agree. It's odd, like, because obviously the initial idea of Bruno being cast out because he's like, that your goldfish is gonna die tomorrow, and they're like, you
Why the
killed my
fuck did you
goldfish.
do
Like,
that, Bruno?
Why'd you kill my goldfish, Bruno?
Well, I think they
Like,
just associate the bad things with him. Just
Yeah,
like
but
bad
well,
things
okay,
happen, and he's like,
yeah.
things are either gonna happen, so they're just like, oh, we don't want Bruno around because he just
I
tells us
refuse
all
to
the bad
believe
things
that he
gonna happen.
only has bad visions, though. Right?
yeah, like he definitely
Right.
had.
point,
Surely,
he had to have
surely
some
he
good
told
visions.
people something good was about to happen to them, and then it did.
Well, then they assumed that he was blessing them, and not that like it was. He was only like, and again, just describing a thing does not like exonerate it. So just saying like they only saw the bad in him doesn't just explain why they only see the bad in him. Because
Right.
And they didn't give us enough reason to
Because that
hate
like
him.
that's actually like you bring
They
up a
didn't.
good point. I think that's like what the movie says is like these people only see the worst. Grandma only sees the worst. Like it's Mirabelle who sees the best in people, even though she literally doesn't. Like
No.
people, I had to look this up later because I'm like, why do people like this movie? And people say that Mirabelle like sees the best in people, but I dare anyone to prove that. I dare
Where in the
anyone.
movie do they do that?
Thank you. Like there's no evidence of any of this. It's just people say it on the surface.
She kind of just floats through it.
No,
Yeah.
she-
I mean, like she's
she
not a
has-
bitch. She's
Well,
got
no,
She's
things
not
going for her, I
anything.
guess.
she's got
she's
nothing.
just-
She's just a
doesn't
normal
do any-
girl
she doesn't do
without
anything
any
wrong.
ability.
And that's the
She's-
that's
she
the problem. That's part of the problem.
has no flaws and basically succeeds at everything.
Okay, so she's talking to Bruno. She says like, "Hey, give me another vision so I can know whether or not this
Has to
vision's gonna come true."
But you broke my room. We got to find an open space. And
Antonio's
then,
just like,
Antonio.
cha cha cha.
hey, I'm here.
Yeah.
What's
I've
up?
got the animals with
Problem
me.
solved. Cool. Let's go to Antonio's room. He does his little vision seance shit that he somehow
But
knows
before
how
we
to do.
leave, we have to have the
Gold
animation of
texture,
like the one
fire.
mouse like washing the other mouse's foot and then licking the toothbrush and looking ashamed because that's really funny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
We had to do that
Listen,
before
that's
we
just
could go into
classic Disney. It's been around since Cinderella.
Hard jokes. That's DreamWorks level.
So he does his little seance thing. Does fucking man, I am just losing the ability to care right now.
It's hard. It's harder and harder.
There's doldrums.
They do
throughout
the little
movie.
seance thing.
You do the
She has to
seance,
hug
and
her
every time it
sister.
reveals a butterfly and a hug. A
Butterfly
and a
landing.
hug.
That's foreshadowing. We see the butterfly at the end, guys.
That's
And he
true.
says,
That'll be
"Follow the
important later.
butterflies,"
That'll be
which is
important later. So like
amazing.
note that
Follow
one.
the butterflies.
Who am I hugging? Who am I hugging? Oh, it's Isabella. I hate
Oh
Isabella.
no, I'm
No,
upset
that-
now. Like I don't know how I'm
Finally,
ever gonna
ooh.
overcome this huge monumental challenge. 30 seconds
Ooh,
later,
it's all
bring it in,
the
bring it
best
in.
people.
Bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and start talking about the Isabella part now.
The
Yeah, we're
Isabella
in
part.
Isabella's
We're in
room now.
Isabella's
We're in
room.
Isabella's room.
We find out that she was only
I'd
gonna
love to be
marry
in her
that
room.
dude for the
I
family.
am right now.
That I don't know what that exactly means. I was gonna marry him for the family. Like for we never really established like what
do they
that
benefit?
means.
How do they benefit in that way? It's not
I
like
guess-
a
I
royalty
guess-
thing.
It's
Like, I
something
guess
that
it's
makes
like
sense when
magical
you just
kids.
like it goes one ear out the other.
Reproduce.
But like when you
Reproduce.
think
Like the
about it,
magic.
I guess maybe for yeah.
I think it's
but
just
like,
more children to
any-
give more magical
Yeah, but
powers, right?
literally
Are they not just
any guy,
Any
could've-
guy.
I guess
any
so.
guy.
Any guy
This
could,
this
can
one's
walk into a
good-looking,
room,
though,
come
Andrew.
inside her, and give her babies, and then
Honestly,
doesn't
it would
matter.
be a hilarious if the village like was sort of like indentured to that, where they did have to send men up to impregnate the women.
That's kind of almost what it feels like.
Because the men,
honestly.
because they actually shouldn't have men marrying unmagically into this family. It should be that men
Yeah.
come up and impregnate the women and create magical children.
Yeah, and the unmagical men aren't
Have to
allowed.
go well, and then
Because
if the kids don't
That
have
actually
magic,
makes
they have
more
to go
sense.
back and live
to
down
get
in the village.
expelled. And, yeah, so
Just
Mirabelle
like
should have grew up
Mirabelle.
in the village. Yeah,
The entire
Honestly-
village in this movie are just they're all madrigals, but only the
but they
if
unmagical
this-
magicals.
well, that's
That's
honestly
the dark
what I
side that they don't mention.
when the movie first started. I'm like, wait, did they like make this whole population with just their family? But then I saw that like. Because I forgot that there was a whole other group of people with them at
Yeah.
the beginning. I thought it was just her and her babies. I'm like, hold on. Where'd these
Yeah,
other
the
people
rest of
come
the
from?
dissidents.
Did they all climb the mountains and come in here, or is something weird happening? But
Well,
so
there's definitely. I mean,
So that
there's gotta be
flashback
some
had
stuff.
purpose to prove that it wasn't all incest.
yes, if that's all it did, then I'm happy.
so they
That's an important plot point.
so
Yeah.
that we just she's spewing all of this stuff about how she feels so much pressure about the expectation of being perfect because everyone perceives her as being perfect, so now she feels like she has to live up to that image. This all sounds nice when I explain it, and I was like, cool, that's
I
a
know.
neat character moment, let's explore that.
But-
And then we have one song and suddenly all of that is over and resolved. Cool.
Yep.
Damn it.
I mean,
No.
I mean,
to
Mirabelle
give-
didn't even try to
You wanna
like
give
a
some credit,
change
Stevie?
her.
I was
She
gonna
changed
give the song some credit.
I
I'm gonna
liked
give
the
song
song.
some credit
This one.
because
Yeah, this is probably my second favorite.
I don't mind the song.
Yeah.
Like the song is pretty decent,
Mhm.
and I like the part in the middle before they start doing the whole duet thing where Mirabelle's realizing he's like, oh, I thought you had this perfect life, but I was
Yes.
the one who was wrong this whole time. Like you obviously are struggling. Like
She
I
didn't really see
that.
the best in her.
I
Yeah,
thought
it's
the-
That's what I'm
Exactly.
saying.
I
She
thought-
fucking hates
Mirabelle is a-
Mirabelle
I
for
thought that was
Isabelle
like
at the bed.
I thought that was a decent moment, but
Uh-huh.
you know, obviously
I liked that scene where I was like,
Yeah.
oh, cool, interesting. But then, like, it was basically the Louisa scene, but I didn't despise the song. So, like,
Yeah,
I kind of
luckily,
liked it. I kind of liked it more. And then it wasn't until, like, maybe the end of the movie, I'm just like, oh, they kind of just, like, threw that away. Like, all right, that's
Yeah.
done. Cool.
They did
resolved.
they did keep this song in more reality. Like she was actually
Yes.
growing those flowers,
And
in
people
the
were
town.
noticing
That was
it, and
nice.
Grandma
And
was,
people were
like,
noticing
pissing
it,
her
and,
shit.
Like they were throwing paint, like powdered paint
it
everywhere.
also-
stuff. Oh, like, that
It
was
also
cool.
seemed like before the music started that Isabella was actually upset and it wasn't making a joke out of her being upset. These are all
Exactly.
reasons why the Louisa song
Yeah.
was so bad.
Like yeah, Louisa's song just doesn't make it sound like. At least
Yeah.
there was a little bit of emotion
A
in
little
Isabella's
something.
song.
I
Yeah,
mean,
I give it
scene itself was it's kind of decent, but they didn't build up much. It's
No,
like
I agree, Barry.
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
it's not like Mirabelle was like here taunting her sister like here. You have all this ability not in the past scene. You have all this ability, but I got nothing. It's like they were not fighting
been
each other to make a
Mm.
conflict or something, so they have to resolve the conflict. They didn't make it. They didn't build up enough so we can understand.
It was
So I-
very short-lived. You're right.
Yeah, there was very short scenes.
Well,
like
I
they
feel
didn't they didn't like each other. It was just a sister things.
They butted
didn't
heads
feel like,
occasionally.
I feel like
Understand
this-
what it? Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I feel like the song kind of explains why Mirabelle can understand her sister now, but not the other way around quite as much.
Mhm.
Correct.
There's no reason for Isabella to forgive Mirabelle during this.
No.
Exactly. Yeah.
None
She's
of that
still
was-
upset that she ruined her proposal and everything.
Well,
It's
yeah,
like-
but she didn't really love the guy, so like.
well, yeah,
Hang
like
on.
obviously that, but I like
Shouldn't you be thankful
They weren't. They
for
weren't.
ruining that?
it just wasn't quite as impactful on her side. I would say.
Counterpoint, though. Bring it in, bring it in.
Bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in.
Bring it in, bring it in.
So that's kind of how they started, connecting.
The beginning of that song had me worried when she was doing that, but then it saved itself. to
Yeah,
me. I was
yeah.
like, oh god, please
too
don't
many
be another one in
family
one.
members to build the legit relationships. Yeah, you weren't here
You're
for this,
right.
Mastiff. One of my
You're right.
biggest critiques,
You're right.
like immediately right out the gate, is like, this is like Meet the Robinsons, where there's just too
Yeah.
many fucking people. Nobody gets developed properly.
At least with this one, though, typically like Colombian families would be large, whereas like Meet the Robinsons is just like, yeah, they're rich as fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
Most of them aren't even related. They're just kind of there.
Yeah.
This
some
one
of them are
likes
just
trains.
Some of them are just motion.
Oh,
There were too many family members, and half of them was unnecessary for the whole movie.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
3/4 of them were
Like I'm
common.
We all
saying,
know Meet the
Shapeshifter
Robin.
Boy had like 8 lines.
He's pointless.
He wasn't
Really
impactful to the
meaningless
story
character.
except to show off his power.
Literally-
there is no
You could
effect.
subtract him, and the movie is the same.
Literally, I had a weird moment where, like, near the end of the movie, when like it's supposed like the third act, everything's wrapping up, and he has that quip of like, "Look, we don't have a house. What? That's not a house." And I was watching, I was like, "Oh, that's what he sounds like." Like I forgot what this character's voice was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we haven't heard him speak in so long.
True that.
Every time
True
he'd be
that.
someone else's like doppelganger and speaking as them.
because that's
Right.
like either the
Or
joke
like he was
or
being turned into like a baby head while they were losing their
Yeah.
mind.
God,
Like, aha, that's funny.
let's don't recall that nightmare.
But anyways, I think we're now to like one of the only decent scenes in the
Yes,
movie
the
where,
actual
thank you.
confrontation between
where Mirabelle is yelling at Grant.
I'll say it's
fat
my
granny
favorite
bitch
scene of the
face.
movie.
It's definitely the
this is
strongest
highest
scene.
point in the movie.
this
for
is
me.
legit emotion here.
The whole time I'm like,
Right.
yeah, tell her off, Mirabelle, get her.
And then because of this,
I actually felt it, and it was
Yeah.
well animated too.
because of this, the whole house starts like falling apart, and oh no, Bruno's prophecy came true. Fuck you, Bruno. This is all your fault.
Yeah.
Um.
Bruno's evil.
So
I did like that as the house was like destructing, it was still trying to save Mirabelle.
Mirabelle.
But
Oh, that part was cool.
True,
that was
true,
like
yeah.
Again,
That was very cool.
this only brings up the larger point of like, okay, the house has some affection for Mirabelle and can go out of its way to help Mirabelle,
why
but
didn't it make it to
but-
her room?
why didn't it give her a fucking room? And like,
it can't be that important to the plot, you know. You can't be giving her a room. It's gotta. If she didn't
Give her a
struggle at
damn
all,
room.
wait,
give
Nah,
her
she
a
doesn't
damn
need-
room.
Listen, the
She
house
doesn't
ain't
even
Make the
even
nursery,
real.
make the nursery not the
Normal.
shittiest place in the whole house. Like
Yeah,
it's
she
like
lived in a
dusty and
normal
falling
basic
apart.
bitch
Okay.
room. Yeah.
It's got
Okay,
a
no
glory
build
hole
up,
of Bruno.
just spontaneous scenes here and there.
What's up?
So no build up, just
I mean,
spontaneous
okay,
scenes.
no build up. It's not like
Right.
it's like the scene shows that the house has a passion to her, something like that
Mhm.
in the past. It just shows end of the movie.
I mean, they
So
throughout
we
the
can't
whole
get
movie.
confused.
Throughout the whole movie, they did like the house was more interactive with her than anyone else.
Oh, it's true.
At
it's
least
true.
we,
Now that I
at least we
think
saw
about
it that
yeah.
way, but that's why
Yeah,
it makes
we
it
saw.
funny to me that it doesn't help her like
right, exactly.
have a happy
So,
life. Like from the time she was a small kid, like even when she was a small kid, the house wasn't like, oh, let me take care of you. It was like, fuck you, bitch, sleep in the nursery by yourself.
So yeah, the whole house breaks down. So like, we're like, okay, the whole house breaks down. The Valley Mountain literally like fucking splits in
snaps
half.
It's
This
Oh,
is
dude, yeah.
this
The
is-
geology
dual
has
peaks
shifted.
from Breath of the Wild.
this is
Yeah, oh, God, I thought the same thing.
quintessential textbook second act low point right here.
Correct.
And we
correct.
have like 10 minutes of movie left.
Oh yeah.
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 So
Yeah.
Yeah, they do rush a lot of it at the
Oh
end.
Holy
my
Because
shit.
they
God.
spent too much time to create
Achieving nothing at the beginning.
nothing.
They did nothing. And then
They didn't
they're
do
like,
any
"Oh,
shit.
shit.
So
Well, we can't make
Mirabelle,
this too long.
Mirabelle runs away because she feels ashamed or whatever. Bruno does the same thing, but that's not important at all.
Who cares?
Yeah.
We spend like a
cares
couple
about
minutes,
Bruno?
maybe like having the family members be concerned about Mirabelle for some reason, because we've spent this
Why?
entire
I don't
movie
know.
establishing that everyone
That they
kind of
hate her.
fucking wishes she would disappear like Bruno. So like
Seriously.
yeah.
they kind of she literally
What's
does
changed?
the worst
She's at her
thing.
worst.
She literally does is seen like is perceived
She
to be
did the thing they were all
responsible.
scared of. She did the
She's
thing they were all
perceived to be
scared of.
responsible for the worst thing that has ever happened in this family. The one thing that they were all
Right.
scared of.
Yep.
She does it, or it looks like she does
Yeah.
it. And
The whole
now
reason they were
everyone,
all hating her the whole time, and then it actually happened.
Now they have reason to hate her.
yes,
Yes.
Now they
Yeah.
have reason.
but now
Try
they're
to
sending out
explain
like
it,
the
though.
search squad to look for her because they're also concerned about her well-being.
Oh no, Mirabelle, where are you?
And like,
We miss you, we love you, and we would never ever want you to feel bad.
so you have a couple of moments like that. Everyone has lost their powers because candle goes out, whatever.
Oops.
And then we just cut to Mirabelle in front of the river where her grandpappy died. And
Hey,
then
Pappy. Dead grandpa.
She's crying.
Fucking
Slow
Abuela
clap.
comes out. It's like, oh, I love you now.
Abuela comes up, sneaking
bitch.
behind her, like she's gonna like choke her out or something. But then
Yeah.
she's
It
like,
looks-
maybe I should talk to her.
I'll give her a second chance.
One more chance.
I could see somebody making an argument that Mirabelle's words reached Gran in that argument, and now that she has nothing left, like she's at her own weak low point here. But I still think it's a pretty fucking fast turnaround for this grandma to
It's way
suddenly
too
be
fast.
a decent
Way
character
too
There's
fucking
no-
fast.
there's
or a
no
decent
climax.
person.
There's nothing.
Nothing. And so now the frustrating thing for me is that we get an extended flashback sequence of the struggles that Gran went through. But we already fucking knew all of this.
We learned
No
nothing.
new
no.
information is being
We
revealed
learned
here.
nothing.
We
learned
got
nothing.
information of how Grandma and Grandpa met.
Oh.
And
Why
then-
would you spend
I'm gonna say it again.
minutes
I
to
love
explain
the
something
scene.
that we
And then
already
what-
know?
And then what happened more detailed directly after the candle came
The
out. I
problem,
guess. I
the
don't
problem that I
In
have
the little time
is
we
that
have.
the problem that I have is that like all of these problems that these characters have been having with each other is somehow getting resolved with information they all already knew. Nothing really actually changed with like the circumstances of these characters and like the things that like, oh, I misunderstood this about you or whatever. No, like it's solved by revealing something to the audience that they already knew, the characters already knew, and then Mirabelle is just like, damn, I didn't know that you had such a rough life. That sucks. Let's hug in the river. Look, a butterfly. Like,
Hey, the butterfly came back.
possible that through a new lens from all the shit that's happened, she like came to a realization thinking back on this stuff that she already knew.
maybe.
I don't think like obviously she knew this information already. It wasn't
Yeah.
a surprise to her. But maybe the fact that
Shouldn't
all
they
this stuff
at
is
least
happening,
have a
she
little
was-
bit of argument? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, here's the
And-
thing. Okay.
I don't know.
So the way a typical like 3-act movie would have handled this was like Jared said, like that we just exited the low point, but
Yeah.
we need a climax. So usually the low point is where you finally learn the lesson, but you haven't had a chance to exercise.
Should have
what
brought the
you learned.
conquistadors back.
Well, honestly, they needed one last conflict. They needed one.
They're
last
just
conflict
hanging.
to-
They're just waiting outside the mountain for anyone to leave. They've been there for like the past 14
They're
years.
just like,
Waiting
fucking
there
finally,
for,
let's
like,
go,
30 years
boys.
or whatever.
And the hilarious part is they're stretched so thin because it's been like decades, and like the men have dwindled. There's only like a couple of them left, and they're really
The most
weak, and they've like kind of
ineffective
lost
siege
their
on the
will.
planet.
Like, but like they finally turn like, oh, here's our chance. Like, yeah. and then they finally go in the-
And then they get blasted away again because the candle comes back. It's like shit.
It doesn't even give the villagers a chance to like handle it. The candle's just like, see ya. Boom!
See you later, bitch.
It just explodes them all over the mountainside, and the villagers go in and take their golds to the gods at the hill
Yeah.
for doing it.
They sacrifice a bunch of gold laden sheep
Virgins.
to the
No, they're
virgins
literally,
to
they're
grandma.
literally killing their daughters, and the magic girls are like, whoa, 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 whoa.
there are only a
What
couple
are you
left. There's only
doing?
4 to start with. That's actually really
There
true.
was only 4. Like, it took 4 conquistadors to annihilate an entire Colombian village.
Listen, it doesn't take much.
Well, when they're
They
unarmed,
just
yeah.
give one of them a gun, and like the whole civilization's gone.
So
Why have a gun when you can just go put your arms
But,
out
um,
as a lone man in front of
just-
4 men on
Just
horses?
real quick,
Yep.
like basically, like you get what I'm saying. Like what they needed was like if Grandma did learn a lesson, if Maribel learned a lesson, because this is her story too, right? It's not Maribel wasn't supposed to go through this movie not learning anything, and then everyone else had to figure out her way. Like that's not a good movie. There's no character arc. So ideally, both her and Abuela learn a lesson together. And then a new conflict comes, and they use what they've learned to. Now they don't fail anymore. Now they don't have conflict. Now it's only resolution, and now we feel satisfied. And then you roll that out, and it matches the theme. But they didn't do that. Like
No.
you said, like the resolution came with the end of the second act, so it's missing climax.
Yep.
It's missing all of it.
yeah, and so like Gran and Mirabelle hug in front of a butterfly that was shown earlier in the movie, so
Beautiful.
that just means it's important by default.
It was foreshadowed, Jared.
Don't you also love that it just so happened that all of this took place in like the most beautiful spot in Colombia? Like
Oh, yeah.
in this little like
I don't know.
waterfall.
Columbia's
pool-
probably got a lot of beautiful spots.
Okay, but
It's not,
it
it's not in the middle of a cocaine field or something.
It could have taken place in like some
Well, I'd
dirty like
certainly hope
dirty
not.
part of the woods or in like an alleyway behind an abandoned house. Like, but it happened to take place in this like glistening like clear water with like a waterfall and like beautiful like clearing and sunshine and stuff.
Yep.
Because it helps this end scene with the butterfly, the painting. They made it for the painting kind of a thing. It
Yep.
just it's very dishonest.
So after like Abuela and Mirabel literally resolve all of the problems that they've ever had with each other in that one moment,
Yep, lifelong problems.
Bruno shows up
Seriously.
and like has a comedic moment where he tries to like defend Mirabel. Even
It
he,
wasn't Mirabelle, it was
blah,
me
blah,
the whole
blah.
time.
Hi,
And-
Bruno.
and
Oh,
Abuela
my
Hated
son.
and Abuela
I
is just
missed
like,
her.
oh hey, I'm glad you're around. Sorry,
She's not that
like-
surprised.
She's not
No,
that
she's
surprised.
not. No one is.
She
No
hasn't
one is.
seen this man for a decade, who is a part of her family, which theoretically she
fucking child.
cherishes
Her child. Only-
more than anything else on this fucking
Well,
world.
Well, because she doesn't
Clearly
really. That's the
not.
point of the
Clearly not. Her actions say otherwise. She is the most
Yeah.
hateful bitch I've ever seen.
Does not
So-
love her children at all.
Whatever.
No, she loves their powers. I don't
They-
care what she says at the end. She loves her children for their powers.
They
And
take
that's why they're still together at the end, because they still have their powers. If they didn't have their powers, she'd be gone.
they take
She's like,
they
oh wait, I
take
did
a
have
horse.
to learn a lesson because we got the magic back.
Exactly.
They take
Yeah,
a
the
horse
family
back
will-
to the
that-
village.
that-
Go ahead.
Yes, horse back at the village. Some singing ensues.
Literally the third act wrap up song to resolve every
That's it,
single thing.
correct.
Everyone sees Bruno. They are all happy. Like, it's just like, great, cool, we missed you. Like,
They
what?
never sorry.
Not like I'm sorry we drove you out of here.
Nobody
Like, or-
apologizes to Bruno.
Something like that.
no one ever resolves the Bruno storyline. He's just like, hey, I'm back now. You guys cool with
After
that?
they literally sang about the we don't talk about Bruno's stuff.
Right.
right. Like he heard them actively say how much that they hate him.
Yes.
Yeah. Like he was in the walls. He heard them saying, "We don't talk about Bruno" every time. they
Oh
would say it.
yeah, he heard all right.
He heard that whole musical number. Anyways, so they get there and then they start talking. It's like, oh no, we don't have our Castle Madrigal anymore. And then the villagers are like,
Oh yeah. Well, watch.
Okay,
this.
I
no
can fix
conflict.
that.
No
Yeah,
conflict.
No
at
conflict.
all.
Well, no, there
Every
was
single one of them.
there was a conflict there, Jerry. They didn't have a house, and then 12 seconds later, they resolved that
Using the
conflict. With the
using
villagers.
the work of the free work
House
of the villagers.
I was gonna say
I
using the,
can literally say that's a
proletariat.
conflict.
Do you think when they were going back and build the house, did they finally build Maribel a room and
Hell no.
before it turned to magic again, or did they still just
No
like
fucking
build it
way.
in
the way it
No
was?
exactly
shot.
the way it was?
No
As
Like,
fucking
everyone gets a
shot.
room. Maribel, you're in the nursery again.
Like,
this is
if
your room,
if you
you know
truly
that.
deserve it, like you'll get it from magic. That's how it works.
Just an interesting thought experiment. Like, no, I guess it doesn't matter.
Is this a would you rather?
No, it was more of just like a. When do you think at what point during construction did the house become sentient? But it was when she put the doorknob in.
It was
Well,
when
like,
she put the doorknob in.
if,
It was
uh,
her magic.
oh,
But
great.
also,
Yeah.
did she even get a door after that? Because her door was the family door, the front one.
yeah,
But that doesn't have, they never showed her get her own room.
but it looks nice.
That's what like I noted this at the end of the movie and it made me laugh that so she actually did get a room. The room was her house.
yeah.
Like the
The
entire
whole
house
house.
is her room, right? Like because her gift is the house and her ability to hold it together, whatever. I'm just saying this is what the movie says it is.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, she doesn't get a room. She still doesn't have a room after
She
this.
still doesn't have a room. Which is like the whole point of the whole thing of the movie was like, oh man, I really want powers, like I
I
have my own
thought-
room and all this shit.
I thought it was
I don't
such
even need
a-
a special superpower.
I don't know
just
what
want
you're
a
talking
room.
about. She already got a room. You know that.
The nursery.
The nursery that she had to share with
The
Antonio.
baby, the
and then-
nursery, which is basically where like the unpowered kids stay until they get powers.
I thought
exactly.
it was such a. I thought it was such a fucking fumble to give the family their powers back. Like,
What a fumble!
Yeah.
Huge
Oh.
fumble.
I was so disappointed.
Zero
Yeah,
commitment.
it was.
No.
It
Wrong
was
move.
seeing
Wrong
that you
move,
can be
man.
fine without the power, and they gave the power back.
What they should have done is only Maribel
What's
has
the meaning of
powers
this?
now, and her
That
power
would be
is
incredible.
just to animate the house, and it's just like, okay, we get the house back with its personality, but no one else has powers anymore. neither does she technically. It's
Well,
just
like,
how-
they're
What's
just like,
the
well,
meaning
maybe
of
the powers
giving
were
them
the
power
problem.
back? I don't
It's
get it.
fun.
That's what it
It's
should've
fun,
been.
Jerry. That's why they
The
did
The
it.
power should have been the problem.
The magic
The
is
powers-
fun.
Because actually the movie does spend the whole time insisting that the powers are the thing making them unhappy. So the fact
Yeah.
that they get the powers back at the end anyways, and
It doesn't
Abuela's like,
resolve anything.
nothing is
Only the
resolved. The
peasants.
same.
there's
Everything has been
They
returned to
have
the
to do
status quo.
everything.
The house even looks exactly the same as it did before.
We
yes.
just jump back to the exact like starting point
At the beginning of the movie, that's where we were. But and Bruno's back. Maybe I don't know. Who cares? Maybe he's gone again.
I don't know. Maybe he just goes back and lives in the walls. His room.
Yeah, he doesn't
isn't
get. He
livable.
doesn't. He's not going to live in the sand room. So
No, that room sucks. Not a bed in there.
So yeah,
the
they're
peasants have powers.
great. That and then like this all happens in like 10 minutes and within one song,
Yeah, they
and
wrap it all
then
up real
then
nice.
roll credits. Lin-Manuel Miranda.
No, there's that song, and then
Uh-huh.
there's one more song at the end where
Is
they're
there?
like, oh, now we're like, it's like a little bit in the future where they're like, oh yeah, we're happy magical people now.
Madrigal.
It's like, yeah,
Oh,
that's when they get like
yeah.
the family picture thing, and that's the end of the movie.
Great.
After we've all through.
That's
we have
when,
to
like,
magical people, you know.
That's when Dolores swoops in on that hunk dude.
Oh, that's
I forget
right.
what his name
That's
is.
right.
All right.
Yeah, she's like, oh, like I've
always wanted
heard
you.
everything. Always wanted you. I've heard things.
Oh yeah, Mirabel is allowed in. True.
That's some
finally allowed in the-
Oh, she
significant
can
character
eat in the
development right
picture.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's this beautiful movie where Mirabel is hated for no reason because she is a good character. Learns nothing throughout the course of the movie. Just turns out that everything she's mad about is correct, and that Abuela doesn't have to learn a lesson either. It's just a chance where they say sorry, like, or she doesn't even. Does she say she's sorry? I don't know. Like Abuela has her
think she
moment where
does.
she's like, okay, I will.
She
concede.
says she does say. I think she says she's sorry in like
Okay.
the song.
But Abuela doesn't have to change after that. Neither does Mirabel. So Mirabel, our main character, learns nothing. Abuela learns nothing. None of the other
Got no
characters had
power.
to like risk their powers or having to grow. Nothing
Girlfriend.
changes. I think basically, like I'd struggle to see anything that really changed besides.
I'm sure
Bruno,
they
them
I'm
knowing
sure
that
they
Bruno's
hate
alive.
Mirabelle slightly less.
They
Like,
let her in
why-
pictures now.
They might as well just go right back to hating her because all the same things still exist.
I guess,
all the same things are still true.
Isabella kind of changes her look. That's different.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now
So
she's
there you go.
okay. Now she's okay having color in her hair.
Now she's quirky.
Because that's not perfect. Like
Oh.
at least it's like the
Thank
birthmark in
God.
Ready Player One.
Thank
Look at how
God
imperfect
Louisa
she
is strong again though. So
Thank God.
that's
Dude,
important.
Because without that, where would she be?
She's
And-
literally nothing without her power. That's
Wait,
what
wait,
she
was
thought.
it-
And the
And
house.
she
house
was
is
right.
still the
And then
base
her
farm.
very
although
right,
wasn't there a scene at the end where like Louisa's like she's like
forced
Mirabelle's like,
her to
oh, you gotta
hold
you
with
gotta
the rock.
relax, and then the donkeys are like serving her drinks
Oh,
or
that's
something.
right.
It was
yeah.
really weird, but it's not.
What the fuck?
But it's not saying that Louisa, you have something special. It's like no, just take a break. Like,
Take a
but to be clear, we're gonna need you later.
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
need those
just-
muscles.
just take a break.
throbbing
Another
muscles.
tied to the dictator's
The
madrigal.
dictator madrigal.
But that's really what it felt like. It felt like they're like shit. Like now that they don't have their home, they're gonna come for us. We need to make sure that the temple is restored.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
The end.
The end.
That was the whole third act.
Yep.
Whimsy.
Yeah, wow. We blared through it, and I wouldn't even say blared. We just said it outright. We spoke it, and it took.
We spent
5
more
minutes, and
time
that's
on
longer
it than
the
it
movie.
actually was.
Then it actually happened. And I mean,
Yeah.
that's just
I guess that's just how it happens, but we still didn't spend that much time on it comparatively.
no compared to the rest of the stuff we were talking about. It was a very little,
So
but still more than the movie.
there you go. That's the movie.
That's
Cool.
the movie Madrigal, Jared.
The movie
That
Madrigal.
movie Madrigal.
The Madrigal.
Fuck, man. I kind of liked this movie a little more until we started talking about it more.
Like honestly, yeah, I'll be honest. Like I came out of this movie being like, that was pretty decent.
Yeah.
And then the more I thought about it, I was like, all right. Oh, and then we started talking about it even more, and
I still think it's
realizing
pretty decent.
more. and
I
more.
don't-
I still,
I
don't think
fault
it's
you for it.
I
cross-
still,
I don't think
I
it's
still
crossed
like
the barrier
more of
like,
the songs
bad.
than I hate them. I think
Yeah.
the Louisa's song was like the outright just like I hate this one.
Yeah.
The rest of them were fine.
I
fine.
yeah.
and they're catchy.
Yes.
So like I thought the music was good, and aside from like the big numbers, like the ambient music and like score stuff they had was also really good. Like they did a good job of that at least.
I think I'm still on the side of like overall, like I don't think this is a bad movie.
I would watch this movie again.
I probably would. Yeah.
I wouldn't. This isn't a movie I'm ever going to be like. Yeah,
I can tell you right now. I know I will watch this with
Encanto.
my daughter.
Well, yeah, but like I'm not. This isn't like because this isn't one of those movies where I'm gonna be like, oh man, you haven't seen Encanto, you need to see Encanto, because I will do that with some other Disney movies and other like musical type movies. I'm like, oh, this is really good. I recommend this. I don't recommend Encanto, but I don't mind Encanto.
I think it's
okay. I feel like I'm gonna give the lowest late.
Ooh,
so,
well, we'll see.
Can I start with it?
Let's see.
Now Andrew's gonna give it a 1, so you can't go lower. So
I won't do that.
I'd love to hear your final thoughts, Jerry. Let's start getting into ratings.
Let's start with Jerry.
It's 2 out of 10.
Hell yeah, let's go, Jerry.
Yeah, I couldn't enjoy the movie because there were too many plot holes. There were too many things that they didn't build up too much. At the 2 out of 10, one for the visual, one for the visual, and one for the catchy songs that I can listen to the other times.
Other than watching.
And then you didn't enjoy literally anything else about the movie?
No, I was disturbed.
Wow.
Disturbed the whole time.
Damn.
I was maybe I was too sympathized in this like main characters and Bruno and stuff. It was like they never appreciate the Bruno's what Bruno did to them, and they never saw it. They never felt bad. They was like they were just like they act like nothing happened. They act like a black sheep went out to the wild and came back to them.
Yeah.
Like the black sheep was a bad one. And same goes to the Mirabelle. They were, and there were too many problems. As I constantly mentioning it, they didn't build up enough, so I can relate to it. I mean, there were scenes time to time that I could enjoy it, but I was like thinking too deep about this.
Yeah.
Not enough build up and plot hole. I couldn't enjoy it at all. I will never recommend this to anybody. I
never gonna watch it again.
I might listen to the song. I might listen to the song later because I can't remember. And we mentioned about these songs a lot, so I wanna check it out later. But 2 out of 10. That's my latest.
I'm enjoying that we have such a spicy new addition to the opinions table.
I love it.
That's
spicy.
I love it. Jerry coming out strong with a 2 in his first movie review.
Yeah, because I feel like I'm gonna give it the lowest rate, so I wanted to.
No,
start.
I respect it, and I wouldn't.
I respect the rating.
Damn.
Yeah, I think
honestly,
I believe you when you say it's a 2. I believe.
Yeah,
you.
I don't think anyone here is gonna lie about
what
I
appreciate
that we have any benefit to lying about it.
What I appreciate about it is that like I think it's a very enlightening view into how you evaluate movies, like just from that, in terms of just like what's important to you in a movie and what will absolutely ruin it for you.
Yeah, like we'll get to know Jerry's style over the next couple of movies, which is nice because I think we're like familiar with each other's now, but Jerry is a new addition.
So
spicy edition.
All I know is
I like the spice. No, but I love the spice. I love the like no holds barred. I want that to be the like Jerry style.
We got the Jerry spice. We got the Zach sugar. So we got
you know what? Let's go Zach next then. Zach's
as for my defense, I was not just going for the like the main character Mirabelle and just Bruno's building or something. I was like, as I constantly mentioned, so it was all about the build up. They didn't build up much, so I can empathize or sympathize or something like that.
I can totally understand where you come from. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah,
I would say honestly 4 out of 10.
Hey, wow.
But I like it.
Okay. I'm surprised you gave it a 4. Not bad.
I mean, if you want the reasoning as far as that, I enjoy the soundtrack. Obviously, based on the criteria that we're doing this.
You're
I
making
think they
Jared
achieved-
like try to decide if he wants to make his score lower.
I'm sticking to the score that I was gonna
I
say.
mean, I think everyone
I'm
should
sticking to mine.
rate it honestly, but I'm just saying, like, as far as like a cinema, we're rating it as a movie.
Well,
Yes, I do not enjoy it.
I don't like saying cinema
So,
like
so
this.
Zach, in your opinion, think of
your personal rating. That's
Yes,
it.
exactly.
think of the movies that you personally love and the movies that you personally
No,
hate.
I stand
Where
by
does
that 4 out
Encanto
of 10.
go? Okay, cool.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
making
yeah.
sure.
No matter
Because-
what criteria we're going about this,
Because
before,
obviously, like other like some of these movies, I'll give it a higher rating because I personally liked it. Whereas I know all the things wrong with it. Like
Yeah.
the
listen,
Sixth Sense, I
you
gave
don't
a
have
6.
to tell me. Ace of
Sixth
Spades
Sense-
over
Sixth
here
Sense-
was
Six
a
did not
banger as far as
deserve
I'm
a 6, but I gave
Wait,
it a 6.
wait,
It
hang
deserved-
on. Just quick tangent. Zach, what would you give Ace of Spades out of 10?
No, it's okay.
Oh, I
Okay.
didn't get to rate it that day. I sent it in the chat already. I call that one an 8 out of 10 in my opinion.
Holy shit.
But that's
8 out of 10, but
Yep.
8
Encanto
out of
is a
10.
4. Encanto's a 4 out of 10?
Hold on, do you find that Ace of Spades is worse than Encanto?
Wait, we're
Yes.
talking about Smoking Aces, right? Am I crazy?
Smoking Aces, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Ace of Spades is a different.
Ace of Spades is a completely different movie.
Did I
But
say Ace
well,
of
but
Spades? My bad.
here it's the discrepancy of 8 and 4. That's a huge divide.
That is a very large difference.
Because 8, oh, I guess in my book, 8 is like, I love this movie. Like, I love this movie.
Are you
And-
the kind of guy that's like nothing's a 10 out of 10?
No, for me,
I would say
a
that.
9 or a 10 out of 10 are some of like my most biased scores because it touched
They have
me
to be.
personally in some special
Yeah,
way.
Hence why that movie is an 8 out of 10. While highly flawed, I really enjoy it.
But you
That's
have an
fair.
emotional
Yeah, like,
attachment to it.
8, 9, and 10
Yes, I
are
do.
like my favorite movies, and then
Yeah.
within that, it's like 8, 9, 10 is like how do I rank my favorite movies, and then like 10 is my most favorite sort of like
flipping
lean.
the scale here. I don't know.
No, we're not flipping nothing.
One is the
One
best.
is best and 10 is worse. I don't
Not
know.
really. Not
I don't
really.
know.
God,
I'm
always don't
not
do
worse.
that. Don't break my brain.
So, okay, for me,
All right, Jared.
Let's go,
what you
Jared.
got?
I stick with what I like. The first thing that I said about this movie.
Right.
There's some things
Say it
about
again.
this movie that I like.
That's
Yeah.
good.
I really wish
And that's
that the movie was about those things. And it
Yeah.
seemed
It's
like
fun.
it tried to be about those things or like pretended to be about those things, but it wasn't. So I liked some of the ideas that it presented and then immediately discarded. I liked it all looked nice. There was never a moment where I was like, never mind, Louisa's song, I'm just like, I'm having a bad time right now.
I had a
other
physical
than-
reaction to
But
it.
other than
I
that,
was mad.
other than that, I was
Physical
enjoying what I was seeing on the screen. I was enjoying the songs that I was hearing. So like it's not a good movie, but it's decent, like just raw entertainment, if that makes sense.
I would 100%
Divorce
agree with that.
divorce of the whole
Yeah.
cohesiveness of it. It's enjoyable.
The things that are happening to me, like visually and audibly,
Yes.
are
not unpleasant.
nice.
So for
Yeah.
They're
that,
not unpleasant.
I would
It's
probably give it a low 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Low
Very
to
reasonable.
mid 5 is probably
that
like
sounds pretty good in my book.
Yeah, it sort of encapsulates just how I felt watching the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I it upsets me.
It is a
that-
feel-good movie.
It upsets me that it doesn't live up to the potential that I see in it. But if I'm just
Yeah.
like, I don't think that's
It
enough for me
gives
to
you- it
drop it
gives you
down to like
some,
bad movie status to me.
No, sure. It can't go below a 5 in your opinion. I think that's fair.
So there you
Steven,
go.
where do you land?
So I'm gonna be in the similar camp as Jared, where
Okay.
the stuff that happened, like that they did, like there's things they did well. Obviously, like the visuals are good. Like it was a pretty movie.
Mhm.
I liked the kind of the personality of it to some extent. Like obviously, a lot of the jokes didn't really hit home, but I like the spirit of it. You know, they were
Sure.
trying.
It's a fun movie.
It's a fun movie, and like I think I liked more of the songs than I hated. Song
Okay.
like obviously like the Louisa song.
we all agree
We
on
all
that.
Listen,
agree
the
that
Louisa
is the-
song shouldn't
We
have.
all agree
existed.
that's the worst song, but I also like I kind of didn't mind the first song either. Yeah,
Oh my god.
Oh no! Oh dude, that lineup is so good.
It's so good.
Oh,
This
like
is-
it's doing sound effects too. Oh, wow. I
Nice.
freaking love it.
That
Yeah,
was a
like-
magical
oh.
moment.
It was
I
magical.
loved it. That was more magical than Encanto.
Yeah, but like,
True,
yeah, like
true.
if I completely divorce the story from the movie, which I kind of have to do
Are you
because
sure?
there is no story. And
Yeah.
it's
There's a plot.
it's one of those things where like I did
Kind of.
say I would watch this movie again if I had to. I'm not going to choose to watch
think
it.
I
like a
agree.
bunch,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
I wouldn't be upset if I had to watch it again.
Yeah.
Which
Okay.
means that it has to be at least a 5.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of thinking like somewhere between a 5 and 6 for me. I don't think it's
Yeah.
quite 6, maybe a high
Like,
5.
High five.
And a little high 5, a little slap up there, like you guys did it.
Okay.
Good
Because
job.
there, yeah, like
I'm honestly
wasn't-
shocked you guys are ranking it so high.
I'm
Like-
shocked. I'm shocked. I'm honestly
I
shocked.
even I thought it was fun and I liked it.
No.
And I still
I was like,
rank it
I was
that
like,
high.
all right, I'm gonna give it a 5. And then when you said 4, I'm like, oh man,
You
Zach likes
really
this
threw
movie
me
more
into
than-
like a galaxy for a second. I'm like, oh,
yeah, like Zach,
fuck on.
Zach technically liked this movie more than me, but he's giving it a lower rating.
Listen,
but I don't
I
care.
will still actively, I don't know, speak well or kind of debate on things, even if it's not something I enjoy.
sure.
Sure.
You always got to go to bat for
that's what I'm saying.
someone.
Like I
Well,
can be
yeah,
critical about
maybe
things.
maybe we're the
still,
opposite.
like,
We're being heavily critical, but still say good things about it after
Yeah.
rate it higher than it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think a high 5 for me, just because it wasn't a bothersome movie to me, but it wasn't like a great movie. So
Yeah.
it kind of just fell in the middle, but it was slightly above middle status
Mhm.
for me. So
Fair enough. All right, Andrew.
Okay, so I tried something. I tried something new just to try and understand my score a little bit better. Because
Yeah.
as you guys know, I try to be like fairly consistent about this.
Mhm.
So I tried something, and feel free to make fun of me. But
Yeah.
I broke it down into categories that I scored, and then averaged those scores.
Oh shit.
Oh, boy.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
analytical with this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not like over the top. I did
Emphasis
five
on
different.
the
I did
anal.
5 different categories.
Okay.
So the first category is originality.
Sure.
The second is creativity.
Mhm.
Then theme,
Yep.
story,
Wait.
and visuals.
Does creativity and originality differ enough?
Origin, yeah. To me, it does, because creativity is more
Okay.
about execution. Originality is more about the idea.
Okay.
that's fair.
So with originality, I gave it a 4 out of 10, because the idea is not really anything new. Like the concept of this world is
Of
not
people
really
having magic.
people
and then-
having magic powers
And then
and someone not having.
I was
mag-
like, oh, it's just My Hero Academia.
I was like sky high.
Hey, Sky High. Oh,
so like
there's a lot of there are a lot of things like this.
It's not to the level that I would say like its lack of originality was something like super bad. So I think 4 out of 10 is pretty good. 5 would say like, yeah, like that is technically original. So
Yep.
4 just means like, no, it's not original, but it's not a bad thing.
Mhm.
Creativity, I said that like 5 out of 10. Like the setting is interesting, because again, 5 for me is good. Like just so everyone knows.
Sure. Yep.
It's an interesting setting, and it's magical and stuff, but I thought that most of it was fairly superficial, so it didn't get to like climb above a 5 for me as
Mhm.
far as creativity goes. Theme, it got a 3 out of 10. Obviously, this is where it's going to start to get really low scores. Like 3 out of 10 for the theme.
score, obviously.
What school?
That's what school-
That's the
that's
right.
what-
That's the right
that's the
choice.
wrong
It's a
theme.
3.
Red option. It's free.
Well, maybe you didn't understand that one. And that's obviously because it pivoted between theme. It didn't really understand like what its theme was. It like similar to Jared, I was excited for what I thought it could do, and what there was things that I liked, but it didn't honor it. It didn't commit to it. So it just got muddy, and that was a problem. And it obviously wasn't able to stick the landing because of it. Story, it gets a 3 out of 10 also because of its lack of commitment to those elements. It wasn't able to feel anything from the story, and that's a really big problem. And then the final one is visuals. I give it a 7 out of 10 for visuals because
good.
it does everything well.
Yeah.
It's a pretty movie.
I wouldn't give it anything higher than a 7 because it didn't do anything challenging with the style.
Mhm.
Like
No.
it's very Disney, like, and nothing new Disney. So it would have been nice to see them like try something new.
Yeah.
But even with all that being said, they executed something I was familiar with very well. So
Yeah.
7 out of
Like,
10.
I-
Yeah, nice
Like
job.
I'll give the movie props for the lighting in some of the scenes. Like
Yeah,
it
for
was
sure.
really good.
Yeah.
But that's just a given in modern
It's-
movies
it's
now that I
expected now.
can't really like give it bonus points for that. That's just us. Like you did the
You
did the
can't,
thing that
you
everyone
can't
else
give it
does.
bonus points for not looking shit. Like,
Oh, are we,
Well, all right. Well, we can think. Is there like an actual thing from the movie that we could take?
Grabbing
I don't know.
screens from the movie.
Oh,
So we don't
he's looking
always
at
grab
your
screens. Well, yeah, because we.
I don't know if
There's a couple of them we
they're-
don't. This polar bear is not from Snowpiercer.
Right.
Fucking the valet from Smoking Aces.
Yeah, but that's
We got
like,
Sham
that's
Wow.
very
We got Sham Wow
integral
Limp
to the
Bizkit.
discussion. But the Limp Bizkit one is the most esoteric one. by
That
far.
one's probably my
There's no-
favorite.
Yeah.
There's no possible way you're finding out what movie that was.
Nobody knows.
There's nothing connecting it to that world whatsoever.
Yeah, so like I think we've started to get attached to finding some sort of image that encapsulates some random
It's-
throwaway
yeah.
joke that we've had in the
It's just got to be something that reminds us of the discussion.
yeah. But I think almost intentionally now we're trying to avoid actual like screen grabs of the movie.
Well, I think
We want
when
it to
we
be
see
something like weird.
When we see something that really gets all of us,
Yes.
we're pretty like quick to include it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the
sandwich from
instance of
Terminator.
where- The sandwich from Terminator.
Yeah, Magnum PI.
I do want to point out that no one had a problem with the sandwich till I
No, no,
brought it up.
You
Man,
really dude, Sandwichgate was a great stream moment.
Sandwichgate. It was great.
As soon as we brought it up and we were looking at it, we're like, shit, you're right. Like, what is
my
on
God.
that? To this day, I am not sure what's on that sandwich.
No matter how high resolution of a picture we get, I still don't know.
I want to say it's salami, but boy, is
You
it
know, but
hard.
what are
No,
the
we're
white
talking about
things?
what's
What are
those
those things?
sticks in that
The,
sandwich?
the cheese stick looking motherfucker.
Oh.
that?
Oh, what? Oh,
And then there's
See,
stuff on top
see
of that.
he didn't even notice it.
I-
No, he didn't even
it's got to
notice.
be mozzarella cheese sticks, right?
Why would you
But-
do
but-
that?
Why would you put that on a
Where?
sandwich?
And they're also
Why
like
would-
big, like rectangles.
And they're
Like, they don't look
they're like
mozzarella
yeah,
sticks.
they're rectangular.
Mastiff,
it's
we
strange.
enhanced as much as we could. There was no understanding. We
Enhanced.
maxed out the resolution of the movie. Until
Oh.
they do a 4K remake, we'll never know.
I think even then.
It looks
I
like
don't know.
cheese-filled celery.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm.
Yeah. And this is also it's funny in this shot.
Could
you
it be
can see that There's
tofu?
also like giant ants on logs on the other side of that.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
And some other stuff on top of that.
it's a big old plate.
That's a stoner plate right there.
Oh yeah.
Well,
She
she got done fucking.
Okay, so wrap up. That all averages out to a 4.4
Final
out of
verdict?
10. So
A
it's a 4 out of
4.4?
10 for me.
Okay.
So it's a 4 out of 10 for me, which I
gotta
thought
round
was
up.
funny. Which do I have? Well, no. If we're rounding, it would round
It would be a
down
4,
to
yeah.
4. To a 4.
No, it's always a round up. No matter
It's
what.
always a round up.
Yeah.
I can't give it a 5. I can't do it.
I need to redo this whole system here because this
I'm
obviously
already
is
stand
incorrect.
by my 4. If 5 is like a middle of the road enjoyable thing,
Mm-hmm.
5 to me is a good movie.
4 gets
5
close.
5 is a
but
good
it-
movie. 4 is
yeah.
like you wanted to be a good movie, but I can't say you're a good movie. But you got close. Like
Mhm.
you had good ideas and stuff. You just didn't know how to execute it.
Yeah.
Isn't that a definition of a bad movie?
Well, that's what
Jerry.
Depends on whose definition it is.
we all have. Yeah, we all have different criteria.
We do have
within
very
the show.
differing
We- we
opinions
do.
on that.
Because
Very
Jerry,
different.
like my emotional reaction to this movie is like a 2 out of 10. But like my
I see.
analytical.
Honestly,
score is a
the
4
only
out of
reason
10.
it's getting a 4 is because the visuals got a 7.
Yep.
that is true. The visuals
That really bumped the average up.
it would be like a 3 out of 10 or something right now. But
I would
but I
Just,
would say
uh,
that this is better than Secret of Nim, which I gave a 3. So
Well, there you go.
I think I'm comfortable with a 4 out of 10 for anything.
What'd you give Meet the Robinsons?
3.
What did you give me, the Robinsons, Andrew?
Oh, it gave me the
Just-
Robinsons a
just
solid.
for-
You
just
liked
for
Encanto
random-
more than Meet the Robinsons.
Oh, I absolutely like this more. than Meet the
100% I
Robinsons.
liked Encanto
Dude,
more than
Meet the Robinsons had very few redeeming qualities. Like there were some entertaining parts, but at least this had visuals to save it. Meet the Robinsons. did
Yeah,
not.
it's just a product of its
Well,
time.
Meet the Robinsons, yeah, aged poorly, unfortunately.
Just as some fun
Massive-
fact
massive, you
trivia.
coming out as a 5 then.
Nice. Just as some
Maybe,
fun fact
maybe-
trivia, all of our
Oh.
scores average out to a 4 out of 10 for Encanto.
Do they really?
Yep.
What's the IMDb
A
rating for
perfect
Encanto?
clean
Oh, it's
4.
gonna be like-
IMDb rating for
Oh,
Encanto is 7.2.
7.8. Ah, damn it.
Oh wow!
I do
that's
want
high.
to start. I do want to start looking at like the other ratings to see how our ratings compare.
I
after
think
the
you'll
fact.
find we're much more cynical than IMDb.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
Most popular movies.
I don't know. I could be pretty forgiving with some things,
Let me see.
but
here.
this
depends
movie
on
in
the
particular, it depends on the movie.
I'm thinking like maybe I did give 2 poor score because I compared
you dare.
too
No,
good
no,
movie.
Stick to your
Like a
guns.
Goody
Stick to your
Hunting,
guns.
like a Aladdin. It's
You
like
do
a,
what you,
Think about
do
the
what you
movies
want.
that you love and the movies that you hate. Where does this rank on the
Yeah.
on that
If
scale?
you didn't like this movie, then
still
just
2 out of 10.
call
There
it,
you
yeah,
go.
call it a 2.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because when I watch the good movie, I don't think about it. It's just the plot
You
and
just
the
enjoy it,
characters
and it all makes
cruise
sense.
like the waters.
Mhm.
But when I watch this movie, I'm like actively trying to find the reason, and when reason is executed, I was so disappointed, and
Mhm.
it keeps going like that. And at the end, it's like example. At the end, I was like expecting like the Mirabelle and the grandmother at least have some kind of like a discussion or like an argument or something.
Yeah.
And the butterfly or at least the Bruno just comes in and enlighten them a little, and they kind of like have their like a moment and
Mhm.
climax or something. There were none of that the whole movie.
Nope.
There were a lot
I'm
of
with you,
things that
Jerry.
I hope there was. I wish there was, but there were none
Mhm.
at all.
I'm with you, Jerry. Stick by your 2. I think that you meant that
Stick to
too,
your
and you don't need to change your score because other people.
No, I'm not gonna change it.
Don't you dare!
I will
Don't
never
change
change
anyone,
it.
Jerry.
I was gonna say never go back.
Can I make a can I propose an image? I
Ooh,
think we
yes.
all
You
really
can.
like the genie like
Oh
image,
my
like,
god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm down with
I'd feel really good seeing Aladdin genie like up on this wall.
That's
a good one.
Seems good.
Because that's something that we talked about quite a bit,
Oh
and
my
we had a
God,
fun
yes.
moment with it. Like I'll remember
We-
that when I see it.
We're showing his muscle too.
Oh yeah, he's flexing.
Get it? I
What
mean, if
happens
you
when the
can
screen
get one of the
gets
like where it's
bicep?
ripped off like his moves, then absolutely.
Yeah.
Hang on. I got
Massive,
just I got
that's
just the
disgusting.
thing.
I was looking forward to that climax the whole movie.
Can we just look up Isabella Rule 34 and put that up? on the screen?
No.
Can that just be what we do every time? We have to pick a character from the movie and rule 34 them.
Jesus
Yeah, just a
Christ.
character at random. We're really playing
we spin a
Russian
wheel.
roulette. We're really playing Russian roulette with that one.
Antonio.
Oh god.
No,
All right.
no,
Here we
no.
go.
I don't like it. I don't want it.
You can't.
I don't want it. No.
I didn't realize that you
not
could
allowed.
see this.
They didn't rap in this movie. It doesn't work.
You can't be this
All right.
genie.
It has
I'll
to
look
be
for
OG.
another one.
OG.
We were talking about other genie, not that genie.
Oh, I'm
Hashtag
well
not my
aware.
genie.
No,
Actually,
Oh,
can we,
oh,
can
here
we
we
just
go.
Photoshop Louisa's like upper torso onto Genie's like floating like half body?
I feel like that would be hard to do, just surely due to
Jared,
size.
how much Photoshop can you get away with right now?
I can make it
And I'm-
very crude.
Perfect.
Oh, I love Groot.
All right, let's see here. We're gonna hang
Yes,
on.
Jerry.
We're gonna do this together here.
let's do it.
Let's do it together as a team.
A crowdsourced image.
We're gonna do it live. So should it be this one? This one seems pretty good for like putting a
We need
face on.
something-
Wait, what? So what
yes,
do we want?
Bruno,
We
yeah,
just
just-
want Louisa's face on it, or what do we want to do?
I would
Just her
almost
body.
do that. I would almost do that full
Yeah.
body one at the top left, the one next to it,
This one?
and then put her like. So I kind of want like her torso with just like the big long like tail like genie floating thing.
Oh
like,
my
going on
god.
the planet.
Okay.
And I want her to be a genie.
It's an abomination.
All right. So we got that, and
Yeah,
then
So honestly, you
Louisa
could
face.
just slap her head on there, but I think
I'd
That
like
is
to
true.
see- I like the idea because her face might be hard to see. So
I'm gonna be a little cautious here.
Oh, about what you're searching? Like Louisa torso?
And then we're
Let's
just
look up Kids
gonna
Louisa.
do that. Just
Oh,
just
come on.
real,
It's
just
not
real
that
quick,
bad.
just to make sure. All right,
can't
there's
be
like
shared.
one bikini thing. All right,
You
I
gotta
think
be
we're
very
fine.
careful when you
who
Google
cares?
search
That's
it.
fine.
guess that is true.
This one could work, right?
The posture is
That
good.
one-
It seems a little dark though. That's
Okay.
the only problem.
No, Jerry,
Oh,
just
what
grab
about-
one of the ones of her flexing up at the top there.
Yeah.
Oh,
the PNG.
Like
Oh,
the full body one. No, the white background.
Oh,
one.
I see.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's good one.
Oh,
Here we go.
Oh,
Here we
okay.
go. Dude,
Now
we
we're
are
cooking.
cooking.
Now we're cooking, baby.
All
we
right,
got
hang
it.
on, hang on.
Did somebody make
Yep.
a wish?
Do. Where is the? Yeah.
can make it.
I can
Nope,
make it.
not quite. There we go.
I can make that.
Okay.
I can fix that.
So we're gonna grab Like about here, yeah.
That.
Like
Sure,
we want
yeah,
the
that's
If you can,
we
if you
want the
can erase
fist.
some of her skirt, that'll help. Like with the
Yeah.
just with your mouth, and sort of kind of cut some of that away.
Yep.
If you can get up to like her belt line.
We have to stretch the genie image up a bit, but that's all right.
For sure.
You know what?
Much
Nah.
smaller
Let's
image.
just resize
Or do we
this.
make it like you might cut some away from all the way up into the white so that you can like start to taper her a little bit?
Ah,
Okay. We're just gonna shrink her.
that's an advanced technique, Andrew. I don't know.
It is pretty advanced, but and just get in there with your mouse and do it.
Just do it, man. Just do it.
Keep canvas size. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be tough. So
You're
we're
gonna have to taper her. So you're gonna have to basically put her head where Genie's is. No, don't shrink her like
don't
that.
shrink her. Okay.
No, don't shrink her. What you want to do is you actually want to like make it so that her body meets up then with where Genie's is, and then erase his parts in the back.
Yeah. Okay.
So, like, where her hand touches her hip, that's where the genie could start, essentially, and then the other
Okay.
side as well.
But like, if I'm not resizing her, like, is this
Or
good?
can
Where
you-
should she go?
I'm trying to decide like how much blue you need. Like
Well,
like we need
what
I
you
feel
can
like we
do
need a-
is you can use your a smudge tool. What was it? Smudge tool to make her torso longer because I mean
or like just push and
it
pull
can
her
be
around.
connected. It can be connected to
I'm
the
literally
left
just.
Again,
I was
couch.
only planning on copy pasting a layer and using the eraser tool, and that was
Erase-
it.
Yeah. We're not gonna get crazy here.
So does
Yeah,
this
what's-
position look okay, or like where
I
should she
feel
go?
like we want a thicker amount of genie tail.
We don't have
I think
enough
so.
Genie. It's too much her versus not.
So
That's what
yeah,
I'm
like
saying.
shrink her down to make it more genie size,
All right, that's
And
what I
then-
was.
and then erase the genie up at the top.
Okay.
It's like around
Yeah,
here
and
ish.
then-
Okay.
Yeah, around there, and then just erase the skirts that overlap,
Yep.
and then erase
Okay.
the genies that's behind her. Not,
She'll
I
have
call
this.
that-
She'll have this beautiful blue belly.
We have not selected a new movie yet. We're busy.
We're busy. We're
finishing
making
the
our.
movie we're on.
Hang on.
Can't you see we are busy?
So
I'm
the-
only allowed one submission, correct?
yes.
Yes. Make it count.
You already know what I'm submitting.
Smoking
Do I?
Aces 2.
No, well,
okay.
listen. If only it existed, Jared.
It does.
Doesn't it?
It does.
It does exist.
I'm sorry, it does.
It does.
Zach, now you have to go watch it and let us know
What?
if it's good or not.
Smoking Aces 2 is a thing that exists.
Furiously
This
Googles.
is looking-
Oh
it's
my
looking good,
god.
Jared.
It's
Jared,
not.
this is
yeah,
looking
look
good.
at
Yeah, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not too
Now
shabby.
if you can
Now you just
erase
gotta
the
erase
genie
Genie.
body, and you'll
Easy.
be perfect.
Yeah, I even love that the hand overlaps a little bit there. This is
Yeah.
looking good.
All right.
I didn't know this was a thing, Jared. Holy shit, you
There
just
you
made
go.
my day.
Yeah. How do we want to do that
Alright,
part?
it's going.
You just sort of imply that it's connecting from like behind the hand into the shirt area.
Okay.
Yeah, so just imagine a line going from
There you
the
go.
bottom of her shirt.
Yeah, there you go. There you
That-
go.
that
That's
looks-
good.
that
That's
actually looks
great.
really good.
That's
That looks
Oh
really good.
my god.
That looks
Jared,
really
you're
good.
doing it. You're a professional
Okay,
Photoshopper.
this is gonna be
I
the
love
hardest
it.
part though. You're about to get to the hardest part.
Uh huh.
Alright.
What is that?
Yeah, erase the head, erase
Yeah,
the
let's
neck.
just get rid of that stuff.
Get rid of that shit.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just stop this. Okay. Get rid of this thumb here. Oh, come on now.
Eject the
something
genie
else
real
like-
quick.
Yeah, I accidentally
It's on a
selected
different layer.
tiny little. No, we're good. I just selected a tiny little thing in Paint. That is dumb. All right. So, oh, this is tough. Okay.
Oh,
You just
got
have
back
to
from
you're
work,
just gonna have
bro.
to taper it down. Yeah, just
Okay, that's
yeah,
okay.
yeah,
We'll work
yeah,
it,
That
and then
works,
we'll,
that works,
then
that
we'll
works.
massage it. It's okay.
yeah.
Why is well, we'll play the clip in a second for you.
Oh yeah. Here, we can just do that right now. Hang on.
Want to play the clip real quick?
Yeah, hang on. Let me find the music that I have on. We had a magical moment on stream today. I can make it very crude. Oh no!
This is the wrong one. It's a new clip.
I didn't realize
Different
I didn't
clip.
realize someone clipped that.
Mastiff
Alright.
got it for you.
You got it. We'll
Now
just
we
go
gotta
right to the
find
clips.
dang clip.
And I gotta turn the browser volume.
Oh,
up.
Mastiff already put Grand Budapest Hotel in there. Awesome.
Did, yes.
Yeah. I
So
know.
here you go.
Here we go. New one. All right, let's see it.
So good.
See, I told you. You look exactly like
That was actually fucking perfect. Everything's happening now.
That's
Stop.
good.
Holy
That's
shit.
beautiful.
really
It's
good.
beautiful.
Beautiful.
That's
Probably
why.
one of my
I
favorite
love
things that
it.
has happened
Now
on
you
stream this
know.
year.
How you know?
How you
I'm
know?
glad.
Oh, you know.
You carry Madame Zaroni up the mountain.
And of course, now this is the most
spring.
memorable part of the movie.
Of course.
Honestly, I'd call that
Good.
good enough.
Dude,
That's looking good.
that's
yeah,
great.
that's good.
Very
That's
good.
really good.
I am.
Amount of
I
time
love
that
it.
went into that, very impressive.
Can you find a lamp to put in there real quick? And that can be a really simple like
Oh, yeah,
thing to just
yeah.
throw in there. I just need it to look like she's coming out of the lamp. That's it.
Oh, okay. Can you just get one that's not even from the movie so it looks wrong?
Oh, just a random, like,
Yeah.
just this.
Random lamp.
That's good enough right there.
I mean, that is, yeah, it's like a plastic thing. A clip art lamp.
Just look up like a neti pot or something wrong.
A neti
There you go. Look at
Just
this
use that
clip
one.
art.
Use that one. Use
It
that
just
one.
looks
I like that.
just goofy as hell.
It's
Okay.
goofy. I like it.
Bad. It's really bad.
All right, let's just get rid of the whites.
Wow.
Just get rid of the white.
No more white.
Get rid of it.
All right. Holy shit, that's huge.
Oh, you just watched that
Wait, seriously?
our serendipity at 3 a.m. or whatever.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
goodness, that.
That made me
One of the
lose my
funniest
mind.
things.
Oh, this is on.
Oh,
a
you might
shit.
have to you might have to actually get rid of some of the tail for it to actually.
No, I
fit.
just need to put it on a different layer.
Okay.
So
So
how
the
do we
odds will be-
want to?
Yeah. So either you need to like move, like get rid of some of the
Oh,
tail.
is
Can
it
you-
so? Like do it like this?
Well,
Yeah,
we can
that's-
just
it's
make
that.
it smaller.
Well,
Or
can you
just
make the
stretch
can you
image.
can you
Stretch the
can you
canvas.
make the canvas size longer? Like just make it bigger.
Or
And then
put-
you
Oh
just have-
yeah, I absolutely can. Yep.
Let's do
yeah.
that.
So just like just increase the size of that just so that the lamp can fit on the bottom. And then
Like what Massive said, yeah, just put like a lamp, like with a lamp shade in here instead.
There you go.
Is this thing gonna export like with a transparent background?
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
I can color it if we want.
I think transparent's fine.
yeah, we can have it. We can have it look like she's coming out like the lamp's on the table that is just coming out of it.
Fuck this. Okay.
Get rid of that white.
Yeah. What the
No more white
fuck?
Where is that?
Where is this?
white?
Oh, it's on. It's
What
on
layer?
here. It's on
on the
yeah.
background layer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because the original file wasn't transparent.
Yeah.
You going?
Okay.
Right,
Now
now
the lamp.
we're good. We've got to
Fucking
move that lamp.
Christ.
Move that. Hashtag no more.
No
white.
more white. No more
No
dead
more
white.
white.
That's good.
Okay.
That looks good
I feel
enough.
it.
All right.
Yeah,
I'm
that looks
happy.
good enough.
I'll take it.
This is a legitimate amount of work.
This
and-
was more work than I was
it's like the
expecting.
most hardest
and,
work.
and a good output for the
And
amount of time.
I'm here for it.
Listen, I never lost
Wow.
attention over the entire journey.
Look at it. It's
Wow.
beautiful.
This is beautiful.
That's incredible.
Wow.
I'm amazed.
Wow.
It's art. This is
We
real
still
art
got
that
Will
you
Smith
make.
chilling over here.
God. Make it go away.
All right. Opening up.
Keep my genie's name out of your fucking
Out of
mouth.
your fucking mouth.
God.
Family
where's the memes of him as
PNG.
Genie slapping?
Holy shit.
Where's
That's
this
awesome.
masterpiece going?
Where's this
here?
go? Put it by Jerry because he likes it. Put it by Jerry. Well, where the lamp needs to sit somewhere. I
That's
like
true.
maybe it's on the table. Maybe it's on the table
Yeah,
somewhere.
maybe
need
we
to
need
move a
to
different
we need to
pic-
move. Let's oh fuck. Let's
Oh,
move.
oh,
Let's move
oh.
Tom Selleck
That's wrong.
here.
There you
Yeah,
go.
Tom Selleck can go up
Yeah.
with like the Death Star is or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God
I mean,
damn it,
we've already
where is-
Snowpiercer. We've already moved out of the table already. So
On the back of my chair, yeah, he can just be looking over me.
I like that. Oh, he's just hanging
Yeah.
on the wall. Like he's a picture
That
on the
works.
wall.
Yeah.
That
There
works.
he goes.
And then family. That PNG will just go.
Oh, this
right
is great.
there.
It just blends in.
It
Holy
does.
shit.
Awesome.
It's perfect.
Awesome.
Now
It's
that actually
perfect.
looks.
That is
actually
beautiful.
looks like we've just bought a toy.
That's
Oh,
so
you meant
great.
the lamp. Oh.
I am.
This is how
Too
it, this
late.
is how it is.
I am
Too
proud
late.
of what we've managed to
No,
accomplish.
that that's
Beautiful.
good. Come on.
Wow. That's
Because
very
this
good.
the original intention was it looks like toys that we're collecting. So this is the first one to really do that.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I am going to take a quick piss, and by the time I get back,
Everybody have your movies in.
that is when I lock in the wheel. No more submissions.
Deal.
Oh,
Even though I'm
man,
gonna be
hardcore.
spending, even though I'm gonna be spending time like making the wheel. what I see in the Discord when I get back from my piss is going to, you know what? I'll actually just put an actual timer on it so you guys don't get surprised. It's going to be 2 minutes.
That's fine.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
It's got a 2 minutes.
Ish. It's right there.
Massive. Yeah.
Ish.
Isn't that crazy? 10 weeks.
All right. I'll be back. You got 2 minutes to put your
And
movies
out
in
of,
the Discord.
out of
That is
those
crazy.
out of those 10 weeks, how many banger movies have we watched?
Alien.
I would say
we saw
Alien definitely is a banger.
iRobot, I thought was a banger.
iRobot was
I love
a good one.
iRobot.
Yeah.
10. We've seen 10 bangers.
Ugly. Fifth Element.
I'm really,
Some
but
title
I,
movie
I,
or-
I
I don't know
really
what
look
some title
forward
movie is.
to end of the year doing like a full tier list of all the movies we've watched.
Oh, that's nice.
Because it's one thing to give the movies a score individually, but now we're gonna have to go
Comparing
through the
them
exercise
next to
of
each other.
putting them side by side and arguing
it'll
with
be
each other.
people upsetting each other by putting
Yeah.
them in places
Of
they
course.
don't want. And
Because
stuff like that.
Zach's gonna end up with smoking aces, and we're like, "There's no way that's like an A tier or an S tier movie." And Zach's like, "I don't know."
Listen,
I think
A
it
tier for sure. You guys shut your fucking mouth.
See, this is what's gonna happen.
Yep.
So we'll have some similar to the breakfast foods and the fast food fights. Like we're gonna start some.
There
We're
was
gonna
some
start some
breakfast
beef
food
here.
one that I missed. God damn.
Yeah. Well, I think that
Yeah,
was a
that
fairly
was hot
spontaneous
debate.
That was a pretty short one.
one. But there was
Yeah.
some debate for sure.
There was a lot of debate.
What's to
Yeah.
debate? Bacon's near the top.
Well, I
I
think a lot
can't
of the
forget
debate
about the
came
Taco
around
Bell.
choices that I made. Well, for the fast food
And
for sure.
Steve,
What?
I still
my
remember.
All my correct opinions?
What did
Oh
Steven do
yeah,
with the
I
fast
still
food?
remember.
What did Steven do?
Oh, it's because I put Popeyes lower than Chick-fil-A.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you do remember
That's what
too.
it was.
I'm contented.
It's because
Popeyes is so
Jared.
good.
It's because Jared put Chick-fil-A too low, so I had to put Popeyes lower.
No,
Yeah.
no. Listen,
It's
it's
not-
not
reason.
honest.
It's not my fault.
You're
I
just
had to
making.
do
You're
it.
just making excuse.
I told Jared I'd be willing to give Popeyes a better score if he would have changed.
Oh, you could
Chick-fil-A.
just put it off.
Jared wouldn't move
No,
it.
but Jared wouldn't move it, and I wouldn't move mine. You know, we were at an impasse.
Jerry, it's tier list politics. It fell by a matter of politics. Graded your Popeyes lower than you
A
wanted.
tier list.
Damn, I've never been real good.
Which
for
Is
tier
that
list have we
Cool
made is
Runners
the
I
best?
see?
Cool Runnings.
Jerry.
Yep.
Jerry.
Yep.
Hell
What,
yeah.
what of my movie?
Have you
Ooh.
not seen Cool Runnings, Jared?
I've
am
only
here for
seen
it.
like I feel like either clips or gifs of it. I've not seen the full movie.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I've seen it. I've been watching it like for more than 10 times in my life.
All right, that's a pretty
Damn.
good review.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Roka.
God damn it, Roka!
Movie's so nice, he submitted it.
Right.
Like 5 times.
Hold on.
Like five
no
times.
choice.
No, there should be punishments for this.
Is it
Can we
Transformers
remove, Can we remove one of the movie suggestions? We have to, sorry, the numbers are off. I think we have to get rid of Fifth Element.
Oh,
We'll just put
We adding
5
Brink
Transformer
too?
sequels.
We're only allowed to have one movie suggestion each, and obviously every new one deletes.
it
the previous one.
overrides
He's
the previous one. This is
stuffing
the one that
wheel
Jared
with
saw. So
Transformers.
I would love for Roka to have to
That's
eat that right now.
that would be really
Alright, hang
funny.
on,
It's
I
like,
gotta
I
make
don't
this
even
wheel
want
here.
this.
Guys, no.
And I want Loka to record he watching the video. So we can check he actually watched it.
I need video evidence.
I
every
always
second of
just
you watching it.
I always just make this in order so I don't make sure I don't miss anything. So even
That's
if the
fair.
movie was there. All right, Whiplash. Do. The Grand Budapest Hotel.
Budapest. Zach,
Oh,
what did you add?
I actually watched
What was
the
that?
Big Soldier.
What movie did you add?
Darjeeling Limited.
We got 2 Wes Anderson.
Two Wes Anderson
do,
movies
we
on the
do, we
wheel
do.
at one time.
Honestly,
I've
I
literally never
would've-
heard of Little Big Soldier actually. Oh, Jackie Chan.
I haven't either.
It's Jackie Chan movie.
Looks like a classic.
It is.
Any of you guys ever see that action one that he came out with not too long ago, like the dark side of Jackie Chan?
Where he's older? Yeah. It was called like The Foreigner or something.
Yeah, I love that shit.
I thought it was good.
That was cool.
Yeah.
I just love that he's a Chinese dude beating up a bunch of Irish people.
Well, that's basically most of his movies. Until like the
True.
real villain shows up and it's like always like another like super
Another
badass Chinese guy.
famous Chinese
Famous.
actor.
Famous, martial arts guy.
We have The Thing, Wakefield, Whiplash, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Little Big Soldier, The Fifth Element, Darjeeling Limited, and Cool Runnings.
This is
Honestly, I'm
interesting
happy
look.
with most of these.
I love that Cool Runnings is in here. It's like the one thing. sort of
It's
pinning
the
everything down.
wild card.
It is the wild
And
card.
you know
of
what
the list.
generally happens with the wild cards on this wheel.
It gets picked.
All right,
No, Jerry knows how it works already.
here we go.
Dark Chain.
And boom!
Your friends do this.
All right. Grand Budapest,
Grand Budapest Hotel.
All right,
Okay,
all right,
the
all
movie
right.
I never watched it, so
Oh,
it's cool.
perfect.
Nice.
Even better.
Very good.
But as it stands, there are still just a select number of people who get their movies picked.
This
Confirmed.
is true.
Confirmed.
Mastiff
And
gets his
I am
second
not
movie.
in that. I'm not.
I'm
in that
not on
camp.
that. I'm not one of those.
I'm not ever going to be on that list. Apparently.
No, our movies aren't getting picked. Damn it.
Steven, has any of yours ever been picked?
Shouldn't you have some kind of like a rule that
for
if you
10
if you pick the
weeks.
last week, you can submit or something like that?
We already have that.
We do.
Yeah,
we
you
do.
can't.
Oh, we already
submit-
have that.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
so
you can't get
Pomo
your
was not
movie
allowed to
picked twice
submit
in a
this
row.
week, but he can submit next
All
week.
right.
I'm
Next
trying,
week he'll be able
I'm
to.
thinking of some sort of system where like there's like spend like 50,000 J-Coons to say like watch my movie.
We're watching this movie.
What happens if multiple people do that?
Then we spin.
I don't
When we
know.
spin on the
No,
pieces
because
of
that's
apple.
50,000 points. is big.
Smaller.
So what's gonna happen?
First come,
I
first
can
serve.
limit it to one per stream, one redemption
Can
per
we-
stream.
okay.
I can limit that on
Well,
Twitch.
Could we? Is it better to do something where people vote up their movie, like in there, like just increase the chances of it being
8-hour stream.
Maybe. Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'd like to think of a system because I like the randomness of it, but I also want
I
other
agree.
people that like sometimes get their movies picked.
I do. Yeah, I want it to feel.
That would be nice.
Not that I'm mad, but I would like to feel like I have a chance at getting
Uh-huh.
my movie picked.
I feel
Sure.
like Roka feels the same way as well.
Yeah, Roka's been submitting the same movie every week, just
Luca
like
never picked.
Because I feel like true random
That's sad.
is too feels bad for the majority of people. Even though when you get picked on true random, I'm sure the hit's just something else.
yeah.
Oh, that is true.
Roka
That's true. I
understands that we
do
can
have
use it.
too many J-Coons. It wouldn't be fair. So then
It
it would be
wouldn't.
like, well, I'm not allowed to do that. So then what's the point, anyways?
But
Okay.
I'm personally,
I'm
not upset. I'm not upset about any of this, Mastiff. I'm looking
No.
forward to your movies. So
I
Thank
like
you.
Wes Anderson. I've seen this.
Yeah,
movie.
I'm actually.
I was gonna
excited
say
to watch
Grand
the movie.
Budapest Hotel is actually probably in like my top 30 movies of all time.
shit.
Ooh,
We'll see. We'll
that's
see
a
how
big
I
one.
how I feel watching it now. Like after
Through
a
a new
while,
lens.
see how I feel, and through the
Mhm.
lens of like, is this a good movie? But
I fortunately
it when I
just
watched
saw
it
it not
before.
that long ago.
My
So.
time will come.
all right,
Listen,
yeah.
we're at some point we're gonna hit this like super wet spot of my movie's gonna
Per
get picked
person?
like
I'm not
30
sure.
times in a row, and I'm gonna end up running out of movies after complaining so much.
well, all
Like,
it's
oh,
gonna
shit,
take
I
like
don't
a
know.
week where people don't show up on Friday, and then it's just us that submit.
And then Jared.
That's the way it's gonna
Let's
happen.
do
all
them
we
fairly.
need to do is completely lose our entire audience.
That's
I mean, that's what we're
Not
trying to do on a
often.
weekly basis, but
Be
somehow
that
they
hard,
coming
yeah.
back
reason they keep coming back. I don't know.
Redemption
for inexplicable
cooldown
reasons.
per stream, limits per user per stream. So I can limit per user and per stream for a reward. So
But,
That ASMR
but
is still in
not now, I guess.
seriously, like
You can still get it if you want it.
why is hang on. Why is that one sec. This is annoying.
Yeah.
Because this is main camera scene, right? Why?
Where do?
Why am I still seeing part of my... There we go. Alrighty, cool. Well, Grand Budapest Hotel is the winner. Watch it.
Oh, grand.
Next.
Gross.
Oh God, we created a monster.
Watch it
It's yours to
next
take.
weekend. What is what? Green screen. Okay, I'll have to fix that. I'll have to fix that later.
I hate it.
But it is about that time. We need to start
It is
hitting
that
the ocean, man.
Guys, we did it.
We did
I
it.
told you.
4-hour Encanto.
We've done it.
I promise you,
With
we
no
can
problem.
always do it. The only
I
times that we
know.
stop are when we intentionally stop.
It's true.
Ooh, we got a Buff Corell going here.
But
What did you think of Encanto? I think overall it was like a
4.
4 average.
It was a 4
Yeah, it was
average from the
8 out
group.
of 10.
Me and Jared gave it a 5. Andrew gave it a 4. Zach gave it a 4, and Jared gave it a 2.
Yeah, a good spread. Good spread. Nobody said that they really loved the movie.
Yeah.
How about that?
Me and Jared were okay with it.
Yes.
And we would watch it again.
All right, we're sending y'all the cats.
Cats.
I was disturbed.
Nobody
disturbed.
streams
know.
at this hour.
We had, but Roka, you missed some hardcore debate.
Whoa.
Not debate, but we dug this movie out.
We
yeah,
get
we did.
we get
Really
straight
not
up
much else you can say
introspective.
about the movie.
How do you feel about
well,
Mirabel's
things like
power
that,
just being
Roka.
family and not an actual power?
I thought it
She's
was.
the Vin
I thought it was.
Diesel.
Yeah.
I thought it was a pivot in the theme, and I think that it ruined the ending and it ruined the overall movie.
Yeah.
I hope it was the case, Roka.
I think the fact that we're all mad that the family ended up with powers at the end to begin with.
Yeah.
Like that's not how. the
Yeah,
movie should have
that
ended.
was definitely universally.
It should have ended up that they didn't need powers.
Blech. So. Yeah.
Because the powers were the problem and the solution.
Coco's a good movie though, at least in my opinion. So if you,
I
throw
like-
Coco
I like
aside,
I actually
I'll
haven't
be
seen
okay.
that one either.
If you like, that's one with music and it's
Well,
Spanish and it's
Before
good.
our raid timer times out.
Roka, you like the Louisa song? Sorry. Let's do it.
Never had a friend like me.
No, quick, we gotta do the sign
Zach,
off.
sign us off. You're rarely on here.
But Jerry's here.
Oh, he's gonna
But
be here
you
all
both
the time.
say when you are here, you are the
Oh,
one.
he's going to be around
Yeah.
frequently
We
now.
go based on rarity of appearance.
Yeah, you're the rare oddity now.
10 seconds.
But I've always been the rare.
10 seconds! 10 seconds!
Love you, miss you, mean it. Later, cabbage patch.
Later, cabbage patch, bye! Ah!